What's up, guys? As you guys can see here, we are joined by Mega, Pamstu, and Nplan, and we're going to be playing Ultimate POI today. We're going to have two POIs go straight up against each other, and these pro players are going to give you guys the inside scoop on why they think one POI is better than the other. Now, first, our matchup is going to be Command Cavern versus the Grotto.
I will go with the Command Cavern.
I think this Command Cavern.
Command Cavern.
It's way better with the loot and the space that there is there.
You can fight like 3 teams there and you'll still be stacked.
Command Cavern now definitely has way more loot.
There we go. Command Cavern taking a clean sweep against the Grotto 3-0. We have a new matchup for you guys. Slurpy Swamp versus Lazy Lake. What are we feeling here?
Definitely Slurpy Swamp.
I gotta say Lazy Lake.
I'll go with Lazy Lake as well.
You just get all extra shield. Like, you just pop all the barrels, you keep whatever shield's extra.
It was center map, more chests. Slurpy didn't really have that much loot, I felt like.
I think it's way better with the positioning.
I might switch over to Lazy, you know?
A 3-0 sweep for Lazy Lake. We do have another matchup here. Tilted Towers versus the Agency.
I'd go with the Agency.
I'll go with Agency as well.
The Agency wins.
With the Mythic Drum Gun, I think it'd give it all.
The drum gun was a crazy... Yeah, Midas drum gun.
And there was a lot of rivers that led to it, so a lot of people would use that to rotate.
And there you guys heard of the Agency going to be winning this matchup. We do have one more matchup here in these qualifiers. It's going to be Sweaty Sands versus none other than Chonkers Speedway.
Chonkers.
I'm definitely going with Chonker Speedway.
So I think I'll go with Chonkers.
Chonkers has like guaranteed 24 chug splashes pretty much every game.
Just because of the whiplashes.
The car as well. I feel like Sweaty didn't have those type of things.
There we have it. I think we already have a decision made. Chonker Speedway. But now we can move on to the semifinals. All right, guys, for semifinal number 1, we're going to have Command Cavern versus the Agency.
I think the Agency.
I think I would go with Command Cavern.
I would go Command Cavern as well.
Just because of how much easier it is to fight out. The Command Cavern is just too spread out.
I think the loot there just give it all.
Even though it doesn't have a Mythic Gun in competitive, it has loot for like 5 teams at least.
I hate to say it, but I might switch over my vote too.
There you guys have it. Command Cavern wins over the Agency. Now, let's go through our second match of the semifinals. We have Lazy Lake versus Chonkers Speedway.
I definitely think Chonkers takes this one personally.
I think Chonkers would take it all.
I'm going with Chonkers as well.
I just think Chonkers having that many chug splashes and the god cars as well just has to put it over Lazy.
The Chug Splashes win it because it's just so good in the final lobby.
I think just because of the cars, the god cars put on the tires, the chug splashes.
Chonkers Speedway 3-0 over Lazy Lake. Is that right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
We are on to the finals. We have Command Cavern versus Chonkers.
I think Command Cavern.
I think Command Cavern will win.
I definitely got to go with Command Cavern.
Just because of the amount of loot. And the surge. Yeah. It just definitely dominates. It's just too much.
There was even chug splashes there you can get.
It definitely does have like the best of every POI.
And there you guys have it. Our pros have chosen Command Cavern as the ultimate POI.
So in my legendary loadout in slot 1, I'd probably have the legendary assault rifle. It was just such a good and balanced gun for surge. Took skill to get surge tags and you could get beams with it, and it was just an overall solid gun.
I would have the Mythic Drum Gun. The Mythic Drum Gun was powerful from close range and far. One of the most dominant weapons ever in Fortnite. I think it's a great way to start out my loadout.
Striker burst assault rifle. I think it's one of the best assault rifles that's been in the game so far, and it makes for an easy weapon to get quick eliminations from far distance. Super fun to use. I love the scope, and I think it's great for the game.
In slot 2, I would have the legendary pump shotgun because of its ability to one pump enemies and dominate end games.
The feeling of getting like a 200 pump elim is just so satisfying.
Probably the best shotgun that's been in the game. Super versatile, brings back memories from old Fortnite. Third slot, I would have shockwave grenades as my mobility. I think shockwave grenades are super fun. There's a lot of cool things you can do with them.
It just makes the game so hectic and fun.
It provides great mobility and allows you to make plays for both high ground and low ground. In slot 4, I would hold chug splashes because they provide great healing and allow you to continue rotating without stopping.
They can help heal your teammates really fast. You can carry a lot of them. I think they're good for team modes especially.
Small shield potions, it's just the standard shield and you kind of just need it for every game you play.
Slot 5, I would have a small shield potion because they're the classic.
They've been in the game forever. You know, it's a quick way to get 25 shield back. They're a staple of the game, and I think you gotta have them in your loadout.
Chili chug splashes because they just act as normal chug splashes and you also get the pepper effect, so it's really good for rotating and having good mobility.
I play this game every day, so I think I'm gonna do really good. And if I don't even know what to say.
I don't know what you're gonna show me, if it's gonna be hard or not. I don't know these pictures. Let's just see.
So I know I'm gonna do bad in this one, guys, so don't roast me wherever you guys are watching this.
This has to be Logjam, right? No, it's not Logjam. It's not Logjam. There's no way this is Logjam.
It's some type of cabin. I can tell the colors are from like the new biome.
I don't know what this is at.
I'm just gonna guess where Camp Cuddle used to be, Reality Falls.
This is a new one. I don't know where it is.
This has to be Reality Falls. That's my final answer. I knew it. I knew it.
I knew it was the new one at least.
1 for 1 already. Let's go. I have no idea.
Is that tilted? No.
No clue. I'm actually speechless.
I know where it is. I know where it is. I just forgot the name.
Tilted?
I'm gonna guess Sleepy, because they have a bunch of those little buildings there. I don't know. I'm gonna guess Sleepy.
Oh my god, how did I not know that?
I told you I'd suck at this.
There's no way I already got one wrong.
Books and nipples?
Like the ice cream shop at Tony. It has to be Tony.
Tony?
This is Coney, Crossroads, whatever, 100%.
Hey, let's go. Cody, let's go.
You have to take the gas station out of the picture. It's too obvious.
Yeah, I think it's like the only spot on the map that has like that neon pink.
This is the one with the vault. I forget this one.
I don't know any other spot with that type of like graffiti and stuff. So I'm just gonna go with Rave Cave.
This has to be Rave Cave. Rave Cave, final answer.
Rave Cave. Yeah, that one.
I knew it. There's a baller.
If I didn't get that one right, I don't know. That was too easy.
This is just the ground.
There's like a little trap grapple or something.
This to be Synapse, where I land. This to be Rocky.
Logjam.
I'm just gonna go with Rocky.
Oh, it's Rocky. It's Rocky Reels. I almost fumbled it.
I was close. Opposite side of the map.
Yes. Thank God. It was a 50-50.
I know all these POIs. It's just I just can't remember the names half the time. So I'm definitely placing last place.
There's no way I'm coming out on top.
People could have got 5 out of 5 if they might have Bugle, but yeah, I think I did pretty good.
I definitely think it's really important to choose your binds like correctly.
If you really want to be like a fast mechanical player, you definitely want to have good binds.
But now that people are like really good at building, optimal binds are probably one of the most important things right now.
I have my shooting bind on left click, and to pull out my pickaxe, I just have it on the regular one. I just click number 1.
So pretty much my binds for my items and stuff are all just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But my last inventory slot is on my mouse button because my fingers weren't long enough to reach the last key. So I thought it'd be smart to do that, but now I kind of regret it.
Okay, my binds, I have 4 of my binds, 3 of them on my thumb, using only my thumb. C, V, and X. I have my wall on C, my floor on X, and my stair on V. And I click all 3 with my thumb, but I also have to click space with my thumb.
I have my stair on my C keybind and my 4 on my X, and people usually press that with their thumb. I press that with my pointer finger.
Yeah, so my building binds are kind of like irregular. I have my cone on Q, which is pretty good, and then wall on C, floor on X, and stair on C. So I click Z, X, C all with my thumb. It's really inconvenient, but I started off like the first ever season with these binds because at the time, I'm sure everyone knows Myth. He was like the best builder ever. Like he was crazy, and he used CXC, and I was just like, dude, if I want to be like him, I just gotta copy his binds.
I would say it's completely personal because I don't know any pros that has the same exact binds, and I don't know. The only thing I would say that would help a new player is just literally is not putting all your binds on one thing. Like that's it.
So I definitely think you guys should pick out what's most comfortable for you guys in terms of keybinds.
I think the best way to do your keybinds is to make sure you have 360 move. Like you don't ever want to take your hands off WSD when you're building. So as many mouse button keybinds as you make, or just like buttons you press with your thumb or your pinky, just anything without taking your hands off WSD. That's the most optimal way to set your binds. So
see what your fingers are like most comfortable with and stick with that.
Yesterday, 11 incredible teams claimed their spot in the finals, and today, 12 more will be joining them. It's time, everyone, for day 2 of the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 3 semifinals.
Welcome to the NA East FNCS semifinals. This week, we saw changes to Storm Surge mechanics, meaning duos had to adapt to reach their top spot. One such duo is Knifey and D-Roller. They kept up their momentum from qualifiers and impressed in semifinal 1 yesterday, but just fell short of qualifying through consistency. They'll be looking to play aggressive today and get that victory royale. Experienced duo Cease and Day are still yet to win a set lobby this season. Their wealth of knowledge and versatility will make them a duo to watch out for in the lobby today. Clarity and Slacks were one of the favorites to qualify yesterday, but they struggled to make it past the early game. Will they go for the grapple gloves again, or try a new strategy? Find out now on NA East FNCS Semifinals Day 2.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and if you got to see yesterday's action, you know that today is going to be much of the same. Is it going to be placements? Is it going to be victory royales? Well, any way can win here. But let's get on with our show, everyone. Let's bring on our 2 analysts. We got Vivid and Jacob PR.
Let's go.
Ooh, the pose. All right, I like it.
Something.
Welcome back.
We got to get ready. We got to get ready for some victory poses here. I know he got a right prediction yesterday. I'm looking for one today, which I'm not going to spoil. I'll let you guys know a little bit later.
And Vivid, with the storm surge changes, it was just action-packed from start to end.
It really was, and honestly, shout out to the players for making that quick adjustment. A lot of these players, the only experience some of them had was that duo cash cup we saw in the middle of the week, but most of them didn't even make it into the set lobby of that, so it was like their first time dealing with it. So any player that didn't necessarily make it through consistency or victory royale, now they have the experience in this lobby if they were in yesterday.
And obviously, you guys at home have the experience of viewing the FNCS, but maybe there's a few new viewers today, so come over with me onto this big beautiful screen and we're going to be breaking down the broadcast schedule for you guys. You know what, we've already gone through the qualifiers, we don't need to talk about that. It's about the semifinals right now. It's 3 days, this being day 2 of the action, so we got 12 new teams or 11 new teams coming in to compete for that spot in the finals. Of course, the finals being August 13th through the 14th. It's going to be incredible. 12 games of action packed. Let's get into it, guys. What is the format that we're going to be watching today, Vivid?
Listen, we're going to be watching over semifinals, but in order to get here, teams had to get series points. They got seated on this nice little leaderboard. Yesterday, we saw 1st through 50th teams come in and play, but now that we have 11 of those teams into the finals, we kind of need to replace them. We have to have that lobby filled, which is why we're going to see 11 new players come in today, as Kelly mentioned. But we liked the action so much yesterday that we actually added a game on. So we're playing 6 matches a day, and each one of them, every victory royale will be going directly through to the finals. But after all 6 games, if some of these teams did not get a victory royale, they will be on a leaderboard through points, placements, eliminations. Walk us through that, Jacob.
I mean, it's kind of pretty simple for the most part for these points to be divvied out. 35th through 31st, you're gonna get 4, not much to kind of sort after. 30th through 26, you get an additional 1 point, you get a total of 5. But once you get that top 25, that's when those placement points really matter. But that 1,000 points for that victory royale, that's just to make sure that you punch your ticket directly into the finals. But let's not forget, you get 2 points per elimination. And with these storm surge changes, wow, do these lobbies get chaotic.
Yeah, and it really allows these teams to get up that leaderboard a lot because some of them are going for those mid-game eliminations, and it just allows them to get more points than ever. And then also with the storm surge changes, we're seeing that placement come in right around that threshold now. So if you can make it past that, you are definitely going to be racking up some points. But we're all fighting for a chance at finals. But why is it so important, Kelly?
Well, you got the bragging rights, you have the pride, but of course you also have the money, everyone. $690,000 is up for grabs for the NA East region, and we can see it up on that top left corner. $160,000 for the first place winners there. That's $80,000 per player. And of course, everyone that makes it into the finals, even the 50th place team, is going to walk away with some cash. But let's talk about some of the teams that are going to be competing here today, everyone. One of those players is Fatch, so let's have a quick interview with him in the lobby.
Hey there, Fortnite fam. Jacob PR here, and I'm in the lobby with none other than 33 Fatch. How are you doing today?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Glad to have you and get a chance to really pick your brain. So tell us, how did you first hear about Fortnite?
I was at school with my friends and I heard them talking about it. And at first I didn't want to play it. And then on the PS4 I was playing at the time and they were just spamming me with invites. So one day I just decided to install it and play with them, and I've been playing ever since.
So when did you first realize, like, hey, I'm actually good at this, I can make a career out of this?
At 2018 Christmas, my parents bought me a PC, which I'm really lucky about, and I qualified for Worlds at that point. And then I knew I was good at the game, you know?
What actually was going through your mind when you qualified at that time?
I had to win my last game to qual, and I won with 5 kills, and I didn't know I actually did it, but I knew I had done something right, because like it was the first time I had a big performance, and I was pretty happy about it, and I was just like running around the house like screaming, and then I realized I qualified, and it was like an even bigger moment. That's pretty crazy.
Is there anything you want to improve on, either in-game or out of game?
In the game, like every aspect is important. The attention to detail is something I want to work on, and just in life in general, get like a healthier schedule, eat better, and learn to do all that stuff.
How did you and your duo first meet, and then how did you guys figure out that you guys were the team together?
I was like just browsing into streams like back in 2020, just after Winter Royale took place, and I found Pam's stream, and I knew it was like available, so we tried together and we stuck together ever since. French guys that are good at the game in the NA scene is pretty rare, So getting a new one like that was pretty good for us.
Tell me about the game plan to take you and your duo to the top.
I think the game plan for us to get to the top is just to stay our head in the game, keep our focus up, and work on our details. And I think that's gonna do it, and that's gonna get us to the top one day.
I know you got a lot of fans out there. Where can they find you?
They can find me on my Twitter, FatchFN, or my Twitch, FNFatch.
Thank you so much. This has been In the Lobby with 33 Fatch.
Thank you so much, Fatch, there for giving us your insight as a pro player. And I love that insight that he had, saying that he just needs to keep his head in the game because mentality is a big part. And we're going to be seeing him compete today. We're also going to be seeing a lot of duos competing today, guys. And the first duo that I want to focus on right now is D-Roller and Knifer.
Yeah, I mean, D-Roller and Knifer yesterday, they were 8th on the consistency leaderboard, so definitely doing well in that regard. They are going to be landing at Puddle Pond, and a lot of you guys know it better as the Cammy Seti split. Now, this duo is really, really good because they're so aggressive, and this new Storm Surge that we're seeing, Jacob, it just plays right into their playstyle, really.
Yeah, honestly, they're going to have a little bit more comfortability this time around because they're uncontested. So in a drop like that, you want to try to gather as much loot as you can because it is center zone. They can almost pick a few different mountains that they want to have and make it their own position. So that way they can try to go for those early surge tags that we're seeing is a huge trend here in these lobbies.
Yeah, and the reason why the split is so good is because they are getting those grapple gloves, and I love the fact that you mentioned it. Yesterday, they were getting contested, and it was by none other than Macwood and Threats, right? So a tough duo to have landing at your job spot, but now today they're gonna have a lot more room to work with, a lot more loot as well, right? Because now all that stuff that Macwood and Threats were taking yesterday, it's gonna be theirs to grab. And I like this duo because they are getting those grapple gloves, and every single game it seemed like they were really trying to get into at least top 10, whether it be a solo or a duo run. And I honestly had the pleasure of playing D-Roller. He was one of my last teammates when I was playing professionally, and he is so good at finding elimination just randomly. Like, you'll be playing with him and it'll just be like, hey, I found 2, and it's just like what do you mean you found 2? Like, I wasn't there with you. Like, how did you do that? So he is so good. I'm sure Knifer loves to have him by his side.
I will say, though, yesterday they weren't able to grab more than 4 eliminations in any of their games. So what was going on there?
I mean, honestly, they just got to adapt a little bit to the Storm Surge. And since they were getting pressed off spawn, they can't find those really good positions. But Jacob mentioned it. Now they have all that room to work with. They can make those early rotations to really good positions as opposed to yesterday where maybe they were in subpar positions.
Yeah. And next team that we're going to be looking at is Smite and Larson, who had kind of a rough start yesterday and then ended it off with a bang with back-to-back 4th place finishes.
Yeah, and I think Vivid kind of hinted at this yesterday. They do a cash cup, so the only practice a lot of these teams had to get. But even though I think Smite and Larson are one of those great teams, it just took them a little bit while to kind of get things going, like you mentioned. They ended games number 4 and games number 5 in a 4th place finish with a ton of eliminations. You kind of saw it there, that exciting finish. They almost bumped themselves in. They were just one place a little too short.
Yeah, and they are going to be contested over at Shifty Shafts. It is kind of just a run back yesterday of what happened. And those last 2 games out of them were really, really good. So hopefully after those first 4 games, they kind of figured out the formula. But now, today, they should have that formula figured out even more. And the one good thing about Shifty Shafts is those grapple gloves, and they are so good at using them.
Yeah, and I like this team, though, or at least today for them, because we talked about their nice finish, those 2 back-to-back 4th places. Yeah. Not much has changed. They're still going to be contested. They're still got that center map. So I think for them, as long as they continue where they left off, they're going to be sitting pretty.
In one of those 4th place finishes, they also grabbed 8 eliminations. So showcasing that they can also get placements and those elim points. But we're going to be shifting focuses a little bit and focusing on a new team. It's going to be Taco and Chewy. Now, what are some of the struggles that these newer teams are going to be facing?
Okay, first of all, yes, Kelly mentioned it. This is a new team. Yesterday, we did have 11 players go through to finals. Now, to fill out the lobby, we do need to replace them. That seeded leaderboard that we have from series points, and this is one of those teams. They are going to be landing over at Greasy Grove, where, unfortunately, they are contested. Or is it unfortunate? I actually think this is going to play into their favor because they are a new team. They haven't really played with this new Storm Surge yet. So I think that they are the more dominant duo that's going to be landing over here. So I think that finding those early eliminations and that early Storm Surge on the team that is contesting them is going to be really, really good for this duo. And then I also want to mention, out of all of the 11 teams that are coming in today, our new teams, they have the best finish in round 4s with a 16th in qualifier 2.
Already kind of getting things moving, but I like the way you kind of talked about the contested contestation that they're going to go through towards Greasy Groves, but there's also a ton of teams towards the outskirts, towards that fungi split where AV lands over on the outskirts, Reality falls. So even after they get done, even if they don't take that early game skirmish that you're kind of thinking about, there's still going to be tons of opportunities for them to pick up those tags.
Another team that we're going to be looking at right now, Blake and Vert, started off yesterday so strong, getting a 6th place finish, but then slowly started to dwindle down.
I think it comes off the start of their contested yesterday.
Yes.
So a lot of their loot was split up. So they had to go through the rest of the game to where that battlefield towards maybe 3rd through 6th zone, they had to expend a lot of their heals. And in that final game, it was really rough for them. They got 1 elimination, but they missed out on all those placement points.
Yeah, and coming into today, they really have to adapt because they were contested yesterday, and I feel like they were getting a lot of their storm surge from the team that was contested them. So coming into today, I'm excited to see how they're going to switch it up.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting because they're uncontested this time around. Them, like the roller, they had such great games. They fell very, very early in that final game because they were sitting in the top 6 through most of the day. It's just that very last moment where I said it yesterday, you just got to be able to hang on. They let it slip.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, the fact that they are uncontested means that they can loot the entirety of Condo Canyon very, very quickly. They have nobody to worry about. And then if they really need that early storm surge tag, they can just run to very good positions because now they're not going to be held up by a team that is landing very, very close to them. Obviously, there are going to be teams on the outskirts, POIs around them that they can maybe pick and pry on, third party potentially, but look for them to be making those early rotations towards big hills.
All right, everyone, let's actually rotate over to the other side of our stage right here. And I think a great way to kind of teach these newer players jumping into the game on how to be successful in day 2 of the semifinals is to kind of look to what the successful teams did yesterday. So let's look at our pick that we had yesterday, Vivid, Paper and Law.
And you guys might be like, well, listen, how can Blake and Vert just go from, you know, being aggressive all spawn to just being a team that just sits up on a hill and gets Storm Surge? Like this new Storm Surge is so aggressive. Let me show you how Paper and Law did this phenomenally yesterday throughout every single game. We're going to take a look at some of their positions now. Warning, they do get a little bit lucky with some of these zones, but they are going to be landing over at the Sanctuary split. But look at this arrow on the left, that pink one. That's going to be Law. He is already up on this hill. And you're like, well, Vivid, the first zone is just now closing. Like, how is he already up there? Has he even looted anything? And I'm going to be honest with you. He's looted almost nothing, but Paper has looted it all. And he went ahead and dropped all of his stuff to Law so that way he could get up on this position early. Now, what this allows him to do is establish an early base, this early high ground, so that way he can look at the entire lobby and get the entirety of their Storm Surge very, very early on. And this is just amazing teamwork, right? Because you are essentially putting the entirety of your Storm Surge strategy on one guy. Like, let's check this out. Again, Paper is still in Sanctuary looting while Law has like full materials, full ammo, a full loadout. And the only reason that's possible is because Paper went ahead and dropped everything. And I also love the fact that Paper takes full advantage of the vending machine there, buys out all of the ammunition that he has, because look at their loadouts. They just have assault rifles and SMGs. No shotguns for this duo at all. And they are opting into that triple heal meta that we saw developing yesterday, Jacob.
And you see the fireworks going off because they're celebrating that teamwork that you're talking about. And honestly, it doesn't go unnoticed what they're able to do, because you talked about their practice through the Duo Cash Cup, and that kind of leads and let them kind of propel themselves in a game like this, because they had such little to worry about, like you were talking about, just spreading out all the materials, all their loot to make sure that they had everything that they needed.
And it's just so smart, because that was actually a team right there. That was game 3. They had no eliminations going into moving zones. Like, that's how much surge they got from the position. It was really, really good for them. And I love the fact that they had that experience from that Duo Cash Cup and they applied it to this FNCS game.
Honestly, it kind of reminded me like I was watching FNCS Trios again, where you have that support role, and that's kind of what he played, and he did it perfectly. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some other teams adapting to that as well. But let's move on to another team that was able to utilize height as in the early game.
Yeah, Nevify and Crisp. The reason why I wanted to kind of break down them, because on these changes, you would think a lot of our veteran teams would be the ones in. They got their first FNCS final ticket punched in because of their strategy. You see them looting up towards Daily Bugle. I know you don't see the time here. This is about 2 minutes into the game. Once they reach about 3-4 minutes, you see Nevify go over to the side of Daily Bugle and immediately take the high ground, much like Paper and Lost Dash, but they don't have the zone. They know timing is of the essence, and that's that's why you see Crisp looting up the outsides. But because the high ground Nevify not only putting shots onto the people directly in towards Daily Bugle, all those players that are landing towards the outskirts are also feeling that pain. But around that 5-minute mark, they immediately go ahead and beeline it towards the backside. As they saw everybody rotate in towards zone, they know only one, maybe two teams are going to be outside towards here to kind of contest that refresh of the minis at the very least. And I only mention the minis because as you can see on this map over towards the Daily Bugle where they actually landed in it, we all know there's a ton of loot for grabs there, but they didn't want to put it all into this one positioning. So as soon as they got that surge, they immediately backtracked east like I'm talking about. They farmed up both their wood and their brick to kind of get themselves in tip-top shape. At this time in the game, they have almost everything that they need. I say almost because they still lack in the metal, where they go ahead and rotate back on over towards the Daily Bugle. You see them get the metal that they're looking for, but you also see them scrounge up some chug splashes as well. They traded one big pot for that, which made it easy for them to get in towards the edge of zone. At this stage in the game, they got so much surge piled up from those early game tags. It wasn't until about the 4th, 5th zone they really had to worry about it. I think they were about 525 damage above the threshold without an elimination at this point.
Yeah, and we love the innovation that we saw out of these teams yesterday, but there's layers to this team, right? They know that they are at a split jump, so it's like, how can we get more loot? So they rotate out and, you know, use that vending machine, as you mentioned, which is really, really smart. But then to be able to do that, they know that they have to get those early tags. And you could see that at one point right there, he was just fully exposed to Tab G and fully willing to kind of trade some of that damage back and forth, expand some of his shields that he had looted because he knew he was going to make himself a position over at the vending machine. And it's really only possible to do that, make that late rotation if you do get those early tags. So really well thought out strategy from that duo.
Yeah, and that strategy probably is coming from the IGL, an incredible role. But what about the most important role in the game, everyone? Here we have it, role models.
My role as a player is the in-game leader. I decide how my team plays and the plays that we make.
You'll, for the most part, tarp too, like endgame. So you're kind of just doing all like the thinking while your teammate gets to this, like trying to eliminate anything, get you refreshes and stuff so you don't run out of mats.
I think a player that is trying to become a good IGL for their team definitely needs to become assertive, needs to be able to make decisions quickly and not, you know, second guess themselves. Even if it's the wrong decision, it can still be a better decision than just making nothing and having your team split up. If you make a call and your whole team goes to one spot, then, you know, you have a better chance of surviving than saying nothing and having all three of your team or all of your, you know, other two team members splitting up in different directions and being eliminated by some others.
So I feel like for the most part, IGLs are like a bit older because they just have like more experience and they're not as mechanical and as like faster reaction time as like the younger people. So most of the time for duos, for example, it'll be like an older IGL and then you'll just find some like crazy mechanical kid.
The IGL usually carries the mobility during the season. So when launch pads were in the game, the IGL will more than likely have the most launch pads at least. Or shockwaves, you know, they'll have the majority of those because they're the ones making the call to rotate whichever direction. And, you know, you don't want to, you know, have to drop mobility last second before rotate and, you know, have it scuff your rotate.
An IGL's loadout should allow you to support your fragger as well as lead your team to victory. So loadouts that are more supportive are definitely beneficial for an IGL.
For the weapons, I feel like the IGL should be carrying like a striker burst, striker pump, and shields.
Someone that's looking to become an IGL needs to be disciplined, controlled, and confident. All of those three things will lead you to become a successful IGL.
I think the best IGLs are people that study the game as much as they can, and every situation that they come across, they already know what to do in it. You know, it's something that they've learned before.
I feel like what separates like really good IGLs from average IGLs is being able to like accept your mistakes and try and learn of them instead of getting mad and just like blaming it on like the game.
The best IGLs are consistent IGLs. Being consistent over the span of an entire tournament is what brings from someone from good to great to the best.
Thank you so much once again to all of our pros for participating in these videos. Sharing their insight to new and old players alike is just a vital part of the competitive scene. But you know what else is a vital part of the competitive scene? Our in-game team, everyone. So let's bring them on to stage. We got Mini Miner, MDF, and Shio Wager. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Bring it back, you know, back to back. It's a full weekend.
Feels good. Yeah. What up?
So we got some extra time now, so I kind of want to talk about expectations of what we can watch. And Minnie, after coming from EU, I feel like you can share some of your insight.
Yeah, I mean, EU was kind of crazy, as it always is. We saw teams just going crazy with the mid-game fighting, as we saw, of course, on East yesterday. And a lot of teams are sort of figuring out how their Storm Surge strategy is going to differ. We saw teams going for high ground a lot, and a lot more of the high ground teams won today. I think yesterday on EU, we had 2 out of the 5 games ended up winning on height. Now I think it was about 4 or 5 out of the 6, so a huge shift.
Not only that, I got to watch that pre-show, saw how it played out, and that was one of the stats. It's one of the things we're looking at, but we got to remember the dynamic changes as the roster changes, right? The big teams that punch in day to day, we start, you know, kind of leaving behind what's left, and then the new guys that are coming in. So I think we're gonna get some bold plays.
Yeah, I mean, I just like the fact that on EU we get to have a prep up on how things go. NAE messes it all up. They do their own thing. So I'm hyped to see what the blender looks like at the end of the day.
You know what else I'm hyped for? Predictions. It's your favorite part of the show, everyone. And we're going to be breaking down who we think are going to be making their way into the finals in August. And you know what? I mean, I think it's obvious. Smite and Larson, they had an incredible performance, just barely missing out yesterday. So that is going to be my prediction, Jacob.
I mean, I had to go with Blake and Vert because of their experience. They've been a team for quite a while, and they're uncontested this time around. I think they're going to have a much easier flow to their game.
Yeah, and another team that's going to be uncontested. It's going to be D-Roller and Knifer. And let me throw a stat at you guys real quick. 40% of the NA East Victory Royales actually come from unnamed POIs, which is where D-Roller and Knifer landed, and now they're uncontested. So I think they got a good shot.
Why do you think that is?
Man, I think it's the grapple gloves. I think the grapple gloves are kind of leaning into that victory royales because most of the grapple glove spawns are at these unnamed POIs.
Good point.
Nice. I'm going for Glace and Elite. Yesterday, 73 points. Power cut out for Elite a couple of times. They played half the games almost available today and still popped off. I feel like they're just going to be absolutely astronomical and hopefully in all the games today.
Well, listen, Jacob and I are doubling down, so that means double the luck, I guess. We'll see. I'm going Vert and Blake as well. Uncontested today at the Condo Canyon. There's so much more working for them. I like that they were contested yesterday, but we'll see if the lack of free damage now with the Jaw Swap, ends up playing out.
I do want to ask you, obviously, with these new Storm Surge changes, maybe being contested could potentially give them the tags that they need, or is it still just kind of something that these teams do not want to see?
That is what we have to see today. That's really the biggest question. It will determine whether or not they have a great strategy coming out of it.
Of course, you guys are doubling down. Me and Vivid, again, are doubling down.
Gosh.
Vivid, he likes to copy me. He likes to copy my predictions.
Always copy each other.
But yeah, of course, D-Roller and Knifer, they had a pretty good day yesterday. They had 4 good games out of the 5, unfortunately going down in the 5th a little bit earlier on. So no doubt they'll qualify today.
A lot of these teams are going to be looking for those good games, everyone, because this is semifinals day number 2. Only one more day after this for their shot to make it into the finals. But guys, the battle bus is ready. We're here for the action, so let's go on to game number 1 with our casters, MDF and Shio.
Game 1.
Now, what's interesting about today is that if you played yesterday, you have more chances, more odds as we continue to develop the list of players going straight to finals. Yesterday, it was 11. Today is 12.
Yeah, overall, we have 1 extra game rocking through, 6 games for these competitors. That also means consistency matters a little bit more. There's more chances to hold on to those top spots.
And those points, the threshold, it's going to jump way up, so a much more difficult day is in front of everyone here. There's no time to drop any rounds. If you want to finish within the top 6, it's going to come down to every single round.
Gotta remind you, though, the excitement is still here. Victory Royale sends you straight to the finals. We saw it on EU. We saw it yesterday as well. More teams who deserve it so much. We mentioned Smite and Larson at the start of the show. There's so many powerhouses still here in NA East that had a chance maybe yesterday, came second, had a taste of the finals, but didn't have that full bite ready just yet.
And Smite and Larson was contested, particularly at the Shifty Shafts. You saw the fight go down. It was a really a difficult day for them. They lost the first 2 rounds against Curly and Fazo. It ended up not going in their way, and they kind of almost met in the middle. Both sides did well, but not well enough.
Absolutely, and for the rest of NA East as well on rotation, it was a donut day, but it's time to put it on the takeaway plate. The games are about to start, Monster.
Here it is. I'm ready to order something. Give me a whole box. I want it all. Let's see it here now. We're jumping into things. 6 games of Fortnite's in front of us. NA East is here. It's game number 1. Let's kick it off.
Absolutely. We mentioned Shifty Shafts, a big spot to get a lot of tags. At the same time, the rest of the map ready to fight as well. So many brand new teams coming in, 11 to be specific. The entire strategy for the competition shaken up in 24 hours.
No Curly, no Fazo for Larson and Smite, so their biggest difficulty, that hurdle that they had to overcome yesterday, is no longer here. I'm thinking they're going to do well. Kelly has a great pick, but here's a contested drop, an unnamed POI outside the Daily Bugle. Fights go down, and the turn and burn for Nasen. Okay, put him on the map.
Okay, Nasen He's going to get completely written off that map. CL and Edge are here as well. A POV of 2 new teams we haven't seen so far in the semifinals, and they're starting things off hot.
Definitely a great start. And look at this. The battle bus was so far north. While players are getting fully eliminated, others are just beginning their semifinals day 2 run. Let's see it here. Chewy, Fable, Taco returning to the Greasy Grove. They were not here yesterday. They did not get the chances. They were one of those teams that were just shy as far as consistency with the series points goes. So they had to wait for this, but we've seen Chewy and Fable Taco do this battle before. This same song and dance today. They're gonna win.
Yeah, one of these teams we see make a lot of the end games too, so that means they're absolutely winning off spawn when it comes to NA East in the start of the game. Taco will have one more person to take care of, but I think Chewy's gonna be the one aggressing all the way over at Greasy. This will be the pattern for, I think, the entire map. Lots of teams hungry. Their first chances at the semifinals, their first grab at greatness. They'll be just contesting so many different spots of the map. We do have people we're used to watching, though. D-Roller, Knifey, a top squad that I'm surprised are still here right now.
Should have been on all the way through yesterday. Maybe 5 points or so shy.
Yeah.
They were so close to actually qualifying.
Yeah, top 10 games kind of match for some of the big teams that already made it through in that first session of semifinals. Over here as well, Snake, Accept, Degen, Pledge. This is a war, a multi-day war. They're still rocking things through.
Snake and Accept were actually at the Synapse station yesterday. Did they decide to contest Degen and Pledge? Arguably a much stronger team. Like, this is a team with true accolades here. So they're stepping up. They want to bite off more. Let's see if they can chew it down, though.
Yeah, kind of had enough of fighting Redux, it seems like, from Accept's point of view. And they stay in the desert, so it's kind of the same overall rotation, just adapting the plan to start a bit faster. Vivid mentioned it a bit on the analyst desk too. When you have control of the center map, when you have a POI, it's a bit more central. You can play the rest of the game with a lot more control. I think that's exactly what Accept and Snake are going for.
I want to know, as we start to get in later, maybe I'll lead this one with Mini Minor. Just give us an update maybe on the Synapse station. Who's landing there? Maybe they're deciding, hey, we want to be contested. Let's move on into Rocky Reels. Let's make this fight happen. There's a lot of reasons for players to actually want early game fights right now. For Snake and Accept, it's looking pretty good so far. Tags are getting traded on both sides, but we're starting to run low on material here.
It's gonna be tough for Snake to have a say in this fight. No shotgun in the inventory, so with just sprays up against Pledge, who we know can hit the shot when it's available. He's got the 2-shot as well. You can't really have your head out for too long.
It's a very powerful loadout, such an early game position. Not only that, he's gonna round out the loadout with the extra heal here, so advantage for sure going to Degen and Pledge currently. We'll see if that manages to hold out here as Snake and Accept are playing defensively down low. The name of the game right now, farm material while you're waiting, or get out. They go for the exit strategy here as they slide out the side. Accept slides around, first tags onto Degen. Nothing traded though. Let's see if he can get the follow-up. Degen's out of mats. He's running. Pledge comes in to back him up. Let's see if the trades on both sides. Snake is the first to fall. The cleanup is quick, and Pledge managed to do enough there, and they win that fight.
Genius from Degen, knowing that, hey, I don't have mats, but I can still be part of the conversation, using his entire body as bait, never slowing down. That's the difference between someone who cracks under pressure and a veteran who's used to every form of fight at the same time. Jackson and Dodd up against Thatch and Pamsto. Another new versus old, and the veterans do not go down in this one either.
Jackson and Dowda had that gut-wrenching second place yesterday as they did not have enough in the gas tank to clutch out against Nut and Chucky. It was an incredible game too. If you guys didn't watch it, I encourage you all. Check out Fortnite's official YouTube channel and avenues to watch those highlights. But for Pamsto and Thatch here, right now, very important engagement here. He has farmed up tons of tags, damage, and of course, to kick things off with a couple free points. There's nothing wrong with that, so a great start for him. As we jump on over, the action continues for Sin. He's gonna fall here as Maxo and Locksit here are going for the exchanges, so this is a team that hasn't caught a break.
Yeah, 1-for-1s all around. Locksit might be able to be up, and I was about to say trade reses, but no, it's a full finish on Siln. Edge now is kind of forced to do this 1v1, always apply the pressure non-stop, and he has the tools of the trade to be able to lock in some damage here, maybe even take the entire fight. Has to make sure he doesn't stop though, because you give him a bit of a moment, and then Locksley will be right back up. So Edge is really trying for these cones and floors, going for any sense of control right now. I'm surprised Maxo isn't just wrapping around these builds, going for a little bit of aggression, but maybe mats are slightly low. In this position, Edge kind of dictates exactly where the fight happens. Maxo dictates how long it takes.
I like what Edgy's doing here, though. Showing us how quick he is on the draw right now. taking control of pieces slowly but surely. Leaving them out, but no! Maxo claps back and with a quick snake bite right there. He puts him down. Very well played.
Yep, exactly that. He's the one who gets to peek first. He decided I want the fight 10 right there, and then perfect timing as well to be able to get the res. But Monster, you talked about Smite and Larson. They look like they're on the move. Not gonna have as much surge as yesterday because they're not contested. We're gonna have to find out exactly how to get it. Rogue Shark's giving us a little bit of a class on that. It's about jumping in the box, taking out Scoped. Once again, looks like him and Visuals having trouble, and it's not even near Tilted Towers now.
Potentially rotate out there for Rogue Shard and Redux from Synapse Station on upwards, but for them to rotate straight into a team, catch a two-piece is huge. Now, though, the attraction has garnered the attention of teams nearby, Fable, Taco, and Chewy, whom still have Shiesty lurking inside the Greasy Grove. So they were sitting on top of that reboot card, but looks like Shiesty has not revealed himself as we jump over to Illest and User here. Eyeing up Max and Lox here. I mean, we already saw what happened here. They got the trade res, they're back up, they're in action. They were able to pick up the loot as well, and User and Illest haven't quite spotted them. There they are, they're exposed, but all this natural cover, it's a slim opportunity to hit your tag, and no, he misses that chance.
So close. Up with Nosh right now. He's missed a little bit of an inkling of pressure as well. Looking for anything on that home of what Scoped home was before. It was tilted. Everyone's already built it up. This looks like one of those old qual weeks in general. Kind of the classic way to get Surge. It's so fast, though, as things roll in. At the same time, I've been rolling in a little bit around the map, Monster. I found an old upgrade station. I used it on our mid-game mini-miner. Not only does he have one thing to talk about, but multiple now. Let's look at our new and improved robot in the scene.
Minimana bot reporting for duty. Thank you very much, Sean. I am here, and we have 3 things to update you guys on. Of course, D-Roller now uncontested at the middle of the map. Cami split. He now can land on those grapple gloves. Of course, hopping over to Blake as well, who has a legendary SMG in his inventory. They're set up for success. And you guys wanted to know what was going down at the Synapse Station. It's Rogue Shark and Redux that are landing there now, so we'll have to see how their game develops as we go on today.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner. Perfect update for us to give us the full scope. Not only my pick of Blake and Vert, I think he did that on purpose, but also he answers the question. So it's true. They have managed to do enough to push them out of the drop. They have control of it, and it's clear they're winning battles. They rotate out, they get some fights. That's amazing for a team like Redux. We'll see. It's looking like a good day.
Yeah. 2 top teams looking good. Update on Synapse instantly. What do you feed robots? I have to make sure Mini's eating good tonight.
Nuts and bolts,
Oil?
I guess.
Yeah. We'll make sure there's a little bit left for him.
Couple screws.
After the fact, yeah. Pix and Sphinx, they're trying to eat some damage right now, but Nosh does not want to give any of that away for free whatsoever. They're just going to be hold down below. We know that D-Roller's right beside them, know about his entire loadout and drop too, so he's going to be looking mighty healthy. Everyone here, though, who was set and ready for some type of at least free second zone has to move. This is slightly unorthodox. We just got that map update. It's pushing us all the way over to the left.
That's a big pull as well, guys. Really think about the implications of that. All these teams here, they're going to have to give this up. They're going to have to rotate. If you're a team like Fable, Taco, who was contested in the drop spot, got some tags, you're going to be so good right now.
Yeah, I freaking Victor and Shiesty on stream too, or just on screen right now. You have a max super rotate. This is almost equivalent in difficulty to what half and half is. You have to get past every team that's under pressure in the lobby.
Meanwhile, they're taking an exchange right now. So yes, everyone here will have to go. For Serbsky and Freeze, they're running on a short timer as a minute approaches. Kaz and Fishy managed to get to that edge here. It's just outside the Tilted Tower, so this is looking amazing here. They're positioned to find, just literally farm the lobby.
If you can roll a dice and like 20 was the hardest number to hit and it gives you the perfect spot, these guys got that natural roll. It looks so good for Kaz and Fishy right now. They're max split 2, turning greatness into legendary status.
Find that paper and law strategy we saw Vivid break down, so already seeing new tactics begin to develop across the scene.
Yeah, and this is the most interesting squad too to look at. We just saw positional power. Right now when it comes to dual synergistic power, Day and Cease are that, and they weren't for the majority of Qual's monster. Yesterday we were watching them. I feel like they're finally listening to each other, in tune with each other. Day using Cease like a compass, rotating around like a tether ball with all the pressure and the damage. How does that look today for them now?
My problem with this, it looks like qualifier week 2. We saw what happens. They were rotating here. They were taking these fights, going as far as holding the Storm to play that exact strategy. And we all know mid-game was so rough for them because, yes, they farmed elims, but moving out of it was so much more difficult for Faction Pam. They're on the move right now. Remember, they got their 2 elims from the northern side. They rotate down after picking up Mason and Dauda. Now they're on the move here. They're going to be one of the teams that shouldn't have too much of an issue with the Surge, at least the initial threshold of it. But getting to that Storm zone to get safe looks to be a long, long rotate for them, as is for this team right here.
Yeah, Blake, Vert. We know they've got that legendary SMG thanks to Mini Miner overall, but at the same time, I was about to say they were right next to zone. It looks like that dark green grass is exactly where safe haven would be, but no, they have to push even more past that. That's how far the zone is. Blake, looking at D-Gen and going for a few shots, that was almost free. I hope that doesn't affect them in the long run because just an inkling of damage can make the difference.
Yeah, uncharacteristic for him to miss either. The player was directly in front of him there, but D-Gen jumped at the right time. Just manages to skate across that, but it's okay. Those shots are going to put down these natural builds for them, right? They are allowed to recycle this. Vert gets tagged in the meantime there.
It's all good, just like what you mentioned yesterday, Monster. Players now opting for the triple heals, understanding what the meta's looking like, really prioritizing keeping their HP up and doing that battle for Surge.
For them, they have the whole drop saw to do it, so they should be walking away with full heals in the inventory. Definitely looking good. For a team that's just barely above the Surge right now, Clarity and Slacks had a very difficult day yesterday. I mean, all in all, a team that should have finished somewhere within the top 10, you'd assume so. They had one of the poorest performances we've seen out of anyone in any of the weeks.
I feel like they perfected the old way to play Fortnite, or I guess the way you play Fortnite 3 days ago.
That's right.
And looking at that type of meta, I think they might have even come first, top 3 minimum when it comes to the first day of NAE semis. Unfortunately now, they're kind of just struggling with the adaptation. Smite is not, though. Talk about an elim leader on that first session. Talk about a man with Larson who controls the skies, especially towards the end game. Right now, slightly struggling on Surge. It is early, though, and it is a weird zone. This is going to be very strange for a lot of our players that might be caught lacking overall or just not know where the pressure's coming from. Aaron capitalizing on that. Naves is the second one in the way right now, but with Aaron's pressure up top and just a 1v2 to win now, they should be looking good.
They call it the 2-shot for a reason. It does all that damage so quick. Catches Shore completely off guard and puts him down. Zyphin now left to play this one out by himself defensively here. And Aaron and Naves are looking to feast. I mean, going as far as stepping back in the zone, they're really taking their pick right now. So much of an opportunity here to step up the loadout. And there it is, a full upgrade. Puts them 70 above the Surge as they were just below. And now they're completely perfect here, especially if they can find Zypher here. And there it is, Zypher leaves the wall down. Oh my gosh, a huge mistake. He thought he was gonna be able to be quick, get the reboot card, slide out with the grapple glove. That was not it.
So close, and it's such a pressurizing spot to be in on top of a mountain. Look at D-Roller right now, they're just popping. TK Ritual going down once again. I was expecting to do so well on that first day. Unfortunately, it's not rocking through. Now on the second as well, trouble in mid-game fights. You never see that. Smite and Larson too, though. I mean, elim leaders, I just talked about it, can't even find damage in this first game.
Yeah, they're uncontested now. So Shifty Shafts being uncontested, really playing against their game plan. All in all, we knew it was going to be a problem when you lose your teammate. And look, Smite gets tagged by Phazo right as that happened. So the problems from yesterday carry on to today. They just can't escape.
20 and above, they're looking fine for now. Yesterday, every single time, I mean, it is Phazo and Curly who are kind of in the way of them, giving them that free damage. They go down in the background for Larson and Smite. They don't have this free 100, 150 damage off Spawn Monster. They don't have the same thing they've had every game in the first session of NAE semis. As a result, this is a new world for them, a world that is not welcoming.
Definitely not right now. And the next warning is active once again. They understand the new threshold has to be met here. Fable Taco Chewy, 123 damage above, all because, of course, they were contested off the gate. They got to get situated nice and early, and they get to be one of the teams that can farm tags. But oh my gosh, that player, whomever you are, bless you, my friend, and best of luck in this game. He comes in, he gets instantly knocked here. Smite and Larson back in the mix. They know they need the fight. This is Plur and Bobby on the other side, a team that was one of the few ones who actually picked up victory royales throughout the qualifying weeks here. One to definitely keep an eye out on, a big pickup. And what do they get from it? 1 mini.
It's tough.
Ouch.
Yeah. Bobby and Blur too, I think just like Slash and Clarity, they had their way to play the old game. But now with all these changes in tow, with everything being a lot more aggressive and tight overall as well, it's tough for them to find that freedom to move around, to be invisible. They're in the limelight, and they're burning in the heat.
You can see the lobby right now really feeling the sweats here. 6 more players will have to fall before things settle down.
Smite and Larson, they won't. Merely before, I think literally you can count 30 seconds back, a toss back to time in the stream. Smite was down, Storm Surge issues, now almost 300 above. If these guys are dealing with pressure like that immediately, just from one zone to another, the momentum's already building up. I'm seeing our first game's winners.
Great opportunities right now are opening up for other players as well, as the positioning is key here. Rihan and Wanted have a good rotate out of here if they want it, but they're not ready yet. They want to farm players that are trying to play for loot. Armored walls protecting everyone from this side of the zone, but you can see the damage is surely being dealt. Just look at Revise's HP down there. They are extremely hurt. Crazy GG's as well. On the other side, though, a little further north, much healthier pocket of player.
D-Roller and Knifey. And they've got so many elims already, 3.
It's crazy.
But this is the hardest pocket to rotate from. So we've seen the best thing about the squad when it comes to the grapplers. They use it in the perfect time. They never get hit in the air. So let's see how they do it. Perfect. Just 30 seconds before. Knifey slightly kind of hit, but the fact that D-Roller is just right behind him means that as soon as Knifey starts to take damage, D-Roller can stop, build behind him. Right in front, it's going to be big chilling. So I'll have a pit stop for now. The move after this phase 2, I like the fact that they move just mega early.
Take a look at these other surge fights, other big explosive moments right here. Convicted gets put up in the zone here, and he manages to clutch out when it matters most. And you can see down below, that Storm was riding very, very close. And look at that, he doubles up. Convicted gets traded out there.
Yeah, and that's not just a first zone type of fight. That was third zone merely 30 seconds ago. These guys are still so deep, almost in the desert.
That's the big problem here. Illis rolls up and a wall's open. D-Roller and Knifey get so much delivered to them. This is a fight that Illis absolutely needs. He is desperate here to finish this one up, but no, gets rolled up on as well. And unfortunately cannot build there. Sphinx and Kicks catches a big, big elimination there, and they are so chilling right now. 4 Elins, the refresher as well. I mean, look at the minis here, so they're definitely feeding off the lobby.
Yep, definitely can still move in too, but there's so many different bases, so many different players looking at their way. Revives one of them, but look at this angle from Sphinx. This man shaving the nose off of his opponents, doing kind of a self-portrait on the rest of the lobby. Look at him just keep going, unstoppable, leaves him dry as a desert.
We've seen that before. SMG from right up beneath under that box there. And that's it, swept off their toes, swept off their feet. Big set of elims here, 6. Might be the most we've seen coming in for any team this healthy, this comfortable as we start getting into the late portions of the game right now.
Even the best thing about this is that it's, you know, just equivalent across both players. It's not one person being the frag or roll rolling in. Right now the seesaw tips over towards the D-Roller side as Knifey is down. So he's gonna have to clutch this one out, but that first place team, the hunters of the region right now, Sphinx, his dual partner, they're gonna be right beside D-Roller, giving him the most problems as he tries to move.
DJ and Pledge at 2 elims right now. The zone's right in front of them. You can see they can actually reach the terrain with the grapple gloves they wanted, and they're going to do just that. This is the perfect spot to be in. It's natural terrain. It's a little bit of a mountain. They can play for some high ground here if they want to invest, and they have the material count to do so. Look at this. Already going in with the heavy metal, but now being focused. Other teams recognizing the threat that is looming here. If you allow a team like this to get situated, it's going to be a problem for you.
Pledge is the one who's going to have to stay alive. He has more of the god load out of the 2. I think DJ is just trying to survive and ride by. At the same time, we'll see exactly who will run that tart based on an N10 here for another day as well, but their issue is rotating and trying not to take damage. Really good on defense and box fights, having trouble on day 2 again, moving in the zone and staying secure. Armored walls down, and Pendo tossed in the blender, tossed in the box, and then tossed out of the lobby as well.
And and Mason too. We expected them yesterday to pop off. Game 1 and 2 they did, and then fizzled out in the story. The narrative continues. A rough kickoff for them for game 1 of NA East.
On high ground 2 right now, I know we're looking at Pledge. It is Costa and Zeus, who we've seen interrupt lobby leaders sometimes, take out Macklin when he's going to be looking for height. And look at them now, too. They're dialed in just like it's yesterday, just like they're playing a game 7 overall in semifinals or a game 6. They're looking so good for the moment. They have complete control.
4 eliminations as well, so really picking up points right now, making the most of this lobby. And yes, they're one of the teams that have decided we're going to be a height team in semifinals. They're going to play for the W. And they have gotten very, very close multiple times. Again, Vert and Blake just slide on by. Don't forget about them.
They're a low ground team, and we know they're very strong. They should be there for that final 2v2. What we've seen so far, though, is this height team. They survive the whole time, and then they choke all the way at the end.
That is true. It's not easy. Got teams like Pamsto and Fatch lurking in the wings there. Rogue Shark still alive as well. We knew they were going to do okay after winning that early game fight. For Chewy, Fable Taco, they definitely are in that conversation as well. CC Day managed to make an end game. We expect that though. This is their territory. They are comfortable here. This is typically where they farm their fights anyways in the mid game, but now we put them here in the end game. I'm expecting big things from a CC Day, and that's a team you would probably count out because the meta has shifted so much. D-Roller, however, trying to clutch up right now. These are really hero efforts he's making here to make any kind of points possible. If the Surge goes active, I mean, I'm afraid it's going to be wraps unless he gets an Elam now.
Yes, 28 seconds to basically just find one frag. He's looking for it anywhere. Smite at the same time. What a shot on the left side. It's Rihan who's taking bullets with the dome. Not going to find anything in terms of a confirmation, though. D-Roller now swinging. He's desperate in the air. That might have been the shot opportunity, but that glide is just a little bit out of the way. Now just hiding inside a bush. Huge shot, player in the box. This could be it.
My God.
59, and then he evens out the playing field as well. He'll go down. There's a huge pickup on Blaze, though. He makes the top 16.
We take those. Those are so many points right there. It's the Elams and, of course, the placement as well. Big job for D-Roller there. Great job. Smite now has to do the same thing. 3 Elams here. He's cooking along. It's almost the same story.
Doesn't have the privilege of even Steven Brown, though. Doesn't have the privilege of being able to play the same game as many people who just came before. We're rolling through mountains on low ground. We're rolling through some really tough terrain. If you're down there, you're suffocating. Costa, Zeus, they like that fresh air. They're going all the way for height. They still have sightlines open, looking really good to be the final 2 teams going head-to-head to maybe take this first win, take a ticket straight to finals. Blake and Vert, though, they're looking to lock down that low ground. They're all the way ahead of everyone else. That's really good. No pressure at all in their box. They have that control.
Definitely looking solid right now, and another sneak up Smite. Looks for the full control. In the meanwhile, he finds a refresher from the last time we tuned in. That's so great for him. He's back in it.
He needs to start interrupting teams, get inside these boxes. If more duels are alive the later into the game, Smite's gonna have no chance to be able to make it work. Pledge and Degen, they're one of them. They look so strong right now, Monster. Such a repertoire of things to use in their loadout.
Those only Elams are from the drop spot, though. Rocky Reels, remember, they got to get that fight off. It allows them to make it this far for Smite. He's got so much more problems in front of him here. He does farm that tree, gives him a little bit of match, but he's got to play this one out.
Yeah, time taken away for Smite. Armored wall on the way, too, so he's forced to go towards the right, looking exactly at what he can do. There it is. One interruption.
No way.
Another shot's not really going to come in, but he's timing this all perfectly now. No builds really left. He's just moving box to box, bulldozing player after player. Smite, you're looking good, but the clock's still ticking.
He's got that grapple glove, though. He gets right to the front. Degen's on high ground. They have control of this. That might be our game winner for Smite. Clutching up right now. Down comes Degen. He needs to get in the mix here. He's out of build. And he goes for the mantle wall take, but doesn't quite find it there in the zone. There's a player. He gets chunked. He's hurt. And up he goes. Pledge is there to back him up. Pledge does find a little bit of a refresher. He's got some time, but how much time? As Vert and Blake are so comfortable on the low. They're looking up, but they're running out. They're going to need a refresh as well.
Degen upper body strength lacking to match his teammate, but let's see if Leg Day skipped for Pledge overall on high ground. Vert and Blake, they're still looking strong. We have a few solos still on the way. Which one of them can hopefully survive this final gauntlet? Pledge is now falling down. Naves and Aaron have that high ground position. Blake might have ran out of mats. They're being a little bit hesitant all the way on the front side of that zone, but it does bounce back. Everyone on low ground now will start to get in the mix. Look at Blake. Elimination after elimination, and he does not stop. Vert will fall down, but it gives this man the power to stay around. Naves, though, is just cleaving the entire lobby. Not even Blake can survive this final filter. Aaron will be there with a clutch shot to drop down soon. Spray's still coming in. They're making this a slow burn for Blake. Power, pressure, control for this high ground team. One tree in the way. They're letting the entire scenery do the talking as well. It's basically, hey, we're going straight to the finals. Blake's gonna have to pull out a weapon we haven't seen in the meta right now to be able to win this one. It's all about how Naves and Aaron want to win, and it's like that, slow and secure.
They definitely had that one in the bag the moment they sniped up for height, and what an explosive finish, though, for Vert and Blake right there, really putting up the numbers. They farm up all of that low ground there, and for a moment, it was really looking likely that they could win. But let's take a look at the highlight here.
It's just so nice. Aaron Naves, perfect timing because so many teams are out of gas on high ground. They take it over, Monster. The power is immaculate.
Great job, 5 eliminations, and that game number 1 will send Naves and Aaron directly to the finals there. Congrats on that. It's just semifinals number 2. We knew we were gonna keep the action going and wait for us to kick it off right there. That was a big round.
Yeah, some new names too, gonna be on the sides of the likes of Commandment, Avery at the same time, Acorn, Edgy, so many goats all the way up top, Duke and Clicks. I'm excited to see how these guys fare up.
Yeah, definitely. And those contested drops, Smite and Larson, let's put them in that conversation.
Thank you so much, MDF and Shia Wager. And that was just game number 1 of the semifinals day 2 competition. We still have 5 more to go. But big shout outs to Naves and Aaron. They're a team that we don't really talk too much about. So excited to see how they're going to be performing in the finals in August. But I want to shift focus to a team that did so well, held high for a little bit. That was Degen and Pledge.
Yeah, really happy to see Degen and Pledge playing these end games out. I feel like we didn't really see much of them yesterday, but today they come out and show us like, hey, we are on the higher ground. And Degen was trying so hard at one point. He was out of material. He was trying to get up to his teammate Pledge, but could not do it even with the mantle mechanic. But still, a very good game out of them. And it's good to see, again, teams that are playing this high ground. They're trying to create this identity that we have been searching for from day to day. And it's just really, really, as you can see there, that high ground take, Jacob, looked really well thought out. Just unfortunately did not have the materials in the end to back it up.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the game plan was absolutely sound. They had it in the bag. Just unfortunate enough, it was the timing that really cost them. Degen not dropping down soon enough to get the refresh on the mats, and it was still a great valiant effort overall. So they got enough cushion of game number 1 to get themselves high up on the leaderboard, I would assume.
You know what was a better effort? From our winning team. That would be Aaron and Naves there. And I can't wait to watch these highlights right now because, again, we haven't seen too much from this team.
Yeah, they're flying under the radar, but listen, when they come out, they are just amazing. 3 eliminations here coming into the end game, and they just, the timing, you talked about it, Jacob, they did such a better job than Degen and Pledge, and that's really what it came down to. They noticed that this team on high ground, they no longer have the materials, but we do. So let's go ahead and go up for it in these late moving zones. And sure enough, they just kind of find themselves in this 2v1 situation where they are very patient against a player like Blake, which is really, really good because if Blake gets that opening opportunity, he could easily turn that into a winning moment for him. But no, they were patient. They used all the spraying that they had and just cleaned it up nice and easy.
Yeah, I might have to go back and VOD review that game because honestly, if you look, they had 3 chug splashes left, a lot of heals. They had plenty of mats. I feel like they got early surge, and that's going to be the trend throughout the day.
Yeah, I rarely ever see teams, especially teams that steal height like that, putting themselves in danger, still have chug splashes at the very end. And that's why they're going to be currently sitting in our first place spot for game number 1. They have made their way all the way to the finals, but we have 5 more teams that are going to be joining them. And then, of course, 6 more after that. An indication of who 6 of those will be. It's going to be on our top 10 leaderboard right now. Of course, Blade and Vertmax. You seem quite happy about that, Jacob.
Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised. I probably Monsters in the bag, probably cheering as well. But that's not the thing. They started off hot yesterday. It was towards the later half of the games that they began to crumble. They began to fall. And hopefully this time it's not going to come through because that uncontested drop has already proved to be fruitful.
Yeah, keeping that momentum going from yesterday. Very well done from them. I was personally worried about how they were going to perform because I feel like a lot of their Storm Surge was coming from the team that was contesting them. But no, they just needed a little bit more space to work with, time to make those early rotations. And they did have to rotate all the way to the west side of the map. So it's not like they had it easy right now, but finding themselves with 6 eliminations as well, extremely good.
Let's also talk about more eliminations because Kicks and Sphinx, 8 eliminations there. And we've seen them do this before, Jacob.
Yeah, we definitely have. But the thing is that 19 points, that early elimination, it goes to show that the lobby is continuing to get active and they're going ahead and taking part of that action. I feel like as long as they stay ahead of their rotations, if they're safe with the surge, that they're going to be pretty well off. But that late eliminations, man, that's strong. That's a strong way to start.
Hey, and you mentioned it, as long as they stay ahead of the rotations, honestly, we were watching the rotation go through that mid game, and a bunch of these 8 eliminations actually came from that rotation. So they did a very good job of just finding eliminations whilst making that not so easy rotation, just taking full advantage of all the teams in their way.
I now want to look to our 7th place team right here on the edge, of course, of that top 6. And this is still just game number 1. So many things can change over the next 5 games, Vivid.
Yeah, I think this was the team team that we first saw in height. And as you can see, they do have it here from the 5th zone. But again, this Storm Surge has been something that is tough. That guy, Costa, he had 70 builds, but then he still had 10 charges in the grapple glove. I feel like with this new Storm Surge, we have to see teams adapt to it. They have to start using their grapple gloves throughout the mid game during those tough rotations instead of spending, I don't know, like 40 builds on them. Whereas you could just probably get away with 2-3 charges, then you would still have 7 for the end game.
Honestly, I like the way you said that because one of our teams that qualified yesterday, Chimp and Spade, that's their exact strategy.
Exactly.
They're not scared to use those grapple glove charges very, very early on to get themselves that safe spot.
Do you think some people are over prioritizing the grapple gloves?
They're definitely good. Like, you know what I mean? They do work as sort of that harpoon. You can grab woot with them, then you can make some of those tough rotations. I just feel like some of these teams aren't necessarily as experienced with them, which could be detrimental to the game plan. Because like I said, you have to be willing to use them throughout the mid game, not just save them for the end game.
Yeah, to me, it's not so much about the grapple gloves, but whoever holds the grapple gloves.
That's right. The grapple gloves are only as good as the man that holds them, everyone. That was just game number 1. We still have 5 more games to go. And with the battle bus ready, we're ready to go to game number 2. Take it away, MDF and Shio.
Game 2.
Here we have it. That was a great way to give us a moment to go ahead and breathe for a second there. Vert and Blake looked like they were going to do something phenomenal, but you saw the highlight. Zeus, man, he's pretty much, he's going to be having nightmares about that one.
Yeah, he's a contender a little bit. You know, gods can fall too. It's all good for Zeus. At the same time, Vivid, Jacob, bring up a very good point. It's not just the end game monster I have to pay attention to. The mid game. That's where a bunch of the Elans, especially on these top squads that Smite and Larson are coming from.
Yeah, definitely. And that story, I think game 1 story is, way to be contested and overcome the problems, right? All of our contested teams, Pamstu Thatch, Chewy, Fable, Taco, they actually managed to turn not only their early game elimination success into something great, but they did carry that into the mid game.
Absolutely, and also if you're uncontested, that doesn't mean you're unproblematic overall. You got an entire new equation, a new Sunday crossword to figure out, and no one knows the answers to that one just yet in NAEs.
Yeah, definitely. And one of those, you know, people trying to solve the riddles, Redux, Levi's down south. You saw what they did. They rotated out. They started just becoming the thorn in all types of player sides. I mean, that is the kind of momentum you need coming into these games. And what is interesting about this is they were ahead of the Storm Surge, but they did not allow that to stop them from targeting teams and fighting. And that's why we're jumping on this bus. I heard it there.
Yeah, let's jump right in. We're asking so many questions. It's time to get a few answers overall on NA East. That first game was an amalgamation of mid-game problems for every single team. Now they're rocking with a little bit of experience. How does it look for game number 2?
It's going to be a big game 2 here. As we already saw, a sample size of the games to roll out. But of course, when you win, you open up some more opportunity here.
Absolutely, and we know exactly where those samples are coming from. Greasy Grove on screen right now. Aoxy, Fable, Chewy, they're ready to go again. And the fact that, you know, little taco stand is so high up in the sky, it just makes it so that the drop is so much more so interesting overall.
That's crazy. Mega unfortunate as well. They didn't have a single weapon up there.
Yeah.
That could have been very bad, but luckily, Aoxy and crew are like, yeah, we don't want to take that battle again. We're going to split up here. I think it's just so happened to work in their favor. But on the other side, not so much success for Nawson. Again this time here, Sin and Edge were the team that won the last one, and remember what happened shortly afterwards. They got rolled up on and dropped.
Bryce also taking a brunt force of the damage. He has a little bit of a loadout to work with right now. Still can't really get close to this one. And personal, he has AR, so that'll be a long distance conversation.
Big eliminations in the feed in the meanwhile. Bobby and Plur getting very, very active. Costa winning their draw spot as well. So it's not all sun and sunshine and rainbows for Costa and Zeus. They have a contested drop as well. Meanwhile, Blake contested there too. Okay, we have some stories and some adjustments being made to the world right now. We'll tune in with all that. We'll catch up soon, but my gosh, meanwhile, Bryce just holding down a low ground right here, trying to play defensively.
This type of situation, when you're on low ground, kind of playing turtle, you get access to a lot more mats. The team around you gets access to a lot more loot, so it's kind of damage versus survival. Cell now, close range pistol in play. He's got variants of ammunition as well, mantling all around. Edge will be able to dictate where this fight starts once again. Bryce trying to accelerate it though. Isolated situation here. He's gonna find one and box up. Still now in trouble. We know his close range loadout is not that good. Bryce has the mats, does not have the power to survive though. Okay, he's still active right now, still having trouble to find out exactly where he is. Bryce gets the finish. That is huge. Siphon there now, uses a few good shots. Bryce, you survive! Madman, how'd you do it? That should not be allowed, but he makes it possible.
Okay, my jaw hit the stage. What? Hello? With the pistol? And then picks up the loot off the down body. How did he do that? That was crazy. Rocky Reels, a fight. Rages on here. Pledge and DGen win it once again. No love for XF and Snake, a team that is phenomenal when it comes down to playing average placements and playing endgame. For them not to, you know, for them to give up their draw spot they was winning yesterday is so questionable. They come on over, and DGen and Pledge are just not having none of that. They're making they're just making quick work of them.
It's like the celebrity going out and then, like, you know, they get denied access to something. They're like, you know who I am? Like, is this really what you're trying to do? If these are the Pledge, there's no chance.
I feel like it's like when a celebrity drops a hit song, they're like, no, I'm not performing that anymore. It's over. I'm just not going to do it. I want to perform something new. I got some new music I want to sample out, and it's not hitting as well. That's what we're seeing here for Vert and Blake, though. Blake caught an early elimination. It looks like it makes sense that the team was landing far south, potentially at Rocky Reels, and they maybe sniped that player out the sky, hit him a few times. It makes sense because they are still completely uncontested here. So a quick pickup for them is, you know, well warranted.
Yeah, one of the best things about Condo Canyon, especially when you have that zone, you have a lookout to Chonkers, Shuffled Shrines as well, and the Joneses. We know there's lots of fights there. Vivid's talking about the best spots on the map where you're getting a few of those VRs, about 40% of them coming away from non-named POIs. There's a ton on that south side, so they have kind of the control of the airspace of that entire side of the map.
Definitely. On the other side, Convicted and Jelly taking a fight here on the water for game number 2. Let's watch this play out. We saw Shiesty get hunted down before, in one of the few teams to at least win some of those early game battles, but it's what you do afterwards that matters. So let's see if he can repeat that performance here. Bill's looking clean, looking sharp here. Okay, takes it to the sky. Great cone. That's his wall. Swings around. Another cone. Doesn't quite catch him yet, though. Make 3 shots there. On a pause.
Getting kind of Goomba stomped on the head right now, Convicted. Got to be able to build, keep up, absolutely, but also land the shots. That's his cone. Okay, hold up. There's a chance. Jump peek, kind of baited out. Now Convicted goes all the way over. Looks like to put it down below. Jelly. There's natural habitat for the moment around the water, but he's then out of steam and mats. Dropping all the way down. The mantle actually pulls him up. No, it's actually the grapple glove. He's using all the charges to stay alive now. Desperation in the play for Jelly. Hiding in the darkness down there too. Tough for Convicted to be able to see. It's gonna be tough, and Shiesty's just on the backside trying to provide a little bit of support, but I don't see it doing anything right now. He's on all the heals as well, so they'll have to move up. Get a shower from that keg to make sure he's full HP.
They're gonna take the trades here, probably be content with that. Both sides seem to really be well matched here. But that 2-shot shotgun does a lot of damage onto Convicted. They did find that opportunity. Let's see it. Now they're trying to look for an opener. Afraid it's not gonna reveal itself.
If you're at home right now and really want, you know, a type of vibe of vacation, you can live vicariously through Convicted Shiesty. This is how it looks like when you're in the tropics of Fortnite.
That's right. Water, beaches, little islands, and of course, that nagging neighbor ready to bother your vacation. The Convicted and Shiesty are here to shoo them away. Let's see it. To find it again, and look, now down to 9 builds, so this is slowly draining them of all their material, their ammunition, everything that they have, and they're in desperate town now.
I think that has to be very careful with every floor even that he puts down. It's a little bit of fuel offensively that he can't take. Trixie can see through those wooden builds and know exactly where his opponents are. He's pre-editing or getting ready for an edit. Let's see what can happen next. And Victor's going to try something. That's what they have to do when they're down on mats, when they're down on luck and pressure. Stick together and go for shots.
Shotgun.
That's going to be huge. Convicted has no ammunition. He still has that shotgun out. I'm not sure if he realizes this. He doesn't know. And his teammate can't even tell him. Never mind, he does. The professionals.
Figured out late. For a second there, he is looking pretty desperate. We've all been there before with that weapon's not reloaded. You think you're good, and then you realize you made a mistake. But Clixie here, they're playing just great defense. You can see Jelly has 2 eliminations, so because they finished up a team here, Convicted thought they were gonna walk in here and get a team that was weak. But no, they have much more ammunition than them. They still have heals, grapple gloves, so the fact that they can decide if they want to continue the fight is really up to Clixie and Jelly here, and they're going to go ahead and stick this one out. They swing their way on up to high ground. I think they recognize they've both exhausted material, and now they're just going to sit here.
This isn't all in. It's all the way up top on this position. I'm pretty sure it can be edit chopped or something. Yep, there it is from Convicted. They're starting to go for it. The trick to this one is just leaving 2 or just 1 wall up, so it's silent. It's coming down halfway. Looks like they maybe even just retouch it, or there's a wall that's not edited. Clicksy, excuse me, can't really do much all the way from this spot up top. Shiesty, he's got the brick edited right now on the left side. That's all that really is. There it is. Final chop down comes in. Shiesty's ready. He gets stomped on. Clicksy at low HP. The trade is not going to come through. Their trap is their own pitfall. Clicksy and Jelly were ready for that one.
That's crazy because Shiesty looked like they had that in the bag. Convicted. It was a great strategy. It was a great play that they set up, but it did not work.
I'm liking the triple update patch that I rolled up to the mini miner bot. I'm going to tune in again and see what the news looks like now.
Thank you so much, Shai. The mini-miner bot has been upgraded, and so has Vert's ammo. Of course, we saw them doing really, really well in game number 1. They're actually buying a lot of the ammo at the vending machines. Of course, we saw Bryce's teammate going down earlier. They managed to pick up the reboot in that instance there, so they're still alive. And now we're seeing a team Elsa and his teammate landing at the drop spot of the team that won game number 1, which is now free.
Nice adjustments there from Elsa. Looking nice, snowy. Frozen. I think one big thing too from Mini, right? He's talking about vending machines and ammunition on one side. Every time he speaks Monster, it feels like I visited an ice cream machine. It's sweet, the info he gives out.
Yeah, definitely. And he's definitely a package.
In the business. And yeah, now we can see exactly what the winning spot from Aaron last game will do for Elsa and Fuse right now. I mean, I think one big thing for that spot, for their situation in general, that last game was so unique, Monster. Almost a painting in terms of the way the zone looked, right? Greasy, left side, double pull. You don't usually see that. Now they're going for a very common south side desert type beat going on. It kind of pulls towards the east as well. Also, we'll be playing a natural game on the South Rockies, so it's going to be tough overall to see the same type of pressure that they can have from the spot.
Yeah, very contrasting zones from game 1 to game 2. We get to see a little bit of everything now, so let's see how the players perform on that other side. This area is much different terrain-wise. You can see these little hoodoos, as Sundown once Mike taught me. One day taught me these little mountaintops that you can kind of build up on top of. They'll be the homes for the teams that are looking to farm tags from a distance, not necessarily box fight and dive onto people. Clarity and Slacks had a pretty decent game 1, an okay start for them. We didn't see them have surge issues. It was just more of a mid to end game type rotate beat that they were caught out on and then punished. So let's see if they can start to patch up their gameplay, figure out how to play into this new season style, and overcome the adversary.
Pamso and Fasha rocking through too. Kind of late from their drop spot. Usually they're one of the early rotators, so wondering what changed this game. Elsa and Fuse not feeling the power of the spot. It's Sphinx and Kicks coming in, and look at them roll at full speed for this one. They have 27 seconds to wrap this one up. I guarantee they know that Fuse is down inside the box right now. And we saw Sphinx before. When they're in the spot Monster, when he's specifically pushing the box, he does not slow down.
It's one of our current elimination leaders as well. They were up there on the top, so pay attention to them. This is how they do it. They're not willing, they're not afraid to fight. They're not afraid to come to the edge. And you can see they are working their way up the standings. They just wanted to get the security of that elimination, that knock there. Now they leave Elsa behind playing smart because they have to get to the zone.
A very smart thing they're doing too is they're moving forward using brick. There's so many clusters still all the way at the back. They can reform that, and that's huge because eventually you're gonna have to do what D-Roller and Knife are doing on screen right now. It's make these big bases, controlling those mats, the mat count, Monster, it matters.
D-Roller and Knife are not safe either. It's the same position they were in before. Big base, big tags. The trades here, Cease. Where's your partner? Okay, Day trailing behind here. Cease is leading the rotate.
They're on the same screen, right? They're on the same mini-map.
And you know what? That's such an improvement. We've seen moments where these guys were so far apart, it looked like they were two solos not playing the same game. User and Illis, though, in another fight. Illis is sneaky at finding these opportunities. They will quite literally walk up to a base and find you unexpectedly. Right now it's working here as Illis, all points here earned are off of his eliminations, but no. Door open. He gets punished now. Piece of his own medicine. It's Curly Baby. The piece comes in though. User looking pretty solid here. Doesn't quite get it. It's not looking too hot for this team right now.
This is a sloppy fight from all sides. Now trouble for User as well as he blocks off two walls, yes, but also blocks off two options on how he wants to move out. Curly will know exactly where these guys are coming from. He's ready to maybe even make a few edits, but they're also fighting with time, Monster. The zone, as soon as it locks in, will start to do double damage. It'll be 2 a tick instead of 1. Still manageable. They got splashes, they got the mist. They don't want to stay in here for too long.
They're going to leave behind a bunch of metal as well. Just the leftovers of what was the team that they took out there. Meanwhile, on the feed, Visuals finds Mason. So Visuals and Scope continue to find a little bit of success, right? From game 1 to game 2, continue to make their appearances after making it out of that Tilted Towers draw spot. On the other side, Simple and Okies. The debut to the weekend here, Saturday. Jumping into the conversation. Fishing Cast well below the surge right now. This is a dangerous position to be in, and they're inside the storm here. This is now officially a 2-tick storm that will start to do a lot of damage outside of course, the surge that is currently active, and now they need these tags so desperately here. Throw your double kegs down or something. You got to start healing now. There it is. Splashes start coming out. Kegs are coming down. Okay, they have time now.
Same time, Fish doesn't have too much when it just comes to White Heels. I'm not sure if he's the one who picked up Sneaky or it was someone else. Polo still in that box. They might be even getting tagged down themselves. That might be the team desperate across the screen, across the ways as well. 3 players still need to go down. This is huge for them, Monster. You're right. 122 above.
From 200 below, mind you, and they just double open fired on Sneaky. That was the wrong peak for him to make. Both of them hit just clean headshots. And now Glace and Elite, Hoofish and Cass can work together to focus this team here if they catch on. But you can see Glace and Elite, that armor wall tells us they had already too much pressure for them to worry about fighting right now.
No honor among thieves with Glace and Elite either. They're actually rattling Hoofish's body as he moves right above them as well. So that's going to be a freebie for them. Hoofishy, though, getting close and personal. Now Kaz is inside enemy territory. They have no control down here. Nothing to actually edit either. I'm not sure what the play is here for them because they're going to start to get picked off. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. And
Polo gets the finish.
Polo as well. Another 70. This is the best case scenario for Polo. You might not be able to play out the game, but my boy, you just got 4 free points in terms of eliminations. How is this even allowed?
He's trying to figure out now where the extra tags are coming from. Kaz is like, oh, timeout. I got to get the save here. He's inside all types of enemy territory. There it is. Another tag comes in. Polo. Full shield crack here. He's hunting. He should be able to close this one out.
This is perfect for Glace and Elise at the back as well. They can just move all the way out. They can ignore this. Ooh. Here's Polo confirming it though. Another one walking in. It's the pickaxe! No. The pickaxe from Polo. This man does not care.
Not only that, Kaz dropped all his mats and everything, and it wasn't fully picked up. Polo snipes that too. That was crazy. But he does lose his teammate in the process. But what a clutch, man. That's maybe the third 1v2 or so we've seen in the last 2 days that was actually impressive. Like, tough one today, 2 on the day. We can make a counter for it. That was pretty well.
I'm not sure what Kaz and Hoofisher were doing either. Maybe, you know, lost a bingo game or something. They just went so far in. Maybe tunnel visioning just for that damage. They have so much of it, though. They look good. That was one of the calls to make inside Fortnite.
Hey, that was a call, all right. Yeah, we'll just call it that for now. You know, they're going to have to review that one, but that's what happens, right? He was so confident that he knew where the player was.
Yeah.
He chose that box in particular. That down body was not there. That was it. Walker, though, having a very tough time. Walkers and Shadows really not making too many appearances. Many middling performances for them so far. That's a team that can win games. We've seen them do that before. Pamster getting active, though. Knocks onto Dauda. TK gets the finish there too. On the other side, Taco just finishes up the fight, and we can see what the punishment was, the trade, the payment that was losing Chewy here. So our third place team might just be focused out here.
It's tough when you're in the zone shooting outside in. You already know how desperate it is. You know, basically you're just gonna go for a few eliminations. You're not here to really see out the full game. Locked in that armored wall too. The option for encrypted is just to chop out. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to find that either. Looking at the rest of the zone, though, there's a bunch of people towards that south, bottom left side. Right ahead of where Taco encrypted and Zuck need to go. It'll be tough for them to move on out at this moment because not only do they have to get past this spot, past this mini-boss of Taco up top, they have to also move in the zone.
Here's Thatch and Pamsu. We saw Ritual and TK finish up eliminations that they had knocked. And there's the loot. Ritual runs into the zone for it. Keep in mind, that Storm is doing around 5 damage a tick, so you really do not want to be sitting there for that. They have one of the longest rotates as well to make here. They do have the grapple gloves, a lot of old builds in front of them, but the focus now, teams that are so situated, and this is what makes this terrain so difficult to play for. You see how vertical it is. They can see directly down into these valleys. Sphinx and Kicks have the same problem, but luckily for them, they're on the outskirts here, but there it is. The shots coming in from those well-situated teams.
I'm not the difference in rotation between Thatch and Pamsto, and then what we saw last game from D-Roller. D-Roller likes to instantly grapple, move out, take a few tags, hide, and then move again. It's like a pit stop shot, right? On the other side, Thatch and Pamsto, they're going to run as fast as possible first, and then grapple after. Taco, I don't really need to describe exactly what he needs to do. This is, maybe gonna drink a water, think about the next game.
Yeah, you know, he thought about it. He's like, if I go up the mountain, it's game over. If I go down, there's maybe a chance, but no, gets spotted out. He gets taken out. For D-Roller and Knifey, they're gonna have to jump in a box. They're going to have to take a fight. 6 players have to go down now, as Pole is one of the ones that are finished. Let's watch it. They're setting up, they're looking around. Options are in front of them. Teams in the distance, can they get the trades? Not quite. You might have to go up and choose that team above. Pamsto and Fast get punished on the rotate. This is not looking good. They're also below the surge now. Those fights, that elimination they got before, not enough. Now down the wood. This is a telltale sign to the lobby. They are in a bad spot here. Pamsto has to go up and literally face check this team with a shotgun shot, or it might be over. There's a player below him. Okay, get the siphon. There it is. That's a much better decision. You know what? I'll eat my words. Villets just got feasted on. 200 above now. They're still in the game.
They both won their individual fights as well within that vertical box. Never see a fight like that break out specifically. D-Roller taking a bit of damage, but it is planned for now. They've got that keg rolling. They just want to get tags. They are below.
What is that?
37. Look at the line of players up here. D-Roller and Knifey are looking ahead in the zone to find anyone. There's nothing. Everyone's side by side.
And they all have to go south. They have to give up these prime positions, these mountains that they've situated on. And they have to not only jump off, which is going to be a material commitment, or grapple gloves if you're lucky enough to have that in your inventory, but you got to get across here.
Really going to try to do it. This is one of the best spots on the map to use grapple gloves. The mountains on all sides, and some of the builds are perfect to be able to maneuver with, but Knifey D-Roller, they fumbled a traversal bag, and now he's just stuck in a sandstorm in low ground. Drinking minis, it's looking big, but unfortunately for Knifey, there's not much else after that. A 2-shot, a wallop of damage, but he's lost D-Roller in the progress. He's lost the overall endgame win condition of having his dual partner alive. He's not going to be able to take height, and now everyone will stomp, stomp, stomp right past and above him. The grappler, 3 charges left. That's all he has left in the bag, but he's in that spotlight, and it's shining bright for him. Lights out. He's done.
Out of material, no way to protect himself, and talk about a funnel. This is what makes Fortnite so unique. We were highlighting that the game can get pretty interesting, and you just watched how interesting. That valley just set up everyone for failure. The punishment comes into whomever had the little bit of zone favor there, and the positioning, the base, the setup. Look at this. Illis, no heals to work with right now. He loses teammate, and he's a little too far to share anything. It's not looking good. Another southern pool. It's another max distance. Oh my.
We thought the pressure would stop for the teams. Illis thought it was all over. It just got put on pause. The journey, it's not stopping. This is a long road trip, and it does wind down through many mountains, rivers, and valleys. Blake staying sky high in the clouds above it all. Does not care for where the zone goes. He has prime position. He has an angle on every grappler too in the sky. Look at the focus from him on the left side of your screen. Eyes darting left, right, center. Looking at the shots, currently aiming down at 200 meters of range. This man is precise. This man is lethal.
We just watched 2 of the most difficult zones pull directly into Blake and Vert's side. Like, they're having a great time.
Marketability.
Everyone else, no. They're having a hard time. They're pretty upset right now. They're trying to figure this game out. They are scrapping by with nothing. Look at Redux's loadout. Look at Road Shark's HP. This is tough situation after tough situation unfolding here. Redux has to give it up. Yes, actually leave his teammate behind, and a potential down opportunity there. The zone does the rest, but the punishment's been dealt. The siphon keeps him in. Can he get more? Great tag there. He needs to finish here to stay in the game, but no, the zone takes him out. AV will get the siphon there and the material. Zeus and Costa back in this. Somehow actually looking pretty decent. And now the zone finally decides, hey, yeah, we'll give you one. Let's go back your way.
Imagine how good that is for the height team, though. Blake and Vert for the moment, if they're still up there, so many people have used the grapplers through that valley. So many people have used shields to stay alive. They have nothing to contest height. Look at all the HP bars, too, for the people on the backside of the zone. Look down there at Revised, Wanted. They're just fragmented, shattered, splintered. There's nothing these players can do. And Blake and Vert, they're on vacation right now. The sun's just shining bright.
AV's the opportunity of the lifetime here if they can catch him, but no, he ain't manages to base up now. It's top 5 versus 4th. Season Day in an end game here. Somehow managing to stay alive in what was the most difficult zone we've seen today. Of course, it is just game 2. Many more in front of us. Cease at 4 eliminations, they at 2. It's like a different type of player we're watching right now. Get active here. Goes for the wall take, sneaks up the side here. Days down though. Not a great trade. And uncharacteristically, he didn't get the exchange there. So it's up to Cease by himself. The grapple up. Finally beginning to use it this late in the game. And the one build, the build that he needed most to stay alive is going to keep him there. Jelly and Clixie still up right now. 6 elims for them too. They're just rocketing their way back into the standings.
The question is, who in the sand can build a castle big enough to be able to take on the high ground team of Blake and Vert? We know they're powerful, we know they're strong, and they have the materials to last the whole entire game. Revised a bunch of these solos. It's not going to really be enough for them from this point onwards. I'm looking at Pledge, I'm looking at Degen, I'm looking at some of these other low ground teams. Zeus and Costa walking side by side. They take little tags vertically, but horizontally it is Revised, and a bunch of teams just splintering them apart. Blake finds another one.
And when you see players running across like that, dashing, it's because they literally do not want to expend any material. They might have some, but you want to steal away as much opportunity as possible. It's a sign of extreme desperation. Vert and Blake are in the best spot right now, and they have the position here.
Yeah, and the zone also blesses them even harder. Big old rock in the center of everything, stressing everyone's mats even more. Degen now, auto hearts. Revised now, taken out. They sneak over from the left side. Jelly also knows what's going down. They have control of Blake and Vert. They've got so many mats and metal still active in here. And it's a chaos on the high ground. A hostile takeover. Vert and Blake, they're still about the business. They don't want any fight, any type of say in this transaction. Clixie now, without a teammate, has to take on the duo. Do they know where everyone is? No, it's just Pledge by himself in a 1v2.
Clixie took out Degen. Pledge is left by himself now. Vert and Blake gave up high ground. Just methodically as well. They come down when they sense a little bit of pressure, and here they are. They have a couple mats, but they must be wondering, how did we manage to turn this around, and do we have the advantage right now? Well, they have the manpower, but now it's up to hit the shots here. We saw what they did last game. A second place, now looking to go for first. Pledge has to do something big, and he has to do it now. Here it is. He had it come through. A beautiful angle. Down goes Vert. He's got so little health, but no, he sneaks away the side there. But look at this. Pledge still has a little bit of a win condition. He's smart to stay back right now and not reveal himself because he does not have material. Blake and them are now realizing that. They know it. They turn around and they find him. And just like that, Vert and Blake basically go back to back.
Fishing, hook, line, and sinker. The bait, he falls for it from the high ground. So close overall for Pledge. The try was very nice, but at the same time, to be able to adapt like that in the storm, Blake, Vert, not only are you powerful, you guys are geniuses.
And also, you capitalize. Let's be honest, very, very lucky. They pulled incredible zone favor, and sometimes that's all it can take to really make the difference, to give you up the opportunity again. And that's how it happens. Look at the wide shot here. Pledge was like, there's no way I go out in the open right now. And look, the pop off. Let's go, Blake. He jumps up. He's excited. He's feeling good. We're feeling good. We'll see you in the finals. Game 2 goes to Vert and Blake.
Smiles all the way to the top. I'm just so glad that it ended like that. A little bit of a heel-off kind of situation in tandem with the shooting and the action. It's such a nice bait and switch.
And it was all in the desert. So from the west to now the east, we are getting so much in play here. But of course, now we get to see who's in the top 6.
Thank you so much, MDF and Shio. We saw Vert and Blake in the top 6 beforehand, but they're no longer going to be there because they have made their way to the finals to get second place in game 1 and then to get the VR in game number 2. They are going to be a big contender in the finals. And Jacob, I know you're feeling pretty good right now.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling great. I keep talking about it. The curse of Westman's Pass is over. And Ghost, Blake, and Vert right now just got to be feeling on top of the world. But Degen and Pledge, though, from the bottom of the world, not going to be on top. But they got back-to-back great placings with a great number of eliminations. Now that Blake and Vert qualified, they have to be sitting in first.
Yeah, and they're hitting pretty much the reverse card right now. Degen and Plen last game, that first game, they were on the high ground, and then throughout those moving zones, they got it taken from them. Right here, they're like, listen, we just had this happen to us last game. Let's try it out. They go up for the high ground, try to take it in the moving zones, and it works out. But they're left with only a solo in Pledge to do it in a 1v2 situation. And unfortunately, he does lay some great shots here onto Vert, but it doesn't end up working out. But I want to talk about that situation from Vert there because he kind of bait and switches those shots out. As Shio said, he takes a bunch of damage and he knows that Blake has all of those chug splashes off in the zone, and Vert actually runs to Blake and joins in on the healing process, so that way Pledge does not get the knock and or the siphon. really well played.
Yeah, which was very, very important because a lot of people probably questioning, why did they give up the high ground? Why? But if you look at the amount of pressure that they're putting on the lobby, it's just relentless. Blake, from 354 small bullets, he had nothing left over by the time that final zone appeared. They were sitting good on Surge throughout the entirety of the game. And it goes to show that last qualifier or last semifinals, that bad finish at the end, it's not even in their mind anymore.
That right there, I love that, Kelly. They were using the zip line to get from mountain to mountain. Otherwise, there's no way they're making that rotation.
I think that speaks to their confidence and their know-how. So many of these teams wouldn't use that zip line, and so many teams wouldn't give up. And look at him. Yes, this reaction. It is so good. And I know that you were doing the exact same thing, Jacob.
Maybe rehearsed it. Maybe we rehearsed it together because I did get a chance to kind of interview him, but that's where I kind of got a little bit of the insight. It's great to VOD review. It's great to watch these guys and try to figure out the little intricacies within their gameplay, but being able to talk to them, being able to converse with them and figure out their strategy firsthand, it's a whole different story.
And that's what helps them. You know, they're right next to their drop spot, Kelly, right next to Condo Canyon, down in that desert, so they're familiar with that area for sure.
And now they're going to be familiar with this area right here, our winner screen, everyone, for day 2 of the semifinals. They're going to be joining Naves and Aaron in the finals in the middle of August. But we're going to be taking a quick look at our top 10 leaderboard, of course. And now Degen and Pledge, of course, not much of a surprise in our first place spot. But Costa and Zeus thundering in second place.
Yeah, actually a team that has not made FNCS finals, so they are trying to make their first one right here. So it's great to see them finding themselves in second place. But again, a team that I want to talk about, Cease and Day. Jacob, you know, you talked about them a bunch. They got to find their rhythm somehow, and it looks like it's starting to work for them today. I want to tell everybody at home that Miro is in the call today. He's playing that role of a coach for his ex-duo, his ex-trio mate, and it seems like it's working wonders so far.
Yeah, it allows Cease a little bit more of that freedom to focus on his gameplay, but a huge night and day performance out of these guys. And the reason why I want to really point this game number 2, because a lot of the stats, it's games 2 through 5 is where they skid down that leaderboard and have such poor performances, but it's great to see them move up 11 spots and really take control of their future.
Jacobs, your puns never ceases to amaze me. Now, looking down here, of course, we have Kix and Sphinx in 4th place, also jumping up 11 points. We have Silver and Golden and jumping up 18 points. Whoa, Crazy and Revised. My goodness, right there, showcasing just how much can change in these games. But that was just game number 2. We still have 4 more games to go, and we really don't see the top 10 leaderboard solidify until those final 2 games right now. But, I mean, obviously, you know, this is just game number 2 of the semifinals where we're seeing these changes to Storm Surge. And now that a lot of these players have kind of gotten used to it, what are the adjustments you're starting to see, Jacob?
I'm starting to see these guys obviously go for Surge very, very early on. You already talked about the switch-ups, that they're not necessarily carrying that any variation of the shotgun, to be honest. They're putting both that Striker Burst and their Stinger so they can output so much damage and really try to set themselves up for a good game, because then while the rest of the lobby is going through all that chaos, it's just easy, quick rotations.
And we were talking about it backstage. We were like, listen, this is way less aggressive than EU. So I feel like some of these players maybe haven't adjusted too much to the Storm Surge yet, and they're still trying to play that passive from range tag meta that we saw previously, but it's just not working here. That's why we're seeing a lot of teams in shambles positions.
We still have 4 more games to see that aggression, though, everyone, and maybe we're going to be seeing that in game number 3. Let's find out.
Game 3.
Game number 3 of NA East, and Monster Deep Face, for a second, zen out with me. Vivid mentioned it. It's a passive region. It's all about tranquility and strategy here today.
I'm seeing it. We're seeing it play out. They're taking their time. Players are trying to feel it out, but how much more time do you have left? We're approaching the halfway mark now.
Yeah, the zenness is kind of getting out of meditation mode. I'm not exactly sure what some of these players at the bottom of the side need to do. It might be time to get aggressive, rise all the way up. Revised, I mean, he kind of overcame those hurdles on day number 1. He's now here on day number 2 looking good. At the same time, is that enough to send him all the way to the finals?
And also, the leaderboard is telling us it's becoming closer and closer now. Look at the standings. Really pay attention to how many teams were able to jump up. 10, 15, almost 20 spots for some. Revised jumping 18. It's telling us that the points, the margin for the points is very, very close. And the teams that were doing very well have won. Literally punched their way out. Vert and Blake are kind of opening up the field here. It's almost like a reset situation, but let's get on the Fortnite bus.
Yeah, pop-offs all around for the first 2 games, but this is where we switch the story up. It's about consistency. Who can stay now inside that top 6? Who can thrive and stay alive for a VR, getting all the way to the finals? I mean, we'll find out in this game.
Here it is. Chonker Speedway is up first. Rocky Reels is going to be up early as well. And of course, we know those drop spots are contested. Snake and X have not found success against DGen and Pledge, but they're here to try it once again. DGen and Pledge are our #1 leading team, although contested for the last 2 games. They land at the same exact spot, and look at this. DGen happily lands at the bottom section because he knows there's more loot here, but the shotgun, that's an advantage here. To 2-shot as well. Oh no, both sides are punished.
Except up top, Snake and might even wrap in and get him out. Yeah, 1 for 1. The pressure's enough, and you said it might have been okay for DGen to be there. I don't think both DGen and his duo could be in that spot at the same time.
Yeah, definitely not. You see what happens when you do land together like that. I mean, they risked it, really. They risked it all. And it did not pay off that time. So, okay, first place out of the game, 75 points is where they get locked. That's really going to be a major setback here as we're looking at 6 overall games here. So you drop 1, it's all right. You drop 2, you're in a world of problem. Anything beyond that, you're probably going to need a victory royale. For Chewy and Taco, they're in that conversation as well. They have thrown 1 game out the window, and now they really have very little room to make any mistakes with again, but they're currently inside the top 8. They're also contested by Aoxy, and you can tell that this time it's a much better start for them. They have a lot of loot, but the greed I'm seeing here, holding on to it, so hopefully he doesn't get ambushed.
Yeah, I got to make sure you're balancing out gaining info and gaining a lot of that loadout and materials at the same time. For Fatch, kind of different. I think they've spent so much time, too, up in their POI. Usually these guys were fast movers. As a result, also struggle with Surge.
Look at this. Fash opened that chest and the loot spewed outside. He was like, where'd it go? There it is. He finds it. Picks up the pistol. The first opportunity to catch some long-range tags, and he gets 2. You know, I was talking to Mini Miner about Pamsto and Fatch, and I've kind of figured out why they've been struggling every season, which is mind-boggling to me. They have always chosen really odd drop spots. The scrappy, just, yeah, let's make this work type drop spots, instead of saying, you know what? I'm going to take Greasy Grove. Like, imagine giving a team like that an actual tier 1 spot, an S tier loot opportunity. I think we'd see it just a different form from them. Consistency, they have it, but it's like when you're playing up there, come on, you're making it hard for yourself.
It's actually really tough, and it might just be like a nature versus nurture type thing. I think W Carey used to play with these players as well. I'm pretty sure at some point way back in the day, used to land Junk Junction. It might just be these guys are used to the outskirts of the map, used to the scrap. That's where they were born.
The last time we saw an FNCS champion do that, oh yeah, there it is, Ghost Town. Never, they're usually always claim the best spots, and for whatever reason, Pamsto and Fatch has not done that. We'll see though. Maybe I just need to tell them like, hey, you know, you ever thought about this?
Yeah.
But for Season Day, let's get on to the conversation at the Rave Cave. They're looking pretty good. They're in 3rd place, a big jump up for them, kind of putting them inside the conversation. And we counted them out, I'm not gonna lie. I'm still very much worrisome about the Season Day combo because making endgame seems to be the most difficult thing for them. But let's jump into this fight.
Chewy, Fable Taco. It's kind of like our prime time television right now, because this fight's happening almost every single game. This time, though, it's not taking to the skies. It's down towards the ground. It's exactly where he actually wants to be around. Shiesty in the other box as well. Chewy's gonna be able to maybe get in, maybe get out. Doesn't really matter, because this time Taco's the one coming up on top. Shiesty gonna get followed through with. Not sure how that shot didn't take him out. It's a matter of time. Just pickaxe in. Is it another disrespectful finish? Nah, they wrap it up clean like.
2 elims, but outside, another team listening, lurking nearby, starting to walk their way into the Greasy Grove here. But they're a little too late. They're not going to find anything other than a healthy team that's on fire right now inside the top 6. Very, very nice. Those 4 points that they earned themselves, jumped them on up. Zeus and Costa, honestly, coasting under the radar here. Taking up the Chonker Speedway. See, and this is what I talk about. Obviously, we know some of these real drop spots are going to open up, and you know, this is where you take advantage of. You say, all right, you know what? I can land here. I could qual from here.
But you can't fight Bugha and Miro in finals.
That's right.
You know, you got to be able to adapt past that too. Maybe that's how we get some of the scrappers every season on the edges of the map, right? They can make it in. They can't get the maximum control. I like that theme. I'm going to keep coming back to it throughout the entire day. But Crazy and Revised, 11 spots gained on the leaderboard. And they're not even stopping, gaining surge tags over and over. Looks like Scoped and Visuals might be there in a second. Shadow and Walker, I feel like we saw them with so much control in the quals. Now they're kind of just like the featured everyone else's tracks. We see them third partying so many fights unsuccessfully most of the time too.
They're one of those outer scrappy teams that play the outskirts, and you can see it's been very, very difficult for them. They were that team that we were just talking about, lurking outside the Greasy Grove. They jump on Chewy, they jump on Taco. Nothing comes from it. Looks like both sides are gonna hit a little bit of a neutral stance here. Walker's in Shadow holding cones right now, just looking at what's going on here, while Chewy's trying to farm up his metal. This is a part of his actual loot route, by the way. They want to get these materials. So the longer Walker's in Shadow allowed him to do that, the more Taco and Chewy are kind of sticking to their game plan. And that's the difference between the two. Walker and Shadows do not want to be there.
Look at that, No Sweat Summer. In all its glory, Rogue Shark and Redux. Got such a nice view as they rock all the way in, but the sweatness, it's active here for these guys. I mean, they've been contested off spawn for an entire day on Friday. Now we tune into day 2, Saturday, and they finally kind of get to play the game. Still, top 8, really good after 2. They want to solidify that into a top 5.
And right as I was about to say, that was the most peaceful glide in the most aggressive meta we have ever seen. Redux just gets shredded by Snake and Except there. All good things come to an end. And for Except, that's where all of his shields are going to be reinvested to get him back in the game. For Simple and Okies, that conversation is only just beginning for these two right here. Keep them in mind. Going into the qualifier today, getting their first opportunities now to go ahead and try to go to the finals here from the semi-stage. D-Roller and Knifey on high ground. This is their strategy. This is their identity here. Play for the big towers. Whoa, but they got problems.
It falls. All the tiles topple. Knifey, though, has the shot on the right side. They have a little bit of control still, but oh my god, the amount of investment for that one. Half mats on every single avenue. This is tough for the duo.
50% of their material gone in an instant, just like that. And to save themselves is going to cost them so much more, as there are so many teams looking in.
It's a circle, actually. They're the target right in the center. Literally the crosshair of the entire lobby. 2 teams here. They have to stay at peace, Monster. If they fight, that's 5 teams shooting at you. That's not a star that looks pretty. That's damage for this height. Or not even height, the hill team.
I'm not gonna lie, if I was Knifey and D-Roll, I would have taken that so personal, and that would have been a box fight. That would have been a box fight.
You would have not let that slide.
Yeah, no. I'm getting my mats back, brother. Empty the pockets. We're here. Revised and crazy GGs on the outskirts of the map. How did they find 11 placement spots worth of success to jump them up to top 8? It's like this. It's playing these outer edges. It's taking these scrappy fights.
Still, every artist, Monster, in the history of music and the history of this performance, they can make one-hit wonders, right? They can have a good game, rise, love, and spots. It's time to turn out that album, stay in the top charts, right? I think that's the challenge for Crazy and Revise.
It is true. And I mean, we're early enough in the tournament that one big game is going to tell us like a huge story, right? It's gonna jump you up so many spots like that. We'll see if that consistency can stick through. Look at that. We were wondering what teams were in the distance. Looking at Knife and D-Roller, but for Day and Cease, they've now left the Rave Cave. They're outside the Tilted Towers. They're making their way in. We know what troubles are in front of them. It's Illest, it's User. It's, of course, Jock, who lands here as well. It's Scoped, it's Visuals that are in this general area. There are a lot of respectable, formidable teams that are here at the Tilted Towers general area. Cease and Day are now entering into that territory. Here comes the map. Let's see where it's going to reveal. It's going east again, but this time not to the desert. It's to the islands.
I'm wondering if we knew that behind the scenes or something. There's no way we just showed off the entire side of the map with the fireworks. Now we're going there as well. Gotta figure out the strat. Zeus and Costa. Gonna be so difficult for them to keep pulling all the way towards the right. I'm getting pulled by Minnie's attractive brain as well behind me. I need to know what it's thinking.
It's thinking many things, and one of the things that it's thinking right now is, of course, Pamsto. Monster, you knocked their drop spot. Look at their loot. They're stacked. They have a lot of materials. They have a lot of loot. They have a lot of heals as well. So let's see how these guys fare with all these materials and all that loot going to endgame. Haji boxed up in the center of zone, not quite finding enough tags. So we saw D-Roller and Knifey boxing up next to them. Will they take that fight? We'll have to wait and see. And look at this from Rogue Shot, using flipped ramps to protect himself from that oncoming fire. This is absolutely textbook stuff.
Lovely opportunity to break that one down there for me, Miner. And honestly, I'm right. I think I'm still right. I think they need the big drop. We'll see though. That's a fun little breakdown there.
Oh, it's nice. That's the LSS from Mini. The loot, the surge, and the smartness overall. It's tough for Haji though, right? Mini mentioned it. They're kind of looking down bad. We saw it as well on stream for a little bit. They're one of the, I think, the last spot team coming in, looking to really go toe-to-toe, tussle with the competition here on day number 2. And they're struggling with that surge overall. That being said, it's really nice to see Rogue Shark allowed to play the game. One of the questions I asked and Mini now answered is, how are they looking after they have an uncontested drop? Him and Redux rocking this mid-game. Good so far.
Sphinx and Kicksto. Problem on the horizon here is Day and Cease are just holding him out, and this is what Day will do. He sits behind while Cease rotates in front of him, and Cease is running back, scurrying back, like, Day, what? Yeah, he's out in the open. Of course he is. We have to move.
We are leaving.
Look at the time they lose. They lose a valuable 10 seconds. They could be so far ahead of the zone. And Cease and Day continue to trend on. The tug of war. Day's like, we need surge. Let's fight. Cease is like, we need the zone. Let's run. What do you think?
They're both right for now. Day had a shot maybe on the right side, wanted Cease to come back, and they trade for it. Mistimed overall because the zone's starting to move. Now they got to operate on the fly, and Day usually lands those shots. It's unfortunate, especially from this position. Now they go all the way down to 125. Cease will lead the charge. But man, I feel like they're better at finding these tags when they're split.
Let's see it though. They have a very, very long move, and the shots continue to rage on. Meanwhile, on this safe side of things, it's still sunny in paradise. The sun's setting over here. Jelly and Clixie are inside that top 8. They're above the surge. They have plenty of time to get somewhere. And you can see he's marking out other powerful locations that they can continue to farm up. That's all they want to do right now is get their loot together as we watch their successful battle go down in their favor. There's not going to be many teams back here. There's not going to be many teams with the luxury to be this far away from players. And I think Clixie and Jelly are going to find out real soon that they just might have to get really close to other teams, other enemies.
Fatch and Famsto are fine with being kind of like on island isolation. They're jamming out inside the builds. They have an instance of where all the bases are, and they're so far above that threshold. We saw an instance of that. Pamsto off the drop, finds a few tags. Fatch runs around past the drop, finds a few tags. They're sprinkling it down over and over again. Zeus and Costa for them is usually a little bit of an all-in. They're siphoning up all the pressure from Adinio and Bahalik up top.
Meanwhile, Cease and Day are inside the storm now. Tags onto Vill. It's a great shield break there from Cease. That's the clutch that you need right there. 70 minimal surge he just picked up from that far is going to keep them above. And that's why we talk about, if you do not hit those shots, if you don't capitalize on those opportunities, you are going to pay for it, especially now more than ever. So Cease really putting up the clutch hits when it matters. There it is. They should be getting safe for Kicks and Sphinx, though. The team that was quite literally leading in eliminations at some point are now trailing behind. And that's because they've decided to stay a little too close to Cease and Day. And Aviv, or AV and Golden here. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all in the same general area, trying to rotate together now. Sphinx is going to fall if he gets directly to the zone. Full finish. Kicks is now by himself. D-Roller is focusing in. Here comes the rest of the lobby. Sound the alarms. Down goes Kicks.
It's done. It's now just 3rd and 5th. Rotating on this part of the entire storm. This pull still leaving so many inside that damaging zone. Jack and Nosh in a little bit of trouble. They're having issues with Surge. They're getting invaded inside the box. Simple and Hocus, they're hungrier. Just wanted more. And Jack goes down. Kaz is the one that actually hits them first before they fall. So Simple and Hocus, they will not have the points for that Elin.
Pretty unfortunate because they're going to use the tags as well. Day and Cease do so much damage during this whole entire thing. They're not finding Elims right now, but they are finding the openers. They're literally setting these teams up for failure. Every team they've hit so far has been just straight eliminated, just waxed.
They're on Cease's track right now, too. They're choosing to move instead of doing damage entirely. And because of that, damage is coming to them. It's kind of like chasing success, right? You don't do that. You just try to, strive for excellence. The success will follow you. So Cease playing the game, getting in the zone first. Day picking up tags as they move. Both strategies together. Scope denied a grappler. Clixie interrupts another goat. And he is down.
That jumps him up as well. 81 above now. And the tech, you called it. The block right there. Remember, if you get shot while you're grapple gloving, you get dropped. But then if you get body blocked, there's nothing you can do at that point.
There's nothing really at all. And especially from that spot as well, it's max water. I feel like even if Scope got in, what are you grappling after that? There's no way you can swim either. Fashion Pamstone, ready. Water guards, basically. Checking if you have the visa to be there. Obviously not for Scope for the moment. AV sliding back and forth, looking to see exactly what to do next. They're gonna just sneak in for this zone. So many players around them. I'm surprised that they even find a base, but it's good. We'll jump into somewhere else, though, out of the congestion. Imagine you get one spot on the beach, it's looking good, and then another team rolls up to you, and now you're sharing that. No one else is on the coast. They're both here together.
And teams can't look in either, so if they want to take this fight, I mean, they're clear to do so. Qual and Tab G don't have options. They're going to take this battle. Here it is. Armored Wall comes out, though. They're recognizing they need to do it, and the preemptive play there, they knew where they were going to go. Tab G had to go for the wall, and they were there. They beat them to the punch so quickly, in fact, that they get the full elimination, and by the time Qual can even react to that, it's over. He's damaged too. 20's hurt, though. He is going to have to get saved. Those shots are attracting a duo nearby to the north. They should be fine. Double Armored Wall's okay, buys him a little bit of room here. Qual gets some tags too in the process, but how far can he take this? Yeah, he doesn't have Matt Shio. He's going to have to finish this fight here.
On the other side. I think even with this time now, Rhythm hasn't really hit a shot yet, but he can sense the desperation and the pressure. Misses all around for the shotgun. He just switches over to the burst AR and he wraps that one up. How much time has gone by? Doesn't matter. They have the next zone.
They pulled a zone, but that right there felt like old tactical shotgun days.
Yeah.
He just used a 2-shot. He busts right through that wall, and the faster fire rate now, that adjustment makes all the difference. He was there to just follow up and clean it up. Take a look. Chewy and Taco here. Desperate for heals. Possibly desperate to find a fight. And they're just sitting on top of all these players.
Everyone side by side on different elevations due to how the low ground looks. All the way to the top of the foundation. It's possibilities. Taco and Chewy don't get too many opportunities here, but they have the chance for the glide. This is trouble. You're gliding in between 17 different eyes and no one's hitting you. Straight into the bush. What is this from Taco? What kind of move? I'm not sure, but it worked.
Hey, he saw the player there firing shots at. He's like, well, I'm not going to go in it, but I'm going to land close enough to maybe scare him off. And I guess it does work.
And Chewy followed. Kind of scathed, but how did they live? I'm not sure. Everyone else just runs in. Look at the amount of mats they had to use to get the spot. Taco, because he's low, he makes the desperate move. He now has mats to be able to play the end game. We're in the water like this too. You're going to need more than many.
Kazanu Fishy find AV on the other side of the wall there. Golden's hurt too.
How are they alive?
I don't know, but he's barely holding on. Shots are coming in. He manages to fend them off for just a brief second there. For 20 seconds, this zone's closing. It's closing slow, but they are going to have to move.
They spent more time inside the zone than in safety. They've seen more purple in the hue of their lenses, in the hue of their eyes. AV, tired of that now. He wants to just see red. He wants to deal as much damage as possible. 418 above. He just wants points at this point. Oh my goodness. Straight a goose throats. And each opposites. AV is just too good for the moment, but I don't think he's going to be able to live too long for now. They pull half and half. He just needs to get in the zone. He's in now. Armored ramp. It's good. He has the med mist. He gets to live for longer.
He throws out all these armored walls. He's like, nope. I'm saving myself. I'm protecting this base. And he does manage to live. That was crazy. So this allowed him to actually get a lot of potential placement points. The opportunity is going to open before him. Chewy is getting tagged by the Storm Surge there alongside Taco. That's not looking good. Meanwhile, you have Pamstu and Fats just nearby as well. 24 below. They need a single burst to connect here.
There's like a petri dish of bacteria at the bottom side of the zone. So many people clumped so close together vertically. Costa Zeus, first place overall on top. They're going to be moving with Elite, Glace, Fatch, Pamsto, except Snake. A few people already jumping into the water. They're going to spread like wildfire right now through the waves, but nothing just yet for the duos that are going to be in trouble. Taco on the backside. He cannot take any zone damage at all. One person down is except. Such freedom for Taco. Needs to jump in. Everything's in the water. Finds so many mats. Finds the splashes. It's time to build in. Everyone's looking at him. You have to use Accept this pressure right now. He can't really shoot the man. but he's gonna be forced to. He's too
God.
close by. Even more things picked up, even more splashes, and he has them in tow. He's using Costa's build in front of him as a distraction from everyone else. This is a perfectly formed story for Taco. He's the main character. This man has plot armor on this rotation.
Not
Another
again.
2 elims.
No!
The big shot from Zeus, and he survives. That was huge.
The plot armor was not thick enough. There were cracks and chinks in it. Oh no. That was crazy though.
It's the mid-season finales. You never know what twists happen in these zones. So close overall for fabled Taco. And I guess that's what happens when you let him live off the early game.
Man, but it was impressive.
Yeah.
It really was impressive. I had so much hope that it could have worked out there. Pamsel and Batch also, I mean, they make the rotate. They were together, not anymore. Pamsel now by himself here. Another max distance draw. This is crazy because this is where they land. And you would think they'd have, you know, maybe a little bit of favoritism because they have this area, but they picked the wrong island too early, too soon. And it's just been ping-ponging back and forth here. So now he's got the biggest problem, the biggest task in front of him. How does he cross over? Grapple gloves are coming out. They're firing everywhere here. So he is left to go on foot. This might work out for him, but no. Players lurking by, players with equal issues here.
Even if it was just one player he had to deal with, and he had to rotate with the mats he had, it just would not be enough. There's just not enough materials in his inventory to make this entire move. Just one player with pressure can take him down, but if no one looks at him, he's gonna be fine. Moving through every single build, no one's gonna actually find him at all. Dom and Tragic all the way up top. They've seen wins before in Qualifier 2. Looking to have one in semifinals day 2 to rack in that VR. Perfect armored wall from AV. How he's alive is a mystery. The scientists and analysts all across the world. If this man makes it deep into this game, converts even more points, I'm gonna be flabbergasted.
It's crazy because he's in the cascading placement points as well. Every team that falls here, every moment that he's alive, he is earning more and more value for his time here as a solo, which is absolutely incredible. Not to mention, he found those elims to keep him alive here, so he didn't just get it for free. No, he had to fight for it on high ground. Tragics and Dom might just be our winners of this game, but it is way too early to call here as the zone bounces so far back. AV, the problems continue.
He's having a lot of trouble in this mid-ground, but he has the option of switching layers. You mentioned height. They're running out of ammunition. They're running out of materials as well. AV, these armored walls put down at the perfect time. It's like I'm watching this man at peak performance, Chapter 2 Season 1 type vibes, way at the agency. It's looking so good from him, way back to form. TK though, losing Ritual sometimes, it's like a rocket losing its thrusters. He's already so close to the moon. He can get activated, he can get aggressive. He has nothing to hold back and leave behind. Simple's lost Ocus. Does he have the same effect? I'm not sure. Lots of rattling pressure all around him. He's kind of stuck in all these hills.
Seeing Cease and Day alive as well. Here it is. Cease gets taken out. Day's by himself. No time to pop the minis. Dom's got a direct angle on him, and Cease has to go. Day has to go, but no, they get finished instead. Unfortunately choked out there. Here's TK.
It's looking good for Cease and Day, though, finishing that off in first overall, so they're still climbing those rankings. People will take them over, but the consistency is key.
Kaz and Fishy also being consistent right now. Now inside the top 5. 4 elims looking very, very good here. And a dead side. Outskirt rotate. I love this, but can they control the high ground or this low ground position here? That's the difference between the best low ground teams. They have the front side, but they fight for it and they win these. Kaz gets punished first. He has to give it up, and there's a new king of low, but it's all right. They're working their way in. Now out of material, though, TK hunting on the heels of all the opponents. Armored wall comes out. Maybe he wanted it up top, so he's going to have to slide out the side here. And there it is, the full heal. He pauses, he's dipping around. High ground looks like it's open. He's gonna slide his way across his outskirt here. Casino Fishy damage on the low, but he finds one for the problems. It's 20, and the follow-up. Shadows behind the Walkers is here. They finally make an end game.
They're moving into the jungle right now with TK. The question is, does the big man sleep tonight, or does he roar and bite? No! Put down, silence the main. Not grisly enough. Illis now, losing users in this spot. It's a shadow of a spot to be in. It's gonna be fine for the moment. He's not gonna find too much placement from it either, though. Kaz has to use everything, all of his HP, his mats to get to this spot too. A bounce back blesses him. We're going way backwards in these builds. Huge for Shadow. What an angle to have as well. He cannot confirm the elimination on the right side. Kaz will be able to escape. We can't really play that zone. High ground still rattling down. Illis somehow alive and avoiding a lot of this damage. Shadow and Walker, they just have so much control of the bottom land right now. No one can play their own game.
Gosh.
Absolutely chomped his Illis at the bits.
That was big right there. That's going to give them another set of elims, the refresh that they need. It's a 2v2. Dom and Tragic's on high ground with 9 elims, trying to make it 11. Meanwhile, the low ground has about 7. Walkers and Shadow are here to fight.
Dom Tragic's happy they're in the top 5, but this is still desperate to get to this spot. We know they've been running on fumes to get here too, so materials might not be there in tow for them. Shadow dropped everything down to Walkers. He's gonna be the person active looking for the final shot in this fight. Tragic and Dom though, they get to just share all these builds. Shadow now looking for a few shots too. They're rattling back and forth. There is pressure, and Tragics has dropped down. Bounced back up, side to side. On both. He lands a big one. The Siphon's also there. It's tough to Dom for the cleanup. Oh my God, Dom. No way from the backside of the zone. They go straight to finals.
And that was so close there for a moment. The young ones almost had it. Shadow Walkers almost pulled through to make another FNCS finals appearance, but no, Dom and Tragics were there to follow up in close fashion.
They were in the chair with the big brain. Shadow and Walker had everything ready in that moment. The bait and switch that we just saw before. Dom smelled it coming. No chance with the 2-shot in tow. No chance with this big man just ready to go. It was so good from him to drop on this backside, have the peaks, have the damage, and the commitment to go straight to finals.
They were one build away from a different storyline, but the narrative is here. Dom and Tragics are going to finals from Game 3 with a big victory royale. And you know what? They did it in excellent fashion. They were one of the few teams to actually take high ground extremely early, hold it all the way through, textbook as well, and then win that one.
These 2v2s are amazing to see in every semifinals day. We get like a contender, a challenger all the way up top, ready for the end game, and then chaos all the way till then from Low Ground Monster. Every single time, it's awesome.
Hey man, well listen, that is only the halfway mark. Put the line in the sand. We get to see what's going to unfold next.
Just like Monster said there, Dom and Tragics absolutely dominating the high ground and knowing when to drop down, but it almost didn't work out for them. Luckily, though, they were able to clean it up with a 1v2.
Yeah, thankfully, he did have that auto shotgun in hand. 4 shots with that, and he takes out both Shadow and Walkers. Phenomenal clutch from him, and we always see these drop-down plays come out of high ground, usually when they're feeling a little bit overconfident. We saw it come down out of Tragic, and I was like, oh, man, did they throw it? Did they not? But no, Dom was playing that angle very, very well. But honestly, coming into this endgame, Jacob, they had so many eliminations.
Yeah, and it's honestly great to see a huge change up from yesterday of where a lot of those low ground teams were kind of slipping in, getting that victory royale. But today, Dom Tragics do it from the high ground. They held it through the majority of the moving zones, and they were able to just put that relentless pressure. But keep note right there between Dom, he doesn't have that striker burst AR. He's set up for those close quarter combat exchanges.
And here we have it, a winner graphic, guys, joining our other 2 teams that grabbed the victory royales there. It's going to be Dom and Tragics. Congratulations, joining the likes of Blake and Vert and the Naves and Aaron. And, you know, looking at these 3 teams right here, obviously we have some similarities between 2 and 3, but I think having Naves and Aaron up here showcases that anyone can really win.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it being their first FNCS finals, they are making it through, so congratulations to them. But Dom and Tragics, again, we see another higher ground win. For this time, though, they actually were able to hold it from about that 5th zone. The first team we've seen be able to do that, and honestly, the difference was just how many mats they had at the start of it. But honestly, I want to talk about it. They had 11 eliminations at the end of this game, which means that they essentially take 22 points away from any of the other players that are in this lobby because they do go directly into the finals.
But you also know that means that they were probably going to be in the top 6 after that game, now opening up a spot in our top 10 leaderboard. And of course, Cease and Day, incredible job right there, currently sitting in 1st place. But look how close the leaderboard is. There's only a 1-point difference between 1st and 2nd there. And then, of course, how close 4th, 5th, and 6th are. Even, wow, Kaz and Ufishy jumping up 13 placements, Jacob.
Yeah, 13 placements for them. Ritual and TK, Shoni, and OMG Me Too. Everybody really taking it in stride and taking it by storm, but the common thing right here is those eliminations. Kaz and Ufishy, though, I know you talked about them yesterday. It shouldn't be no strange thing that they're sitting pretty here right now.
Yeah, very, very consistent team. Happy to see them towards the top of the leaderboard, but who is on the top of the leaderboard? It's Cease and Day. Seeing them make another endgame, they actually have the most placement points out of any team, so they have proven that they are the most consistent at getting into those endgame situations. And honestly, I feel like Miro has got to be putting in some very good comms into their ear right now, because before today, we saw some struggle with them getting into the endgame, but with this more aggressive format, they usually take a lot more mid-game fights. But as you can see here in this game, 0 eliminations all the way in these moving zones. They're not really looking for them. They're just getting their surge and they're getting these placement points, which is working out really, really well so far.
Yeah, and I like the way you're talking about those placement points, because That's the statistical story for me, is those games 2 through 5. They're not averaging very many points, but games 1 and 6, that's where they're picking up a lot of those points. And I asked the question during one of our breakdowns in previous qualifiers is, can they keep that momentum going? I think they've found what they've been looking for.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, though, we can see Pamsto and Fatch going more for the eliminations, actually only having 40 placement points right there. And obviously, there's more ways than one to be able to make it into the top 6.
Yeah, which is really, really incredible because we sort of look at Pamsto and Fatch, we think very, very consistent, but they're finding a way to consistently find the eliminations today, and it's working wonders. I mean, 5th zone right now, they have 100 builds to work with, and honestly, at this point in time, we see a lot of these teams have, you know, the likes of like 50 and something like that, but even losing Fatch early there, Pamsto still putting up a great fight. And talk about great fights, I mean, what about the AV run, Jacob?
Oh, it's actually legendary. I talked about them as well, where they played so well in those round 3s of all of those qualifiers, even reaching the top of the leaderboard at one point. But it's in these set lobbies. They began to crumble and fall, but they're picking up the pieces of the past. They're piecing them together, and now the picture is clear.
There was so many plays where it looked like it was going to be done and over for these teams right here. And I can imagine we're going to be seeing more of that in game number 4. So casters, take it away.
Game 4.
And that's it right there. The map dynamic continues to evolve with the win of Dom and Tragics. Another team steps to finals to contest potentially the lake that opens up, but also it gives strategy for the players currently.
Yeah, and they also kind of, you know, contest and qualify so much earlier than usual. You know, they usually when it comes to Dom and Tragics, qual 2, qual 3, or maybe just deep in the semis, that's where they kind of rock. And they can see everyone else now, and how things will go for the rest of the day.
That's right, but here it is. We're starting to get closer and closer now. Consistency points are beginning to break away. You saw on the European region that cutoff really started to jump up towards the end, but you need to get those wins, and you're starting to run out of time here. If it's your first time showing up today, it's okay. You know, you got some more time to warm up, feel it out. This is a different game we're talking about.
Yeah, now the top 6 definitely solidifying overall. Game 4 turning point to who can stay, who has to go. I'm excited to see how it actually just all drives out.
Hey, well, you don't have to wait much longer. We all know what's coming next. It's that beep beep here shortly, and we are ready because you know what? Game 4 is going to be an explosive one. We have a lot of stories that will continue to unfold. Greasy Grove, the contested drop there. Will our Fable, Taco, and Chewy be able to win this one out? Cease and Date, they have the Rave Cave. We're going to find out.
The bus is ready. Game 4 is underway. I'm so excited to see which one of these personalities we've been watching every single day can rise out, get out of the semis day 2, won't have to play semis day 3, and go straight all the way towards the finals.
That's it. It's all about the finals. Who will pull the golden ticket off the envelope? That is all that matters. And of course, if you make it to finals, you get that prize and guarantee just for, you know, making it to those stages, of course. So it's not all for nothing. Take a look here. Shadow and Walkers, the late lurking team that continues to sneak on into Greasy Grove, now jump up to the conversation to be a bubble squad. For Fable, Taco, and Chewy, they still continue to be kings of the drop here. They touch down first, they get the tags. Degen and Pledge, though, yeah, we should have talked about them. They need to win this. They got taken out so early last time. A big shot here from Degen. But what? Lets the guard down the 2-shot turnaround. What happened? Oh, no.
This is just tough. Pledge actually just gives away exactly where he is. Yeah, it's a third party taking shots from all different sides. Snake's down there, though. They're so good at this top-down kind of breakaway monster. They've pinched Degen and Pledge over and over again.
Where?
It's NPEN, way out in the distance. Him and Mason having trouble off spawn. They might have switched things up entirely as well. Mason's gone down early so much. We also blinked and missed the fight with Taco and Chewy. But it looks like it's going same old, same old. 65 points, 8th place while being contested every single game.
That's the fastest they've also gotten those eliminations. Let's take a look back. Fable Taco plays the bush. We've seen this before. Shiesty's hurt. Aoxy's hurt. Chewy steps up, wins this fight.
I know why they're hurt too. I saw it on the glide, and Aoxy taking a lot of damage coming in. Right, Shiesty trying to provide support. Him also, third party. They tried to land in the middle again. I think it's a bait and switch. Taco landed on the outskirts. Very nice.
This team here, Zeus and Costa, they were actually contesting in game 1. You saw on the feed, they were getting those early eliminations. That was all it took for the team to give them the drop, Chonker Speedway. And now it's all theirs. And they have maintained that momentum ever since, not letting go. They now are in 2nd place here, trailing into this 4th game. Here on the outskirts, though, Illust and User are having problems on the front. Pamso Thatch don't typically go this way towards the Sleepy Sound, but this is the difference. The zone, for the first time, is pulling in this general area, and they're willing to fight for it.
They're so adaptive on this north side, and a lot of the times, as long as it's not a max stealth pull, Pamso and Thatch can just do crazy things. I think they play the most different amount of Fortnite-type games. Every single qualifier, every single finals overall. There's so much adaptation from their drop spot on that northeast side.
What's crazy, too, is Illis and User jump up to 10 when they were so outside of the conversation, but they just had an incredible game that last round, and this is why they were there to contest for it. Wanted and Rion that freeze right out the sky.
All right.
Serbsky got the save, but that's not enough.
I'm calling it now. I'm renaming the reboot van to the refresh van because that's all it's giving a bunch of these players. There's no type of reboot happening. I'm not seeing any players actually revived in, looking good, playing it all the way out all the time. It's just a freebie in the air.
More importantly, this is Condo Canyon. Blake and Verk won, open up the drop. 3 teams have jumped in to this area.
Oh, this is different for Season Day overall too. We're talking about people that have qualled and gone away. All their opponents qualled in the qualifiers, and Rave Cave has been open since.
Hey, and the fact that they did not actually finish inside the top 5, though, they had very, very middling performances. That's what gives us the biggest question mark about their overall performance leading into the finals. And we hear, some rumors around, Season Day are getting coached by Miro or something like that. He's helping his rivals potentially make it. They're not going to have those same extra levels of support come finals day.
Hey, it's win-win for Miro either way. He can get another Rave Cave team into the mix and sleep peacefully at Chonkers.
Yeah, one less team for him to worry about on the opposite side of the map. Really doesn't matter at that point. Golden AV, man. AV looking like he put on his former glory suit and just went wild in that last game. But that's what we wanted to kind of see from him. And we talked about that yesterday, actually. Remember, we said it. We was like, we just need to see AV play to his strengths. Get in that box, play aggressive. That's the way the game is right now. Adinio, a team that almost had a win. Don't forget it. They had that second place before. And they just missed the opportunity, but now trying to claw their way back into this, fight their way back in. They're at 24 points, so not completely out of this tournament just yet, but they really have to turn up. They're going to need a win to go all the way. Okies and Simple have just managed to keep it simple, keep it low-key, keep it very simple and basic. And that has been the reason for their success.
Virtual TK may be getting a little bit too complicated with their strategies. Nothing really stuck just yet, and I had high hopes and aspirations for how they would play, especially in this meta. But when everyone else is used to aggression, when everyone else is used to the surprises you supply on the field, suddenly your X Factor, your super rare card becomes the most common one that everyone's used to. Maybe that's why they're having trouble so far in these semis qualifiers.
Yeah, these semis lobbies are what are left of the players that pop off in qual 3s. The settings change from stage to stage. And now the stakes are different too. The win conditions that open up really start changing everyone's outlook on how to play this out. For some, it's get the win, and only the win. Play for the win every time. That's why we see players like Zeus and Kolstead constantly looking to fight for high ground, play for the W.
I switched up Monster. I used to like Mini Miner, I love him now.
Oh.
And Nelson also switched up to Mini. What is that all about?
Don't worry, Shire, the feeling is mutual, and so is for Nelson right now. They were having a little bit of a tough time off spawn. Now they've switched up the drop. They've actually landed at Dolman Tragics' old home. Of course, they've gone through, so now it's freed up the north side of Loot Lake. We saw Freeze, of course, going down in this fight. And look at this beautiful 2v1 from Kurbsky. He saves the day. Unfortunately, cannot quite pick up the reboot and is now hiding away from all of the other players that might come along. Will he stay alive? We'll have to wait and see.
What the Serbsky doing? He's chilling by the rocks. Mini, though, this man is just vibing on high levels of intelligence and surveillance. I'm scared of Mini Miner, Monster D-Face. I'm not sure what else he knows.
Listen, he's got the eye in the sky. He can see everything. While we're focusing on one POV, I kid you not, he's got 10 monitors in the back, a full map, notepad out, Discord open. I mean, he's really tuned in. You have a question, just drop it. He might just answer it there.
We'll have to see. We'll keep him on the retainer. Pamsto Thatch. They'll keep the damage coming in as well. And they'll move into Sleepy. You mentioned this, Monster. The type of rotation they have right now. The most unique, one of the fastest too, and one of the ones that can have the most control overall on the map.
To the north, though, looks like that Illis team is still there, and they're finally deciding to look down now. Shots start to come in. This is a battle that, again, we already saw the results almost conclude with before.
Yeah, I think it was Fatch who could have just landed one more shot, and that North team might have just got pounced on by these two. But he missed with that Hammer AR. I wonder if User being able to just stay alive does not have that much more of an impact.
Sitting edgy in another fight. This time against Sneaky and Polo. Saw what Polo did last time. He had that crazy two-man clutch. It didn't look like it was possible. That was the biggest feat that he's managed to put on here in today's semis. This is outside the shifty shafts. Sleepy Sound, though. More important, trailing is happening here. Illus and User getting closer and closer. Amso and Fatch know this, though. Look at the defensive way they're setting up right now. Big brick base is out.
We know that Illus and User right now. I've not seen any other team so far. It's just been Pamso and Fatch that have rattled them down with AR shots. Their only option on this side of the map, their only option in the game currently on screen, you can just see even on the mini-map, is this team in front of them. They have to be forcing this type of box fight, forcing a rotation from them, and going for a few shots. Right now, unless we missed it when we switched over, they have nothing.
Yeah, they haven't. They were so isolated up north playing for max material that, I mean, I'm afraid that you might be right.
So they're going back.
An extra 20 HP there. Clonberry is going to go in and give him a slight advantage. I think they're trying to just play mind games here. They're circling back to Pamso and Fatch, trying to allow them to let their guard down. Like, yeah, we left, totally. Run across the street, open up for us to go ahead and do something here. And this is why they're staying hot on their heels. They don't really want to go south. And it would have been counterintuitive to go south as well. That will drag them straight into the congested zone, which is a very, very high risk. They kind of want to get more inwards as it's going west now. Glacian Elite already there. One of those southern teams starting to get closer and closer to the north side. They're looking very, very solid here.
Best average placement overall from all the teams that played in the session yesterday, and they only even just played 3 games. I think it was like an 11th, a 14th, and maybe another 11th. A bunch of those top 15 situations. They rolled all the way in, looking so good, and the power went out on some sides for Elite. He wasn't able to play everything out on the day. So now if they have the full 6, can they stay consistent? Because in 3 games, they got 70 points. Trailing behind right now overall, are still in 11th place. There are a few more teams that might just win and go through. It might be some of them inside the top 5.
Definitely painful. Not gonna lie, I got a backup battery connected to everything. Not having that.
If you can survive the apocalypse or hurricane, Monster's house.
Yeah, if we have that neighborhood outage, I'm like, yeah, nowhere to come. Come to me. Pull off the generators, turn on the barbecue. We'll do it. We're convicted. He's by himself. No teammate, no neighbors. Just
no
problems.
barbecue.
Problems everywhere.
It is not tasty for this man, but he's still staying ahead. Doing everything he can on the checklist. That is just lethal. Unfortunate. It's so tough to be shooting from the zone into safety. Every single person can hear you. So hard for you to see anything. You will get slapped back.
This is a cool fight right here. Fazo and Curly Baby. We know how good they are at battling. We haven't quite seen them play big end games, but when it comes to fighting, this is honestly their strong suit. Pamso and Fatch, no pushovers though. They're great. I'm trying to figure out at what point do they decide, oh, your team's kind of far. Just jump on this solo right here to their left.
Not exactly sure if there is just a solo. Curly spamming these builds though. We know it's a solo 100%, and the pressure's right and left. Once now they've only seen one person inside this build, and they've realized the guy in the distance only shooting their side of the builds. What about this guy in front of us? What is this favoritism? It's his teammate. So now they know they could jump at any moment. They choose actually to spam Curly back. They want Fazo to make the first move. They want him to make a mistake and get close to their boxes first. Fashion Pamso, they got so much damage down as well. They're chilling for now.
They're above the surge. Curly Babe and Fazo are literally on that line. The balance is going to be tilted here shortly.
They've got seconds from yesterday. They are desperate to go back to that spot. The pressure of playing so well on day 1 and being behind the pack more than halfway through the competition, that might be huge. They go below that line now.
Here it is. Decision. That timer ticking on that bottom corner tells us that they absolutely have a very little amount of time left. Illus is going to get tagged. These are shots coming in from danger all around them. The difference between Pam and, of course, Fatch, Illus and User is that they were gone a long time ago. Illus and company were trying to play that lurk strategy, and look at this.
It's just desperation. Flash Pamsto, a straight line. Illest user, zigzagging back and forth from Sleepy down south, way up north to one of the Lotus trees. And now they're lost way in that zone. That zigzag has bounced way too much back and forth. It's found no damage. They're gonna go rebounding straight back to the lobby at this rate. 139 below. They just need one full body confirmed. But they're running out of shields, so they'll be able to have that close range conversation. It's just tough. Illest now halfway in the ground. No builds left either. 150 below. Rayhan's there. User gone. The spray is not going to even put him way back up either. It's just half a bar. 10 above. He's on the line. Another shot. Okay, Illest. Let's see what you got. Maybe get a few points before you go down. This is a top 10 team, Monster. Any points to make the difference.
He's still above now. He gets himself a little bit of an opportunity, a little chance here, but it's not going to last very long. Now 3-23. It's just teetering back and forth here. Meanwhile, I'm paying attention to that map there because Fazo is still right on top of Pamsto and Fatch's box, and they have not moved, but they've been eyeing each other back and forth. But Illest here, he has much more to continue to fight for, as he's still sitting in the storm, but you know that visual effect will give it away. TK and Ritual now see that's a solo. They finish him up, and he gets completely wiped out there in the pickup. They needed that material so desperately. Look at that. They are right back in this game, much more comfortable than they were before, and also jump up a placement. This is going to push Shonye and OMG Me Too down as they exchange off those elims, and this might be the end of the game for them. They're dead center, which is great, but they are so far below.
It's going to be just tough for them overall to be able to get out of this spot. Yes, it's perfect, but at the same time, too many people alive. Not enough near them to take those shots. Shield Keg is going through. They need like 1.5 bodies worth of damage on long range. This is just, it's not going to be possible. How many people need to go down in this moment too? 4 total players need to be gone, and they will be fine. OMG Me Too. In a world of hurt. Season day though, with everyone just qualifying and moving through, with them playing consistently as well. They have garnered first place of the lobby overall. 0 elims this game, but they've been active on damage.
Never thought I'd see Day just vibing out, playing a box, actually away from other opponents, tagging for Surge. This is great. I love this. And his loadout looks excellent. It's the best shape we've seen them in. They have the zone.
You talked to me on that first game behind stage, Monster. You know, they had the perfect zone. They didn't win. That's trouble. Another chance now. Logjam Lotus, if you land Rave Cave and you have this control, you have to capitalize. You have to be in a position to just win the game.
This time too though, well above the Surge, and they have that natural mobility in front of them, so much more going for them. This is really it for them.
They don't win here. This is just tough. If they don't at least get
chances do I gotta
40, 50 points. Yeah, we're trying. We're trying behind the scenes, Cease. We're trying, Day. Just win the game.
Tony and OMG Me Too though, big problems right now. 333 below, here it is. They push all the way in, 30 seconds. It's Kazahu Fishy, 3rd place versus 8th. They're hurt, but they want this more than ever, and this is why they're here. 20 seconds now, clock's ticking. Kazu Fishy recognize the problem, but they also recognize the desperation. Armor Wall comes out, another form of defense that's already too invested. They would have loved to use those for endgame, but Shonye, OMG Me Too don't care. Right camera peek is beautiful. They're playing it smart. This is where things get a little dicey though. Stepping up in front of those metal walls, giving up the advantage that they had for the camera peek, and now they get punished. That was a mistake.
A mini game every 10 seconds. Where's the next relocation from Kazahu Fishy gonna be? Now they actually edge forward to go for a little bit of pressure. Why? Storm Surge active. Perfect timing from Kaz and Hufishi. What a way to play defense. Flip the script, put the pressure down. No chance for a pre-fire either. That was perfect. Not a single damage spot taken from Kaz or Hufishi.
And it was just a great read. Backing up slowly. Armored wall, down. Lose the wall, back it up. They played that very, very, very nicely. Great defense.
Literally an armadillo with a sword. That was the POV of Kaz and Hufishi. Costa Zeus. They get a nice little revive. A god resurrected. Starting to move forward. And Crazy and Revised, they moved up 11 spots before. Now they're in 11th place. Well, the 11-11 wish come true for this one, which is them qualifying. We're getting top 6.
Well, they definitely didn't wish for the zone to land here.
I can't even see the safe zone in the
It's
middle.
going so far east. It's not even, yeah, exactly in eye shot. 11 and 12th place are on top of each other to make that rotate. Here's Golden and AV. AV had that great last game. They're carrying that momentum in this one. Doesn't look like they've had any issues with Surge. Just look at how healthy this loadout is. Simple and Oki's also, again, the most like sleeper duo just the opposite of flashy, right?
Yeah.
They've just been like in the conversation. It's like the wallflower. They just watch you like, yeah, don't worry about
They're
it.
snoring up the boards. 5th place overall.
Don't worry
Right
about
now,
it.
though, it's all about the map management from all these players. Big mountain in the way. Snow zone, so you know there's going to be more of them too. We're going to be switching vertically, diagonally, Monster. That's where you use so many mats. Not just that, though, for Ocus and Simple. Monster, such a sleeper pick. They've been sleeping on the trigger, too. No shots taken so far. 215 damage below Surge.
Yeah, it's the first time that they have not found the tags off of their playstyle, which is like honestly holding those high ground spots. But here it is. It's NPen and Mason who are here. Now they play well defensively. NPen and Mason do have that good track history, but they have been losing a lot of fights today. Okis though plays defensively. He gets pushed down. 18 seconds now before the Surge gets active. I like this. They're looking for the floor advantageous position, but it doesn't open up just yet.
It's tough for Mason. He's about a half HP. We know when one of these guys are under pressure, their defense type of strategy, it crumbles.
Here it is. They're working 2 different angles now. They split up, they go left, they go right. They get in front of the zone. Still no opportunity. They have lost the tracking here. Shots are going down though.
Zeus and Costa also desperate. Costa takes out Mason. Mason was low. So many low individuals up top. Ocus and Simple found a way through. They see players. They're not gonna have enough damage taken though. They were all at 20 or 30 HP. There's only 50 damage to do.
These are healthy players.
There's nothing to do now. Shadow and Walker too far away. They have to go for heals as well. Ammunition running low, match running low. On the side of the mountain, there's nothing.
They're the one team, by the way. The one team, 300 damage below. They are literally gapped by the rest of the tournament lobby.
It's not even one team, just one player needs to go down. Simple, Ocus, one of you, just go down to fall damage. Leave, do something, because there's no chance for both of you to stay alive. There's Ocus gone, and now Simple can survive. We stop at 44.
There you see it. The punishment. No more heals to work with. They have all the mats in the world. And look at it. Honestly, a great zone that they could have worked with, too. All they needed was an elimination right before that. And it would have been different. Ritual and TK slammed and dropped. They're done. They're out. They were in 6. Keep that in mind. That's going to open up an opportunity for the rest of the lobby here as Game 4 starts to reach its conclusion. Let's see it.
Last 30 still moving in. We'll choose mid ground for now. I want to see this team at one point, hopefully in one of these games, have height and hold it. Meanwhile, C still finding knocks in this moment. Dave finishing up as well. So both players, we tuned in right with them. It was box to box. And they're on the same page, taking minimal damage. C's with the first knock too. They're looking in tip-top shape.
It's looking great here. Legendary loadout for Cease as well. That's going to give him even more confidence. You've seen how many elims he's managed to pick up today. He is definitely hitting shots.
No. Top left pull for the zone.
It's okay. Look, they go first.
Cease is on it. The brain active. Okay. Full slide as well. This is huge from the boys.
That's crazy.
Builds up that they can follow, and they have the best spot in the zone. Cancel that, though. Nets and Sig. Look at the greed to move all the way here. There's a rock they can farm, though. He can get all that brick back. Is it going to be enough to hold height for the rest of the game?
Might have to layer up one more time, but it's looking so good right now. And they have the advantage to see over, but look at this. Someone gets in front of them and starts building up. It's Hoofishy and Kaz. They're going for it. They're in first place right now. They are playing well consistent-wise, but they want to win the game too. This is like asking for everything, having the cake and trying to eat it too. They're really fighting for this one now. And Nets and Seek are probably just baffled. How in the world did that just happen?
Big high ground energy from Kaz and Hoofishy up top. It's too much to handle. The ego's going big. Taco and Chewy, though, we know that they can be creative. Walked all the way up, created their own type of layer. It's not connected to much at all, but other builds. And they're looking for fights down below. Why is this? 352 damage above. It should be fine to keep moving. Mats are also looking good, too. Just keep going, boys.
And this level of verticality as well. Cease and Day are like, there's no way I'm going to be up there. They're playing the low ground right in front of the zone. They're not having a problem. Get there.
10 seconds, though. Which way will this go? We can go straight off the mountain into the water. We can go high all the way up to the peak. It doesn't matter for Kaz and Hoofishy. They'll be fine. For the rest of the lobby, this could be a maximum crunch. No one wants to let go, and we go way past the mountain.
This is good, though. It could have went like back eastern, and that would have forced everyone to climb up and over. So it can still work out here. Players are going to have a good decision to make, but Elite is going to be left by himself as Glaze gets crushed from behind by Kicks, continuing to find eliminations. That is the reason they are up on the standings right now, and this is about as far northwest as I think we've ever seen for Cease and Day. They're trying to fight for a refresh here. They might need material for the late game, and they know it. Golden AV get just stopped by a straight metal wall.
Whoa.
And no, they have to fight for it. They find one on the layer. The 180 not good enough. It's D-Roller who is there to finish things. Pamso and Fast still fighting as well. It's just chaos on the mountain.
Desperation, people just trying to hang on, and we're still going the full pull. It almost feels like natural low ground, but now it dips down. Shadow and Walkers were far ahead, are toe-to-toe with Rhythm and Twinty all the way on their side, looking to see what they can do. Kaz, Fishy still have high interrupted though.
Oh my
On the
God.
backside, it's gonna be Maxo looking for it. Big shot from Kaz though, what a clutch! And it just holds everything together. The glue of the duo Kaz has found a way to maintain high ground.
That was crazy. Down goes Cease and Date on the side though. And now Kaz is left up here to fend once again, but he doesn't have the mats. He's gonna have to give it up this time. Pamso a fast turnaround. They want the win. They're up top. Little bit of mats for them too. And everyone is so scrappy. This is what happens when the vertical zones pull up and over these mountains. It costs you so much. And anyone is still in this right here.
We're still getting a max pull right now for the lobby. Fashion Pamso top 3, but they want to skip the line. They want to go straight to finals. Watch them toes. 20 tickles them down. Sphinx has fallen. Kaz in sight. Look at this sideshow type of reel. It's huge for the team. Kaz sliding by. Don't even need an edit. They got the damage. 20 in Rhythm. Man and man, just toe to toe, back to back, are looking good. Fashion Pamso though. That 2v2, they start to drop down. Mantle denied, coned away. Rhythm is looking too good, on beat, and they got one more opponent to go.
This is good though. This is great for the low ground team. They got the Cypher. They managed to turn the tides here. For Pamso on top, it's not looking great. The low ground peak is too good, and he falls. 20. Rhythm win the game in great fashion with 10 eliminations.
High BPM, high action, high damage from 20 and Rhythm. You love to see it, and they struggled at this point to get here so far. They almost get pulled to a different Fortnite map. It doesn't matter. They're going straight to the finals.
Yeah, honestly, it could have just loaded an entire new scenery trying to look like an completely unfamiliar territory. How often do you come here? Who's gonna know there's like a random bridge back here? No one was familiar, I'll tell you that. But in the end, 20 and Rhythm play it best. The instincts kick in and they win game 4.
I like that too, the fact that they know it's time to stop going for height, time to stop worrying about who's around you, find your teammate, play back to back, follow him through the whole way. A beautiful win.
Yeah, definitely, and they did it so clean. That was a crazy end game, so we're not gonna steal all the thunder. We're gonna leave some room for Kelly and the crew.
I appreciate that so much, MDF, and of course, great job casting, guys. And my goodness, 20 and Rhythm. I think in the span of 45 seconds, they went from 5 to 10 eliminations, Vivid.
Yeah, they did a very good job. And honestly, going through that endgame, I was really surprised to see a team on the high ground. It was Kaz, it was Fishy, one of our most consistent teams, Jacob, finding themselves in a position to actually win a game. Now, unfortunately, it did not work out for them here because, you know, Pamso and Fatch had something to say about that. But it's great to see them kind of switching it up. Their bread and butter is playing that low ground, just getting ahead of these moving zones. But here, they switch it up, and it works really, really well for getting into that top 5 position.
Yeah, honestly, that zone cost them a lot of materials. So eventually, they did have to fall down to the low ground to try to recruit some of those siphons, some of those mats, and Kaz almost making magic happen. But at the end of the day, just incredible plays.
Yeah, what an incredible clutch that was right there, defending high ground. But then again, knowing when to let it go and dropping down. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but still, grabbing those eliminations, grabbing those placement points, definitely going to be taking them up our top 10 leaderboard right now. But a team that doesn't have to worry about our top 10 leaderboard is the team that just grabbed that VR, Rhythm and 20 right now. I'm really excited to see how they're going to be playing in the finals because what a dominant low ground team.
Yeah, once again, it's just rinse and repeat. We find these teams that go for the high ground retakes and they just keep going. They use all of their resources and they just don't have enough afterwards to hold it. So this team that is on the low ground, they just find themselves in a position. They're way more healthier at the end here than Pamso is. So it ends up being an easy cleanup. But in order to get them into this position, I mean, look at this, 8 total eliminations before they actually find themselves in this 2v1 for the Victory Royale.
Yeah, just the timing for Pamso and Fatch was just, honestly, just not there. They weren't on that same pace. They weren't in the same rhythm as 20 and Rhythm. It almost looked like there was a string tied to them hip to hip going in every one of these boxes because honestly, that was the biggest difference maker for when they fell down towards that low ground, not separating far away from each other.
And look at that right there. These are the 4 teams that have found their way into the finals through that Victory Royale. They're going to be joining the, 26 teams that have already made their way through so far. So a lot of teams going in right now. Of course, Rhythm and 20 just doing such a good job, but we got to be taking a look at the standings right now with Kaz and Who Fishy, of course, after that game. Going to be in the first place spot and actually taking quite a lead over second place, which is still Season Day. Pamsto and Fatch jumping up now to that coveted top 6 spots. And so does Taco and Chewy, which I feel like we're seeing more and more of this team, Jacob.
I feel like Vivid is like a little bit of a talent scout up here because that is one of the teams that he did mention that he brought into the show and said they're newcomers to the squad right now. But Vivid, they're not even playing like it. They're playing like they've been here.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing out of Fable Taco is got to be that Greasy Grove contest. They're pretty much winning it every single game, and it's helping out with their Storm Surge. That inexperience with this new meta, it's really, really helping them because they basically don't even have to worry about being aggressive, even if they aren't an aggressive team, because they're just instantly getting Storm Surge, and I don't think they've lost all spawn yet.
No, incredible run right there, but we're obviously looking right now at the teams that are on that precipice of making it into the top 6, and we have to look to Shadow and Walkers, who jump up 7 placements now into that spot, showcasing that they can still be a contender.
Yeah, of course, very, very good. See them on the low ground here as well. Just great position here. They know they need a refresh, so they kind of stick back. They stagger themselves towards the back of the zone and look for other players who are in even worse positions. Look at this, the safety of their box right here, and all these players that are sliding down who are in desperate situations, getting free shots. Unfortunately, Walkers just gets that 2v1 by 20 there, and Rhythm. So Shadow is left to clutch up a couple more points, but he does great in getting into that top 4.
Yeah, honestly, it's just going to be really incredible to see how the rest of this does play out because, honestly, there's still a lot of veterans. There's still a lot of young players still in the game that are trying to make a name for themselves.
But a lot of these veterans are kind of in a new situation right now with the new Storm Surge tag. So, Vivid, why don't you break down exactly what we're seeing with this new changes?
These games have been so fun, and I really want to talk about the impact that this Storm Surge has had on a lot of these games, and mainly it comes from the rotations. I'm going to check out the storm that we just had. Now, obviously, it was north pooling, but as you can see right here, a lot of congestion towards the south side. And the main reason that's going to happen is because all of these players want Storm Surge. No, they need Storm Surge. Look at the north side. There's nobody up here, which means that all 80 players are all the way down here, and they're getting just staggered on their rotates. I have a couple people over here to the west, and then more to the directly southeast of it, and then look over to the east as well. Just congestion all around the edge of this storm because all of the rotations are getting staggered because they all like to hang back. They don't want to make those early rotations because if they do, they get themselves in a position like we saw OMG Me Too. He's dead center of the zone and he was struggling right there. Had to use so many of his heals to stay above Storm Surge and out heal it. Now, as you can see right here, this is one of our teams that can be found on the edge of the zone. They are below. They need to stay in this position, but it's not favorable for them. They end up using so many of their resources. They now only have 1 mini to work with. So even if they do find this elimination, they're just fighting teams who are in similar positions. They're just not even going to get anything from the refresh. And ultimately, those staggered rotates, this more aggressive Storm Surge is really, really tough on these teams.
Yeah, that's why if you see what we talked about kind of in the pre-show with Paper and Lawrence, and then the Victory Royale winners of Nevify and his duo, they get that early surge. That has been the trend for success.
And we saw a situation with Ocus and Simple early on where they were taking that Storm Surge damage and they were starting to get really low. In that kind of situation, what's the best way to handle it when you don't see any opponents around you?
I mean, it is tough. Even if you do get into that box-to-box situation, you are going to be fighting another team who's just not going to be in a good situation either. But you do have to kind of send for it. Me and Zeke were talking about it at one point. Like, do you really want to, start to heal up throughout these storms? And if it works, you will get extra points because the way storms works now, you actually start to gain placement points as soon as the first one goes through. So live for as long as you can, basically.
And that's what these players are doing right now, everyone. Living for as long as they can. And with only 2 games remaining, they're going to have to survive the gauntlet. So, gentlemen, let's take it away with game number 5.
Game 5.
Live forever, or maybe just till zone 9, because that is where you want to be for that Victory Royale and NAEs for all these players.
I like it. I like the catchphrase, and I agree. You got to stay up. You got to stay alive. There's only 2 more chances now. We're starting to get into real championship territory here. It's game 5. It's the late half. Top 6 is that cutoff.
Yeah, the entire server when it comes to NAE is also getting a little bit more consistent. So when it comes to these strats, these plays, the surge the desk is talking about, it's going to get that much harder when everyone comes into the same strategies together.
Also, the teams are getting tested. Let's just not forget, these zones have not been no walk through the park for most of them. We've gotten real drags back and forth, but here it is. Game 5 is underway.
Let's jump right into the driver's seat, see what is good for a bunch of these teams. We're locking in with Tilted, Scope doing kind of okay left and right. Rocky Reels, I feel like, is the biggest surprise of the day, Monster. He's an Pledge interrupted for the gameplay.
Big interruptions happening over at the Rocky Reels. I mean, Degen and Pledge have to do something. They have to figure it out. They were almost saved by InPen, those shots that came in from the distance, but in the end, they were picked off, and what a way to really lose the momentum. It was 2 rounds of just excellence from them, and they were in first place, and now 2 early instant eliminations.
Now from 5th place as well, Fashion Pamsto comes 2nd in that last game, now jumping up to 3rd. So close to getting to the finals. They could have had an early day. Went out, got a little bit of dinner, had a good time, but they're back at the Lighthouse again. Degen and Pledge not going to contest the big billboard. They're going to try to survive and go for this 2v2 down below.
It's smart, right? It's smart. Get your distance, get your ammo, find your weapons, play your game. It's really all you have to do. Degen, unfortunately, runs past the shotgun. It's probably going to lose him a little bit of time. So he will have to double back for it, but hey, he's got plenty to work for. You saw heals out in the area. That should be an okay situation for him to be in. Chewy and Fable Taco push out Aoxy and company, and now they have their draw spot to themselves. This is shaping up to be their day to go to finals, which is big. What happens now is if Walkers and Shadow do not make it to finals, Chewy and Taco will be the team landing outside of the Greasy Grove. I do not see them looking to contest Agers and Kanata there as we start leaning into the finals. There's no way, right? You have to take that other spot.
Not a chance, and that's the same thing for a bunch of these teams that are rocking in a little bit late, whether that is just playing for the first time today or being Kaz and Ufishy. Multiple tries at the gauntlet to get to this spot. If you just take longer and longer to get to the finals, it's going to be that much harder for you to get a good drop, to get the one that you started on for the start of the season. Dane Cease finally getting interrupted overall at Rave Cave. Will they be able to survive this? Usually, for teams, there's a chance for an armored wall to get dropped down. They have no chance for that. It has to be just Cease holding the walls.
And I know it's unlikely that Day and Cease at this point don't go to finals, but if they, for whatever reason, don't make it, Yamzo and Jamper will have the high ground position. Teams like Muzz and Playify might go back, like revert back to the Rave Cave and look to land there. And then you have like Bank Teller, who will have the low cave area essentially to himself potentially. So, you know, a team like Day and Cease, there's a lot of people rooting against them right now because the implications of a great team like them, a great early game fighting team making it to finals will definitely have its ripple effects.
We'll have a shakeup of the entire top upper echelon of the lobby. And for some people near the bottom, some people were just trying to find their start in the scene. Elsa, Fuse, looking to see what they can do once again in the tropics. Not gonna find too much, except business as usual at Rocky Reels. We're watching the same movie night after night, Monster.
He's Degen's by himself. Pledge being taken out. That's a rough one. Remember, they were in 13th. We'll get to get a quick glance at the fight. Let's see it. Snake and Accept in the battle right now. Here's Degen, 13th. Back against the wall. Limited material for Snake, but limited of room for Degen on the low ground. These are his walls. Let's see if he makes that a no. It's all wood. They're too weak. Out comes the brick. Not good enough. Great counterfire. That's a 150. Snake, slow your roll. Except gets hit behind that as well. He's almost out of shield. Degen's feeling the momentum here. SMG comes out. The wall's his. He just reloads it. He can do some big damage here. He goes for the trade on the 2v1. That was bold.
At the same time now, once the fight switches to a different spot in all these builds, Degen has nothing left in the tank after all this pressure. 2 builds gone for it. Snake, 3 more seconds. Yep, he's gonna have that med kit popped up. Degen has the advantage. Maybe pop that 50 pot. It's the one desperate thing that might be the difference. He's gonna like to go for a few more builds. There's 2 left in the inventory. 50 pot, have to be careful when they puts it down because now he loses all sense of information as to what's going on. DMR from the roof. The option from Accept, what a way, a creative one, to make space in this and send Degen running all the way away. He's got nothing to patch that roof up.
Very smart too. He's really just trying to conserve his light ammunition for the fight. He only has 100. You can chew through that so quickly. Degen again. hits Snake with a huge shot there to pause him right in his tracks. Degen really has a chance here. We've seen situations like this unfold many times before where that solo is he's just playing good, right? You give him his respect, you back off.
It's all about having your ones right now. You have to isolate these fights, Degen. That's all he's doing so far too. It's working out.
Reboot card.
The later this goes, the tougher that will be to do. Med Mist in tow as well. The only way you can lose this is if Acceptance Snake drop down and everything looks good. But in the distance, a team coming in from that north side. Nosh, Jack, they found nothing to start off their day. And they're going to be rolling right beside Snake and Accept, building all the way up towards the sky. Snake's not going to see it coming. Remember, the first person to get that shot straight to the dome. They're waiting for it. He must have seen it by now.
Accept saw it. Look at how he's backing off. He saw it instantly.
Another team from the left.
Slid out of there. Everyone's going to go in and start disengaging right now. Degen's probably wondering, what's going on? Is the coast clear? He's going to step out. He doesn't know there's a team. There it is. Sees the build, steps right back in. You're like, nope. I'm going to go ahead and hang out here for a little bit. I hope you don't mind, Pledge. We'll be waiting here for a while. Golden and AV on the other side. Currently in fourth, looking good. One of the most Western teams we've seen play it out today, and they're finding so much success. 2 zones have gone their way. One's gone north, pretty good for them as well. And the other, of course, far east. So out of the 4 total games so far, relatively in their area, and they're taking advantage of it. That's why they've been consistent.
They roll all the way in from the dead side. At the same time, we'll be having to just having control of their surge overall. So much time on the glide, so much time rolling in. They might have trouble when they finally land down on ground and see no one on that left side of the map. Crazy revive, Serbsky freeze. We saw Serbsky with that 2v1. It looks so good. We've seen Revised and Crazy also slowly ramping up and up. They've been paused for now. Not looking too good in this spot overall. They can find their stride. Just need one elimination to get that engine rolling.
I agree. Freeze is just kicking it. Hiding out in the bush there. Back and forth. Costing Zeus. They were in second.
Wow.
Down, big shot.
Okay. Own him. Wanted. No chance. And for Costa, I feel like he's been the flashiest player of the day, Monster.
Definitely. Impressive. A lot of taglines on this one. They've been playing very, very well. Costa and Zeus. Keep an eye out on them. They have managed to find a winning, successful strategy and apply it well.
I'm liking what we're seeing so far in game. I'm liking these triple-tiered mini-miner sandwiches as well. I'm hungry for one, so let me go to the mini-miner deli to pick up another.
Thank you, Shai. Welcome everyone to the Mini Miner Deli. We have 3 offers right here for you. We have Swirl, who's been offered up a brand new drop spot for himself right at the north side of the map. We have Golden, who's actually using a zip line to navigate this off-spawn situation and speed up his looting with his duo. And of course, we have Revised, who's clutching up in this huge fight, which picks up 2 easy eliminations. Well, I say easy, but really, really good job from these guys. Great stuff.
Good. That tasted nice, Mini. Thank you so much for all of that. Zip lines in play again. I forgot that they're even in the business horizontally, at least. And the fact that Revised is still popping off, but just still staying in 11th shows how sticky this lobby actually is.
Definitely. Pull out the wet wipes, clean the hands. Get ready. Starting to lean into things here. D-Roller and Knifey maintaining pace. They pick it up, they ramp it up, they slow it down. What kind of D-Roller and Knifey will get this game? Shadow and Walkers have shown us what kind of conversation, what kind of talk and time they're on. Fast track. Jumping directly up to 7th right now. Putting them in the conversation as we're in game 5.
It's really interesting having these 2 teams beside each other. Degen and Pledge. Anytime someone's stuck with them, they end up surviving longer than going further and not really faltering on their defense. Meanwhile, Shadow and Walkers. You know, the reason Shadow is a part of this team, it might just be the reason of the way they play as well. They always mimic a team beside them. They have to latch onto someone, jump to another. I would have liked them staying right beside Degen, but they have to keep following their game plan.
I was just going to say the irony, right?
Yeah.
Team that's jumped up the fastest and one that's fallen the fastest. Stark differences. They're right beside each other. Pamster and Fatch here on our screens, rotating from their northern drop down south. it has played out very, very well for them. Their loadout has always looked, honestly, top-notch.
You're coming in, maybe switching sides about the drop?
They have a great drop.
Okay, let's go. That's what I like to see. They've been in every single finals too, man. I can't imagine they don't make this one, at least for this chapter. And it's just day 2. Yeah,
Today for sure. 3rd place, looking very good. Their loadout right now signaling to us that it's solid. They should be playing very, very well. But they need to win a fight. Like,
yeah, we saw yesterday though, Monster, the tie after game 5. How many players were so close, and the 3rd place team we had yesterday going down early, almost not qualifying. It's tough, man. So with today, I feel like it is a bit different. They're ahead of the pack completely right now. At 120, 130 points, it might look good. For these players, for these teams at the 80-point threshold, 9th, 10th, 8th place, Ritual TK, they have a huge hill to just keep climbing right now. Keep those quads engaged.
Ritual, TK, Walker, Shadow, Kaz, Who Fishy. There's a lot of these teams right around the same surface area. They're in the water. It's chest high. The more you walk, the deeper it gets.
Oh, there it is, Dijon Agers. Or T-Chen and Pledge, excuse me.
This is
2
big.
shot, big pop, another one to the left. Rogue Shark down.
Run it back. Let's see it. Degen slides up, Pledge is down. What are you gonna do? He's gonna clutch. Big 2 shot right there to open up. That's the common, by the way. And then the side angle. You saw what happened after that. I don't need to repeat myself. It was clean.
I think that might have actually been Redux's fault. Dijon was about to hop out of those builds, maybe build all the way around. He got cone blocked. And then he just basically said, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. 2v1 easy clap.
It was the aha moment. Let's point at each other. And he strikes. Who Fishy and Kaz are #1 team right now for placement and overall points. 120 leading the pack. Not by much, but looking very, very good. What they are leading with by far is Kaz with those 13 elims as an individual. Not the team. Their team efforts are much more than that, but as an individual, Kaz is doing so good.
Glace and Elite trouble today overall, but I feel like the zones have been kind of unforgiving for their style of play. Center pulls is what they're kind of experts in, right at the edge of the storm overall. Punch down again. Degen. Can this be another 2v1? That's the question. Big shot in. Trapped behind the wall. Nah, this time. Adinio, Capaholic, they don't lose those.
Yeah, Degen just didn't hit that shot. He had to hit that first big shot. He would have had a chance, but enough clutching from him. And that's, again, a slow start for him, right? He fell off spawn 2 games in a row, and now an early game drop too. We're not that far into the game. Yes, we're hitting our first surge right now, but this is still technically early game. This is where things just begin. You have to win those fights. And they had so much surge too. They were not going to have a problem, but players like Adinio, these other duos that haven't had as much action as you, as much trial as you, they're going to come for the fights. They're going to be looking for the battles. Walkers and Shadow are one of these teams in that conversation. Doesn't matter how good your game's going, they need to fight.
The push for it, elevate all the way up. This is just a nice spot to be able to find a few tags. We know with Shadow and Walker, they're much better box to box. Kind of just staying 1 mini beside it. This is just tough for them. That lightning will not stop. They're getting hit over and over. Season Day in trouble, 2nd place. And this is not a good game to go down. 107 points overall. They're so close to just staying in this upper echelon. We know there's a few people at 80. There's a few people at 70. After this game, they can all catch up. Their spot is not 100% secured.
It's not our fault, is it?
No.
Talk too soon?
I don't think so. I hope not, at least. They've got Miro and call, right? There's no way.
Shots start coming in as C steps up. Encrypted, Golden. I think they know what's going on here. AV knows what's going on here. These guys need this fight. Cease just went with the boldest trade I've ever seen. 1 tag would have taken him out, and a surge as well. He goes for the shot and then gets to healing. Day gets tagged. That's a shield crack. Remember, teams nearby can hear the shield crack. They cannot see the bolt, but they can hear the shield crack. Why didn't Cease just heal first? The 2 big pots. He's got 3 in the inventory, but instead he goes to fight. This is crazy. Yes, they get the tags, but this is crazy.
Day came in at the last second, rocked that shot, but it's not going to be enough to keep C-Supplement alive. Second place is down.
Wow. I don't know what to think of that. That was such a risky play to make, and it could have gone so many other ways.
Oh my goodness, Encrypted.
Encrypted's just hitting the shots now. What?
Taco and Chewy,
Second down, fourth down.
If they're not fighting in Greasy, they just look lost for the moment. I think Surge is just rattling the brains of every single player right now. We're deep into the competition monster, and the top spots, the big boys are not staying alive.
Third place down too. We have had so many important teams fall that I'm afraid we don't know who's gonna win this now. It's only gonna get crazier because what's gonna happen is if TK and Ritual, you know, Walkers in Shadow, if they manage to survive the surge here, if D-Roller and Knifey climb out of this crazy situation of the down teammate, if they come back and they pull up some big points, the standings are gonna be so incredibly close for our semifinals closeout. I mean, it really can happen.
I'm so surprised that Panstone and Fatch were one of the teams that ended up going down. They were looking so good on Surge for most of the day. That first place team of Kaz and Hoofishy, they just keep winning. Just got another elimination inside that feed. NPen and Mason stopping Except and Snake in their tracks across the map. One of the, I guess, most aggressive, if not the aggressive team, the poster childs for pushing boxes and drop spots up against maximum defense, and the defense team will win. Kaz and Hoofishy recently just dealing damage. They're barely above the surge.
I want to know what happened to Okies. They were in 5th last game. They fell kind of in the mid game, closer to the end game. Where are they right now? I see Golden. I see AV.
I'm looking for him for the moment. Definitely alive. They're going to be beside Costa and Ritual on the board. AV and Golden, for them right now, it's all about staying alive, making the top 10. Any team with single digits right now on their overall ranking need to live. Simple Ocus might not be able to follow that rubric. 12 below surge.
Once again, one player has to fall. And they're in this situation where they're just holding this surge right now. This time, better than the last time, only 12 below, but one of their players have to fall from this duo. Now shots are starting to come in. Their lobby recognizes what's happened here. Simple's gonna be the first to go down if they don't get the heal off. They both heal. It's costing them both heals now.
3, 2, 1.
He heals again.
Ocus with the med miss. They're locking it in.
Do you just
maximum
sacrifice one player, right?
No chance. They have the 43 tag.
That's crazy.
What happens is that's just bare even. 3 above. 3 above, it's enough, but it's Costa, the 6th place team, right ahead of them, shoving their faces down in the water, not letting them breathe on the surge. 9 above now. Still not enough. The next threshold active.
Insane, because as the surge continues to trade back and forth, I mean, listen, Fortnite fam, what it's telling us is that no one's been eliminated, and someone needs to go down. Otherwise, there will continue to be damage thrown about the lobby, and it's inevitable that it's going to happen next zone as well. Here it is, AV and Golden back in the mix right now, waiting for the zone to reveal itself, poising for a big base here too. That's a commitment this early here. He's thinking, I'm pulling it. Let's see it. Was he correct? No, it goes opposite. It's going to go far east here, so they're going to have to rotate out shortly. They're going to get their full heals on. They have the grapple gloves. They're okay. They're not going to have a problem as much as some of the others might. Jack and Nosh are up top. Simple and Okies actually pull half-half. This is perfect for them.
It's so close. Actually, towards the right side.
Oh, no, I lied. They're west. I lied.
I'm trying to save you a bit. It's a little bit of a pull. They can just kind of roll on the bottom.
No, it's over.
They've got a bit of ways.
It's not looking
go. Big man Ting, yeah, it is not looking good, bruvs. It's tough.
But you know what? I see TK and Ritual way off in the distance, 7th place. They pull half-half. That's huge for them. That's going to be one of the teams that jumps into the conversation. That's going to be given Cease, Day, Pam, Stu, Fatch. All of those guys are run for their money because what they don't want are the bubble teams jumping up, taking advantage of their early fall.
Whoa.
And getting closer and closer. Sip and Okies go for the ground rotate. They go first. Zone's going to be moving real slow. They're going to have a lot of time. I love the overbuilding here because they honestly have to put it all on the table. They don't have HP to accept any shot of any kind. An AR or whatever will take them out. That's OMGB2. He has to back up here.
Focus down.
Uh-oh.
This is tough. No time, no time. Simple. You got to move. An avalanche of storm damage is coming in. You must keep snowboarding down that mountain. Just pushing for it. No space.
No way.
Too slippery. 104. Straight to the dome. Is that a knock? Yes. Is that a finish? True.
Grapple glove.
And now you can actually start moving forward. 10 charges. He needs to see the lights. 8 HP.
No.
He gets burned. Lost in the storm. His chance is gone.
That was so close. Really was rooting for him there. Took that narrative and turned it upside down and really tried to change the story for himself there. Sphinxing kicks, however, we're looking pretty solid, and now they've cost it. It's cost him everything. The material split comes out. Both sides have just about half to work with. It's a third. They pulled the zone for the rotate, so that's okay. But they're gonna need more. They're gonna need a fight here. They're gonna need to win the fight, most importantly.
It does pull away from their old builds as well. I thought they'd have a little bit of reprieve to just keep moving, but unfortunately, not going to be the case. Tabs G, Hua. This is the type of position and moment you dream of, being so far back in the competition. High ground in a spot where we know it's impossible to retake. They're in 27th place. This is the only chance they have to qualify.
And max material.
They're not going to be able to make it through consistency. They've got the mats. They've got the position. They need that win.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a spot-on breakdown there. A team with high ground right now, it is everything. Absolutely everything with how far they are. But here it is, Sphinx falls. Kicks is here to clutch it up. He hits a big shot, not enough to win him the fight though. There's nothing there for him. He gets taken out. He's out of it. It's Costa who finds another one. Zeus and Costa continue to heat up here. Ritual and TK managing to maintain the game as well. Look at Costa's position right now, the refresh. He picks up the minis, he finds the upgrade, he's got all the ammo, he's got floppers as well. There's so much going for him right now. High ground should be worried. High ground should be very, very worried. There's a couple teams here that can do some big stuff. Fishy loses his teammate though. It's not gonna be him. Not for right now.
He just needs to survive. He has the builds as well to take this all the way towards the top 10. Get into that spot and then start doing the freaky things. That's exactly the checklist for Fishy. Kaz, he did the damage he needed. He got taken down. AV and Golden, they're still rocking out. 120 points, they're about 10 behind from first place. Still, that zone pulling a little bit towards the south side. Qua and Tabs G, still looking all the way up top, still looking fine. Costa Zeus, siphon after siphon, elimination after elimination. They found the mats. The grapple glove now just completely out of charges. It's all up to Costa and his body, his movements to do the talking. Big shot. Actually, Collat almost on both sides. Maxo gonna be rattled after that one. Costa still has to move. He's made too much noise in the storm. He might just get absolutely found out. There's no chance. Another shot. It's Mason. He's gonna help just take down.
Desperate, looking for the siphon there. Fishy though is still by himself. Armored walls are put up all around him. He now has to look for a different target. But the time is on his side. He has got plenty to work with right now. But look at the loadout. It's not looking good. Low, mediums, and nothing there. AV and Golden, they put themselves up into that top 5 conversation. They're here alongside Pam and everyone else.
Looking good for now. The thing is, no one's even touching the high ground team. 26th place. They have a chance to win everything and go straight to the finals. Everyone down below playing for consistency. Tunnel vision focused on their lair. No one climbing all the way for height, but there it is finally. Valet going up. That's 25th. Side by side on the boards, trying to fight for the win. Qua and Tabs G, hold on. They have the mats to keep going down by this river. One more obstacle to cross. No one else coming up, but look at the paranoia. They think there's someone in the storm. Might just be distracted enough for Ritual and TK to make a move.
And they have more mats than high ground, and we know what happens when low ground is loaded. It's going to be a matter of time. If they get a refresher down here, it's going to be everything. Glace or Elite can do that too. Any one of these low ground teams, if they combat one another, if they become combative, it can change the entire story because the material count will trade.
Every single top 5, top 10-ish team is here, and then one team that's not going to make the finals if they don't win this game. Will it be consistency? Will it be power that makes it true? Or just the luck, the type of position all the way up top that can be pushed by opportunity to find a way all the way towards those finals? Qua and Tabs G still holding on. They're letting the rest of the lobby just play. It's gonna be very nice. TK in the box. Elite now finally down. 3rd versus 4th. They cleave him. Armored walls can't even save you. TK on the backside.
Oh my God.
Spray in the shot. They've taken down second. That's huge.
AV comes in. He's going to get the siphon as well. Down body there. Glace finds the mats. And the low ground teams cannibalize one another. This is exactly what you want. If you are in high ground, if you're Tab G, if you're Qual, you want these low ground teams to eat each other alive. Down goes AV. Glace is all that's left here, and it's just a waiting game now.
It's a movie for Tab G and Qua. All they have to do is watch. Here comes Glace. Maximum mats. A force to be reckoned with. But who cares if you can't really connect? Chop it out. That's all these two have to do. There's no way, right? Surely not Glace. Let him have it, man. There's no chance. Wall drops down.
No mats.
Not a mats.
Uh-oh.
This could be a dream ending. How much does Glace have in the tank? Not enough. Tabs and Qua straight to the finals.
It was a runway finish there. Everyone was speeding down the track. Glace was like, no, I got a little more. Let me continue to fight for this. It was a good effort. It really was.
I like that from Tab G and Qual, though. They understood exactly what's at stake for the rest of the lobby. They knew, hey, if we push for height right now, if we use everything, risk it all, and stress it all the way towards the end, one bounce back gives us the final.
Here's what's really great about this. Tab G, Qual, you win. Game 5, it's yours. You're going to finals, but it does not affect the compounding points that are happening at the top of the standings. It's like a sandwich, and you just smushed it all the way down, and now the points are so close up there.
Every single time in semis when we have this game 6, no idea what can happen. No predictions either of who gets first, who gets the top 6. Maybe Kelly, Vivid, and Jacob can give us a little bit of insight.
We could definitely give you that insight, Shire, but you're going to have to wait just a moment because we got to talk about Tabs and Qua there holding height for so long. And just like our casters were saying, no one was really paying attention to them. Instead, the low ground was absolutely devouring each other.
Yeah, exactly. And one of those teams that was on the low ground, it had to be TK. They were absolutely popping off, taking full advantage of the fact that all these teams were very, very close to them. Interesting to see that TK had this gold SMG, no shotgun to follow up, but then Ritual himself does have a shotgun, opting for the auto, actually, which is something that we don't really see. A lot of people love the striker, but I love this play specifically, using the harpoon on those wood walls, which is what we see so often in these end games. And then again, running it back, keeping the same play in the back of his pocket, and it works so well, Jacob.
Yeah, it works so well indeed. As you can kind of see, as the replay package started, they were outside of the top 6 because of plays like this, because of teamwork. That is dream work. They were able to just make magic happen. Even though TK goes down, he was still able to take down Golden and allow his teammates to scrap up a couple more placement points.
Using full advantage of the fact that he has that gold Stinger SMG, just absolutely shreds Golden down. That game could have played out completely differently for AV and Golden if they were left as a duo, but TK grabs a couple more elimination points for his duo and takes Golden out of the game very quickly.
Listen, who even needs eliminations, though, when you grab that VR just like Tabs and Quad did, and you saw someone try to steal height away from them, and they said, no, we got this on lock.
Yeah, I love how they played it. And this is honestly a team you're like, David, every single time you talk about the high ground, usually this team, they cannot hold it from 5th zone. They don't have enough materials. How does this team do it? Well, listen, it was on the back foot of them finding a refresh from D-Roller and Knifey, who unfortunately went down early in the center of the 3rd and 4th zone. They were looking in a good position, but no, they actually got knocked, and Tabji and Qual cleaned them up. So that's why they had so many materials coming into the end game, and they were able to hold it for so long. And then them just playing together at the end, making sure that one of them had the builds out and the other one had the shotgun out, made sure that they got that game 5 win.
Honestly, it's going to be one of life's greatest mysteries, how nobody just simply looked up, because you saw it in the replays. They had every charge of their grapple gloves. One player had about 63 plus mats in his inventory. They had everything from start to finish. If they were just contested a little bit more throughout the mid game, they wouldn't have been there, but they set themselves up from start to finish to get that victory royale.
And here they are, our Game 5 Victory Royale winners, joining the other 4 teams that have found their spot in the finals. But of course, we need to look at our top 10 leaderboard right now, because this is what it's about. As you can see, it's a fiery red stage right now, and that's because things are definitely heating up. This is the final game, the final chance for them to be able to claim their spot. But of course, we also have day 3. But let's talk about this. Kaz and Hoofishy sitting so strong in first place. In fact, it is a 35-point difference between first and 6th, so I can say pretty confidently that they probably have a spot in the finals. AV Silver, though, and Golden grabbing Elam after Elam in that game, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, and because of that, they're going to be finding themselves in that second place position, 30 points ahead of that 6th place threshold. Honestly, I'm looking at it, and I feel like there's 2 top teams right there. Kaz and Fishy and AV are golden. They're looking good for already finding themselves in through consistency, even though we haven't even played the 6th game yet. Maybe somebody will prove me wrong, but these guys are just playing way too good right now. And this has got to be on the back foot of AV's solo clutch from the last game. They're carrying the momentum into this game 5, and it worked out so well for them. Obviously, you know, being as a solo, it's not easy, but having that duo now and just running it back. I mean, look at this, 7 eliminations and still just going. And they do so good at waiting for the perfect moment to go for these fights. Look at this. They only have 5 builds, and now they're like, listen, we already used all the mats that we had. Let's go for the refreshes now instead of when they actually have resources.
Yeah, and for me, it's just about time. It's about time because their performances in round 3 were absolutely incredible. Even getting first place at one point or another, for them to take that kind of play and bring it here to a finals lobby, to just be 1 game away from claiming their spot in the finals, I'm excited for the kid.
We have to keep looking at the leaderboard, though, because it's 109. That's the threshold right now. That's what the players are going to be fighting for, and obviously those points are going to be going up as the game goes on. But Pamsto and Fetch at 101 points. Kicks and Sphinx, who we've seen be able to dominate games, but they're so hot and cold, Jacob.
Yeah, that's one of those things. You got to be able to find that consistency. You don't have to win every single game, even though a win would get you right in. You don't even have to come into top 3, but you have to find a way to at least get in the top 10 with maybe 1 or 2 eliminations to secure your spot.
It's going to be incredible, guys. This is the final game for day 2 of the semifinals. 12 teams are going to be making their way through. 12 going to be joining us tomorrow. But let's find the final VR winner. Take it away, guys.
Game 6.
We appreciate you, Kelly. Thank you so much. Here it is. It's the last game for day 2 of semifinals. That standing is very, very close.
It is almost basically tied once we get into the nitty-gritty of things when we're actually in game. Any which way, the second day as well that you have the situation, Monster. Perfect circumstances for an awesome cast.
I mean, I'm loving it. I'm loving what we see right now. This is the whole, excitement that comes with Fortnite. You never really know what the tournament's going to serve up to you. Today, we have an extremely close competition. And, as much as I love Fortnite and I love seeing people happy, there's going to be some people upset too. And, it's inevitable. It's very, very close.
It's going to be so close. That game 5 we just watched had so many people alive in that top 10, turning it into top 5. That means things are so much closer than ever before. The leaderboard, it looks like a waterfall, and it's time to take a dive.
It might be it. There it is. The bus is here. Game number 6 is underway. We're taking ourselves onto the battle bus. And we called a couple early shoo-ins, but I'm not sure anymore.
Let's see exactly who has the chance, who has the chutzpah to stay alive. Tilted, Coney, Rocky, places of contention we've seen throughout the entire day. Greasy's where we all started it off. Chewy's here, so is Taco. They've been flying by, but look at the Vector Shadow. Chewy is not going to be able to make the drop on HP. He does land. He's not down, but just a sliver of HP.
Now listen, Aoxy and crew do land there as well. Luckily for them, it seems like they're not going back to Greasy there, but Walkers and Shadows, that's their direct competition. They can decide to contest them. Here's a team that's not completely out the conversation, Pledge. And of course, DGen here, they're in 14th. They have now officially slipped down so far out of the conversation. It's going to take a monstrous game and some early upsets up top for them to win through consistency. So they might just need the overall victory royale here if they really, really, really want to go to finals.
Most teams we're seeing right now, basically anyone outside that top 10 are looking at trying to win this game. That being said, a lot of the problems they're having is getting some tags down, getting the damage done. So as much as they want to play slow and make it towards the end, a bunch of them might just choose the fast option. Dive into boxes. Get their damage done now so they don't fall later. That might be the situation for Day and Cease. Last game we saw the Monster low on search.
This is a team that is just, you never really know where you're going to get. And that's my problem with Cease and Day right now, is we have seen some exceptional play by them, big clutches, everything under the star, sun, and the moon. And then you come into the last game and you really have to think about it.
Don't really have to think about Glace and Elite right now. I just have to smile. 3rd place overall. I'm just really happy Elite gets to play his game. Once again, 2 games yesterday where his power went out. He couldn't show his full prowess, his chance of making the finals. now in the top 3. All they have to do is stay alive, and they have a center zone. Their expert zone they love to play with. Pledge and Degen, this is desperation for them. They don't have consistency on their side. They're not in the top 3. They're double digits, and their pumps and triple. It's looking good. The striker shotgun is just hitting different right now from Pledge. Another edit coming in, a pre-fire maybe. Snake, what do you got? Nothing! It's Pledge, it's time. Degen clutched the last game. This time he's in the spotlight.
When Pledge knocks, you open the door. He's here. And if you don't, he's kicking it down. Big 2 elims there, thrust them right back into the conversation and up another spot onto the 13th position. I mean, we know they're gonna need a big, big game. That's the way you started off right there.
I was thinking about Glace in the pre-show in terms of who's gonna win. I locked that in. I'm also thinking about, and I was, Ritual and TK. It was a close second pick. On the first day, I thought they'd come just rolling by. Somehow, from like the depths of 23rd up to 4th place, especially after that last game, I've been seeing Ritual in specific popping off the first knock after the first knock in the duo. Usually it's TK who was leading that charge in qualifier 3. Didn't really make it in. They're looking good. Biggest surprise of the day for me, Costa and Zeus Monster. Their positioning and their damage is huge.
They've continued to manage to average a very high placing spot when they're both alive into those late games. That's the formula.
The thing is, that formula can easily be broken. I don't see the clutch potential as a part of that duo when one person goes down. So I'm hoping in that 5th, 6th zone, if they both continue to stay alive all the way towards the end, that's fine. If not, maybe it's time to activate those Thomas HD type genes, you know? Trying to get in that clutch type seat might be the possibility.
I mean, and yeah, you're right. We've already seen it. We've seen them honestly crumble under favorable circumstances. So those are the difference makers. But hey, you learn from every opportunity. That's what the greats do.
Yeah, the greats like AV right now, accessing a time machine in game number 3, becoming a chapter 2 demon almost. I almost thought the drum gun was unvaulted watching this man play. It brought a tear to my eye.
He's playing well. Playing very, very well. Pamso and Fatch have lost their momentum from the last game, dropping down about 4 or 5 slots here, now putting them in 7th, now putting them in the melting pot with everyone else. And the biggest issue now is how do you stand out? How do you perform here?
They want, well, I guess we just want as well. Hopefully they do too. Absolutely they do. Another Canadian flag flying inside the finals.
French-Canadian.
These duos just want to have that spot locked in. Them specifically too. They've made it there every single time this chapter. Sphinx and Kicks, they started off the day looking so good, Monster. Sphinx could not be stopped when it came to boxes. When it comes to endgame, this duo can't seem to stay alive.
They're elimination warriors, okay?
Yeah.
They do that, they do it well. And like you said, it's about tying together those additional placement points. That's the missing formula, the missing ingredient to the formula they're trying to put together. Rapid's gonna get tagged up a few times here. Teams in the distance entering into the conversation as well. But Zypher and Short are just down low, optimizing their playthrough right now, getting their farm on. And this is it. This is game 6. It's all or nothing. It's go big or go home. Otherwise, you'll be showing up on Sunday bright and early for another chance.
I forgot, yeah, like 4 p.m. is early for the Fortnite.
Oh, for these guys?
Yeah, yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Super early. Look at Day trying to take that slipstream. Where's Cease? Has to be the man all the way up top. Yep. They're finding their way to get damage. Once again, another type of rave cave. You know, it's good to land here zone.
And this strategy will not work in the finals. Iamzo and Jamper will have this locked down.
Yep.
Absolutely locked down. It can work right now, and they should be, by all means, taking absolute advantage of it. But it won't work in the weeks to come. Smite and Larson fall down to 10th in the melting pot. What did they do wrong last game? They got eliminated a little too early, and that was it. Their momentum also snipped, their wings cut down. A player targeting them in the distance. Smite doesn't see the shots coming in. Where are you looking at, brother? You're definitely not looking in the direction of the shots there. And it was Faza who chops him down, and another team fires from behind. So that's all kinds of craziness happening there.
Revise versus Serbski. Someone who doesn't like taking damage. That's Revise against someone who's really big with a clutch. Look at the zipline tech. He can go for it again. Crazy can be in line to land a few shots too, but they expected both duels following him. He's lost all his shields. Revives now, building in cyclones, but at the same time, tornadoes of damage coming up from his striker shotgun. Follow up with the SMG, not just there yet. Crazy in a few of these boxes. The keg will drop down. They'll be able to get their shield right back. This fight means so much. Both these teams not be able to qualify from consistency. They might need that win. They need to survive.
They need these elims. This will put them in the conversation as a bubble team for the conversation of endgame. They're right there. Those 4 points mean everything, and of course, the rest of the tournament. Kazan and Fishy, however, they're done. They've done enough. They're at 146. It's going to be near impossible to overcome them. They'll have the consistency throughout the day. For everyone they encounter, it's an upsetting day for them. Glaze, no teammate nearby. Bryson Dowda stepping up into his area. Where is Elite? He's down. He's out. 121. We said it. 3rd through 6 are not safe. There's too many players too close to them.
All the way in the water too. Flying sky high.
Oh my gosh.
The shots will not be enough to lock it out, but Nawson can find that chase. He's gonna glide straight ahead. Place. You have to live this. You have to touch this against a team that's given you so many problems throughout the entire day. Fortunately, though, I guess fortunately for Glaze, Bryce stopped in his tracks. Glaze now affected too. Can this 3rd place hold? We'll have to find out. They're going to be close by, and he will go down.
3rd is down. That's a spot that's going to open up. It's a guarantee now. Someone can, take advantage of this. This is an opportunity. TK and Ritual are in 4th. 121 was that. They're 2 points away. A single elim is the difference.
I'm liking the song of the games I'm seeing today. We saw Rhythm qualify too. We have another artist standing by. It's Mini Miner from the mid-game tracks.
Thank you so much, Shy. Now, of course, Scope changing the drop spot, now landing at the Daily Bugle, finding some success off spawn here as well. So looking good in his new home, feeling very, very comfortable. Ritual farming all of these materials on the outskirts of the map. 50 metal per piece that he is farming right now allows him to get into that great Surge position that we just saw. And of course, moving on over to Cease. Now, we saw them go down to Surge in the last game. They're trying to alleviate those problems by getting those damage done as early as possible. Will they keep it, though? We'll have to wait and see.
Scoped in the business. He's big chilling. Ritual ready to go in the end game. That's where they're having problems converting. And then Cease getting ahead of Surge. So after these 5 games you just watched and the 6th monster, every single team's fixing the problems.
Fixing the problems, shaping themselves up to make it all the way through. The most difficult part of Fortnite right now is quite literally the mid game. Then comes the end game. Of course, we know the troubles that are there, but the mid game seems to be the hardest part to stay consistent at right now. For the most part, everyone encounters teams that are just super bullish, jumping on the walls, taking these box fights, and coin flipping the tournament. In the last game, it's no different here today. But this time, it's treated like it's a real finals lobby. Look at how many players are still alive. This pacing, it's slow.
Wind blows as Okus tries to figure out where he can get the next shot in 10th place overall. And it's just tough for these guys. Low experience together coming in to this spot as well compared to everyone outside of them in this lobby. You know, likes of Cease and Day ahead of you who are struggling, but then still getting a lot of practice. Even Capaholic and Dino, we've seen them in semis day 1 in the quals, maybe even. Rocking in, looking good, at least in a few fights for Okus. It's his first time here today.
Yeah, definitely. Capaholic and Adino playing well last 2 games. Finding a little momentum for them.
I feel like they need the win. 68 points.
Yeah.
Need to go for the VR. And I don't see this team as one that likes to take control of height and hold that. Unless they get gifted a zone, you can't rely on that, though.
This weekend, we've only seen them on height 1 time, and it was retaken. That was somewhere along the lines of either this initial qualifier or last weekend's qualifier, if we recall correctly, but Dino's been there and did not win. That's all we can say about that. TK, Ritual, I like this position, but they're going to have to fight.
Need it. 60 below. They have a minute to do some damage. And they're looking for it. A few people below them. It's a farm of people walking in. They'll be able to find it. Oh, right now, it's a train station. And every single cart is on the same track, colliding. Mason and Enpen, headlights on, looking to ram right into these builds. No stops on this one right now. Redux in trouble once again. Mason has been afflicted so many times before these fights start. This time, he's looking healthy. They're staying careful too. They just want to rotate. They understand they've done the damage. Maybe they even want more. 136, not going to be enough to play out the rest of the game. But they've been mispositioned. And once again now, Mason is affected. Lower shields at 150. It's a trouble spot for him. Every time a duo dives in, it's about 20 damage of a difference that could keep him alive, but he's been hit before the fight starts. You'll have to make it all back up. Season Day, when there's pressure on the way and they're split like this, it's never good. Sometimes though, they can't set up big traps. If Moxo walks in, locks it is beside him, there could be a chance of a double edit, a big split, where these guys can just clasp him down. Day has to struggle in this 1v2 though. Big shot from Cease. Have to win your ones here. Armored Wall put down 2. It's desperate from him. Not that much confidence here.
I love
but
that.
Moxo's trapped. Huge from Cease. One more shot, not his wall. The replays could mean the world.
Oh, no.
But there's a third party in the way. Moxo sees it. He's not really gonna edit just yet. Day is gonna come over to help. Can he get Cease out? He does. And Maxwell escapes as well.
That was crazy. And just excellent play by Cease right there. Recognizing how to use those armored walls defensively, but also that was like an offensive way. He trapped them. He quite literally boxed him. We talk about boxing. No, that man was trapped for a moment there in a deadly set of walls right there. We love that. Day comes in just in the nick of time. Oh no, you let your guard down. You got to look both ways before you cross the street, locks it. And he goes down. 51 below for Maxo. He's going to have to get inside that box as well. It's not looking like he's going to be able to make this.
Season Day got to leave too. You got to remember how good they play when they have that position, how desperate things look when they're lagging behind. Cease has done enough damage to Maxo already. This elimination should fully come in. Shore going to be a little bit of a nuisance up top as well. 19 seconds till the zone moves. Almost 400 damage above. Cease, find a way out here. Minis and Big Talks ready to go. They can
another duo.
Get way back up to 100 HP, 100 shields. It should be fine for Cease. On a timer.
Zypha, Maxo knocks Shore. Zypha gets the trade there for the Elim. Day and Cease move out once the shots go off. And now they get a chance to make that quick escape that they were looking to do here. What a crazy game right here. 5th place for Day and Cease. That was almost the entire opportunity of this week. We spoke very, very early about the teams that were looking to take it home, and now the tournament's on the line. We're coasting on the tightrope here. Ritual and TK, 3rd place, 127, looking good. They'll be able to make it to this new storm here. The safety is right in front of them. They get damaged in the process.
Ran in the storm. Forced to fight. The tag's not really coming through for Ritual, so he made it close and personal. He didn't let anything slide. Everything looking good. And now the server darkens. The future for some of these teams also looking just as bleak. Fatch, Pamsto, 7th place. They were looking like they were just on track to qualify. Things were all good. Now they are in trouble.
Excellent play from them. And then it only took one game to put them right back into that dangerous territory. Here it is, though. Targeting teams on the outskirts, finding tags here. This is so great, as they absolutely need it. Illus and User trying to fight their way back into the 77 points here. Not enough to necessarily feel good about calling them for a top 6 right now. But hey, they're in 15th. They're on the bubble. A big game can do something for them. Let's see it.
Jumping straight in. Been desperate for these guys. Teamwork has to really been a thing overall for this team. Need to work together here if they want to win this fight.
Armored walls working against them right there. Those are their walls, but now it makes it that they have to go in a straight line. And this is perfect for Scope. That's what he wants. Right camera peek. Only one way in, and you make it easy for him. And look at this. He's got the full advantage now. Him and Visual is just going to work this one backwards here. Revved it up. Took it down. 4 elims. Refresh for them. They have a chance for endgame now.
Barely anything for what they actually needed, though. Scoped and Visuals need to win this game. For that, they need mats. They need position. They need some power. No grapplers out of those 2 diving in. Illus, there was nothing. No mats either. It was desperation. It was scraps.
You saw Chewy and Taco right there. We just got a brief update. No more heals. Scrappy situation for them. Hurt. on the outer edge. Batch and Pamsu, near same conversation going on here. But look at that, nice little find right here. Map awareness, Coney Crossroad.
They found like a save station, a pit stop, a loading screen almost before the end game. Picking back up
he can
on.
only afford a couple, by the way. He couldn't even cap off there. He didn't have much gold. They don't land in the main POI. They don't get to farm, you know, furniture like everyone else. That's interesting.
And they don't even box fight that much either, right? It's long range tags, not taking out any other players to be able to get that gold either.
Not a flashy team. We talked about it before. There's benefits to having those main spots. Take a look here. Now 33, now 80 below. Pamsu and Fatch, very, very dangerous position. They've managed to find themselves in the zone here, but he has to heal up. He's preemptively setting up for what will be a potential dive here. One more advantage from both sides. No, the shots come in. They might just have to double splash and turn around here and take a fight. I'm feeling like if they take too long, this is it.
Me too in that same type of situation, but not with Surge. Just the position. Every single person, it seems like their brains with so much pressure operating in quicksand. For Pamsto and Fatch, things sinking fast, so fast. Fatch at just 1 HP. He's finally down, thrown around. Can Pamsto save him is the question. Dada, Jackson, too hot to handle. Pamsto hit again, 51 HP. They're gonna start moving in close and personal as well. Pamsto, Fatch down. They will not make the finals on day number 2.
We are afraid that is it for Pamsto and Fatch. 7th place is now out of the conversation. One of the first teams in the top realistic chances, with the realistic chances to fall right now.
Sphinx and Kicks. I feel like there was a patch put into the game that nerfed Sphinx halfway through this conversation.
Down.
He's been patched out. He's been vaulted. That's tough. He looked so good in game 1 and 2. Could not hold on to the end.
Fable, Taco, and Chewy down as well. Another team on the bubble, out of the conversation. This is excellent for Season Day. They want all of that immediate competition gone because they're not looking too great right now either.
You were talking about walking on tight ropes. This duo is hanging by a thread. No assistance, no safety of a net down below. Season Day have nothing left in their inventories. Cease just has a couple of those mats. They probably has half that as well. They have the zone, central location. Worst possible thing for everyone in this lobby. I hate saying it because it usually comes true. Is this zone pulling to the west? We go straight to the lake. All these teams were struggling so much. Look at all the builds put down right now. The metal, the brick. So many people overbuilt to be in the spot right now. They're not gonna have enough juice left, no gas to work that lake.
Shania and OMGB2, the best team that we've seen so far. That's inside the top 6, top 10 or so with material and heals. They are in the greatest position, the healthiest of the bulk.
Please no. No way! Just no way! We're going to the center portion of the lake.
We don't like you, Shania.
The max test for NA East. They're not making this finals run getting there easy at all.
How dare you? He does it again. Shayo strikes again.
There's just no way now. Every single team has to move the majority of the lobby all the way over at Coney, it looks like. They're trying to get all the way in. It's a max rotate. Dada and Jackson are pushing for it, and they have no other option. Look at Pledge in the feed, taking out Accept and Snake. What a story. From the start of the day, bullied over and over. Now finally, shut up. And he's ready to go for the rest of the game. TK Ritual, 3rd place. Silenced so many times. Slack's gonna be bullied by TK. He's feeling aggressive, feeling strong, and he's pushing for it, close and personal. But he's taking too much of a bite. Now it's all up to Ritual. In 3rd place, 139 points. It might just be too close to call.
Definitely rough.
Keep going.
Definitely rough. He's gonna have to play this one out by himself. No heals either. Low material. He couldn't benefit from the down body there. And now he's gonna have to play this one out just like that. Fishy thought about high ground, gives it up here. Clarity, in the meanwhile, eyeing up that second height. Clarity and Slash might actually dethrone Revise and Crazy GG's. Whoa, gotta be careful.
What?
As things are getting crazy up top, but hold up. Day and Cease are still alive in the low ground. They're below the surge now. It's gonna get active in just 8 seconds. They need a fight here. They're looking around. A couple players have to fall here, or a tag has to come through just to give them the safety net that they are looking for. Jackson and Dauda have picked up so many elims this game that they can actually do something with it. But we'll find out here. The one team below is Day. Surge is active. They get tagged.
He's trying to look for whatever he can. Jackson also moving
yes.
in.
Simple.
Maximum Aquatic, yeah. All the way at the back. 7th place tied, side by side. They're fighting. Ritual, though, still surviving. Haji down, going for it. He's denied. Day still alive. That 7th place battle, though. Who won it on the backside of the zone? A drop down from Day. It's huge for the refresh, but it costs Cease his life. He's still trying to move in. That's Nosh that goes down. Points all across the board. There's so many people tied side by side. They're still moving though. 130 points. He needs about 4 more to take over that 3rd place team. It's up to him to solo clutch.
It's so important right now that he stays alive here and pushes this one through. But more importantly, OMGme2, Shonye is still up. Costa and Zeus are still up. Walker and Shadows are here to make a statement. If Day can somehow pull through big, I mean, he's locked in. But Okis and Simple are here, and they're riding the heels of everyone.
Look at Clarity. Clarity for height.
Still here.
18th place. He has to take on 10th. 1v2. This is what he can do to get straight to the finals. Everyone down below also clashing. Spinning tops. This is just absolutely losing their heads. Dada also in the business. Okis is down up to Simple to stay alive. 6th place. He's the line. Up in low ground. It's a concrete jungle. He has nowhere to move.
It's not over yet, though. It's not completely over yet. Larson finds another elimination. Larson's getting close. DGen is only 10 points behind. That's 5 eliminations and definitely placement points. 6th place is still up for grabs for a couple of these teams here. But let's see it. OMGme2 just 10 points away, and 5 Elims is up in 7th. He is right behind the 6th place team, and he's still up. He's still pushing it. It's going to come down to everything. Who Fishy, in the meanwhile, continues to wreak havoc on the lobby.
Look at this. Pledge and DGen, they've climbed. Bullied from the start of this game. Absolutely dried out in the sun at Rocky Reels. But now they're at the top in the ocean, looking to get straight all the way towards the finals. Pledge looks good down below in the deep. It's tough, but me too. He's got the armored walls to stay afloat. Moving around every single build. Shonye still up 2 once again. 6th place, they're the line that everyone wants to cross right now. 9th place in front of them too. Smite upside crazy. It's a solo game down below with a duo up top.
How is Smite still in? How is he still alive? Dowder and Jackson are one of the few duos up too. 8 Elims for them right now. They could realistically fight for the win here. Just because you have high ground does not mean you have this game freed. Not just yet. We saw how much damage was put in on these other teams here. 7 players remain, just a couple duos in full. OMGme2, one of the only solos down. He goes 130 and 5th. That's over. Who Fishy, just the thorn in the side here, the dagger to the heart for some as he eliminates players back to back and ends their rounds, their opportunities. But look at this high ground. DGen and Pledge looking to come back here.
Both teams right now on high ground and low ground, the duos, need this win to make the finals. 8th place and 11th. They have to get the top 6 or win. All that is just this VR, and Who Fishy is in the way. The fish out of water, and he goes for the spray. Absolutely affecting Pledge, but he has 1 mini to be able to keep living in this fight. Can he grab something from the storm? They're distracted. They're looking for it. How much time do they have? It's builds. It's going to be huge. But Dada, he's looking for the spray. It comes down to this 2v2. No land to touch either. It's all about these guys and their builds. Spray from down below. Look at Jackson's heals. He has a chance for the heal game, but he'll have to swim at some point. These guys are out of mats. They're about to start drowning. Pledge, DGen, moving forward. Lucky number 7 versus 12.
It's going to come down to this. It's all about timing now. Pledge did not get heals from that. Yes, they got material, but if Jackson dips back and he managed to stay low-key, there it is. He's gone. He slid out to the side, so that's the opportunity open. Dowd is the only one. He climbs up. 86 is punishment. Pledge is waiting here. He needs to finish this. If he gives away the siphon, it's going to be all over. Dowd is looking, and down he goes. The zone will do the rest. It's over. Let's see it. We already know Jackson's waiting, healing in the distance.
He has the possibility. Jackson's going for it, but he's timing out that siphon. Calming through. Jackson has 1 more flopper. Is the siphon in for DGen? Almost. Is it time? It's over.
Whoa!
It's Jackson who gets the win and goes to finals by a matter of just seconds. It's clutch shots. It's the heal off. It's the win.
And they absolutely fought for it. Do not overlook the fact that that went the distance. 9 eliminations and the win, the heal off in the end. Give them all the credit. They fought very, very hard. Not to mention, they were in a position to win a game yesterday and they failed. They came up short, but not today. They didn't throw this one.
Not even yesterday. Both these teams, when it comes to quick balls, practiced, tried so hard.
Look at it.
And it came down to this. An impossible zone, a chance to call things finals, a place like that home. It's Jackson and Dada who are the last team in semifinal 2 that climbed that rank.
Congratulations as you get to go to finals. Jackson makes his appearance. He's been a part of the scene for a long time. Another one of those young grinders, and now Dada, that first shot to get up there as well. What a big day.
Yeah, eliminations though from the side of Pledge and Degen. Who knows, maybe some things added up just enough, especially in those last moments in the storm. Monster, what a day.
It was definitely crazy, and we will leave it to Kelly though to give us the points because we know some teams were extremely close.
What a great cast that was. Can we get some shout outs to our casters there from Shio and MDF? But with that game, I mean, let's just break it down real quick. In the early game, so many teams on that bubble going down. Then the mid game, the zone, cursed by Shio, goes into the middle of the lake. And then towards the end there, so many height steals, a 2v2, down to 1v1, down to a heal off. That was pretty much everything you could see in a Fortnite match.
Yeah, a lot of teams trying to scrape together the last few points, get into that top 6, or possibly clutch up a victory royale. Now, one team that was also trying to get as many points as they possibly could, it's Cease and Day. We saw them alive in the end game. Cease also in the mid game with those 2 armor walls that he placed down very defensively to keep his run alive. But look at this, the situation that they're in this 7th zone, bandages, no shield, and they're still going at it, trying their hardest to secure that top 6.
Yeah, and look at the amount of points they're just scraping through right here. One of them even fell into the box as Cease kind of fell down. Day knew almost immediately, I cannot get this revive. I cannot make it happen. I got to keep going. Even though he did go down shortly after, those points at this close of a game are valuable.
Obviously, Jackson and Dada not going to have to worry about their points, though, because they were grabbing Elim after Elim there. But with the VR, none of that matters anymore.
Oh, absolutely. Incredible performance. I mean, we tuned in with them. They had like 7 eliminations. At the end here, you can see 8 total. This is before the Pledge one comes in, so 9 at the end of it. But yeah, they just had more heals. That one flopper, the Slurpfish as well, and then the Medimus. Degen tried to play it, but unfortunately, Jackson, as you can see here, had just 50 more health than Degen. But man, what a day for Degen and Pledge. Going for high ground multiple times. Honestly, they're looking pretty good coming into the next day.
Yeah, honestly, for them, it's a little bit of a nightmare. They do have to go again tomorrow. But man, if you take a look at that last replay, the loadout, he had 1 Stinger SMG in his inventory. That just makes me believe he was scrapping around. He was scavenging for everything that he could find to make that heal off possible. But that is really thinking outside of the box.
Dada and Jackson going to be one of the 6 teams that grab that VR and make their way into the finals. Let's head on over to Mini Miner to remind ourselves of the other 5.
Thank you so much, Kelly. We had some crazy scenes today. Of course, 6 victory royales, 6 more teams making their way into the finals. And here we have all of them on the screen. Shio, Naves, and Aaron winning the first game, actually making their way to finals for the very first time for this duo as well. So congratulations to both of them.
Absolutely maximum control from them overall. We saw Blake and Vert too, kind of the low ground dominators, high ground in the quals as well here and there. We just saw Monster 100%. Once they were in that position, they were going to win the game.
Yeah, definitely. But you know what? My favorite win, I'm just going to say it, is Jackson and Chubbs, and of course Blake and Vert, because they're my picks. I want to give that the shout out. But Rhythm in 20, just an excellent job. Quan Tabs G come up right behind them. I mean, I'm so happy that we got to watch these games because they were excellent.
Yeah, Dom and Tragics too, one of the most cerebral wins that we look at in the day. Game number 3, just amazing to watch overall. Let everyone else kind of do that fight. It was a long night for us here, and it was amazing as well. Semifinal 2, I felt like I watched 12 games with it.
I can tell you right now, we watched 6 games, and you really made that last one worthwhile for these players, making it go all the way west over that water. And we also saw that island zone. So today was definitely a rough day for these players, which is probably why you're feeling, man, it felt like 12 games, but the action was all there. And now, after today, we only have 12 more teams that can fit into the finals.
Honestly, though, we don't really know who is going to be in our top 6 because we saw OMG's team, we saw Shoney's team, all within that bubble. So let's pull it up right now. Which 6 teams will be joining the 6 teams that grab those VRs? And there we have it, everyone. Of course, Kaz and Hufishy just dominating the low ground there. AV, Silver, and Golden going to be in 2nd place. Ritual and TK in 3rd. We have Cease and Day going to be in 4th place. Shoney and OMG, they were so close, jumping up 7 placements into 5th place. And then Costa and Zeus holding strong in 6th. But there is only a 3-point difference between 6th and 7th place, Jacob.
I'm going to say it really showed how close the lobby actually was. But for Cease and Day, we kept talking about the potential. But when was that potential going to be reached? But today was the day for them. Luckily, they get to take tomorrow off. They get to go ahead and practice the rest of the week. And honestly, a couple of weeks now because that finals is a little bit away. But for them, that's going to be much needed.
Absolutely. I feel like for Costa and Zeus as well specifically, just an awesome, completion to form for finals. They're in spots of power all the time, taking on top teams, being relatively new to everything, and doing it with such style. Instead of seeing them coming to 6, I think this entire day of semifinal 2, they'll be the top teams to look at in the finals.
But how stylish were our predictions? Well, let's remind everyone who we went with. And since my prediction didn't do very well, I'm going to let Minnie start with this one.
Well, mine didn't do much better, unfortunately. It's D-Roller and Knifey. Unfortunately, for me and Vivid, it didn't quite work out for us. Landing at the center of the map, you would have expected them to have a little bit of a better time with Surge. Didn't quite happen, though.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they were going to be uncontested today, as you mentioned, but I think maybe that helped them out yesterday when they were contested. Maybe got some early tags off of the teams that were very close to them. But then Jacob had to read, though. Another team that ended up being uncontested today, Blake and Vert, no feat for them. They knocked it out of the park.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Shout out to my boys Bane and Biscuit. They're kind of helping me catch my groove along the way. But honestly, Monster, I saw them pick it. I saw you pick it. I took all my notes. I gathered it up, and that was the first name that popped out.
And you know what? They performed very well. You could tell today they were just playing very, very well. The fact that they almost had game number 1, that second place, was crazy. To keep up that momentum and pull a second place win when they had, honestly, the odds working against them. But then the zone started just hitting. I mean, you have to win those. Like, you have to.
Listen, is it about our predictions or the leaderboard that we watched along the whole day? Because every single one of these guys, mistake me if I'm wrong, were top 6 at one point.
Yeah.
I think that friendship is what matters. I also, mine didn't go through. So at the same time,
narrative.
Not quite, yeah.
I mean, that was just the narrative for today. Of course, we have one more day to go, everyone. Tomorrow is the final chance. We're going to have 12 new teams coming in and 12 more winners making their way to the finals. Who will it be? Well, you're going to have to watch tomorrow to find out.
beep.